quite badly wrong for them when they run into a jungler that gives them issues in that early game. Looks like we're heading straight into the Rift. Let's get ourselves into a reminder. These games are online. I'd imagine that will change the way that these teams play. That is the way that it goes. Right, Sam, let's get into it. Let's start getting ahead of our storylines. Let's get into business.
LNG.
Jayo.
LNG.
Jayo.
LNG.
Jayo.
WE.
Jayo.
WE.
Jayo.
WE.
Jayo. Do you notice how I did a slightly different voice?
I did. Thank you for that.
It's okay. I thought you might appreciate that, Sam. Okay, right. Let's get into the action then. I'm going to give you the headphones there. Let's see, you're a bit close to the mic.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. There's Monkey on Vision. Of course, Croco starting on his own wolves to try and deny and delay some of that early ward drops from the side of WE. And Vi doesn't really enjoy skirmishing at levels 1 and 2. Really wants that level 3. The exhaust very early. Barrier traded. Missing then steps forward. There's the heal popped as well. But it will still be WE with the early shove.
Yeah, and I know that, Sam, you were saying that you were worried for W's bot lane when we were talking about this matchup, you know, in the days before this. And I have to say, I think that while I'm of two minds of it. Yeah, because they're against 1xN and missing, I'm like, okay, that's going to be rough. But actually, I don't think, I know a lot of people online have been calling about, particularly calling about out, really. I think that About and Urha have actually been pretty decent as far as the laning phase. This will be a real test for them, though, to show actually whether 1xN and missing are like up towards that Ascend kind of level.
And when we did see Monkey return to the roster, we actually saw WE able to pick up fairly consistent early game leads. Actually come up ahead a couple thousand gold out of the first 10 minutes or so. The problem was their conversion was truly awful, is the honest answer from that point. The moment they had to do anything on a good coordinated timer, turn up to a team fight correctly, and things would get pretty challenging, I think it's fair to say.
Monkey's gone for a 3 cramp into her back, so he wants a longsword so he can fight early. And I'd imagine, because this is W are one of the most, I believe they maybe even have the highest early game bloodiness stats in games. Most kills and deaths of any team within the LPL, at least within Group Ascend. That was one of the, them and NIP very much up there alongside BLG, of course. But with Monkey going for something like it, well, he didn't go for the longsword, but the early Ruby Crystal. Just having that extra little bit of combat stats to say, I can fight. There's something like this bot scuttle coming up. I think both teams know what's happening. As long as he can get onto his Gromp in a decent time, he's going to look for a fight. He has used a smite on the Gromp, so we'll need to wait for that to come back up.
Yeah, that's the one. Keep our eyes on exactly how that turns up. Kaz just eats an electrocute trade. Missing now, roaming into the jungle will be spotted. They see where Monkey is and they're going, yeah, you are not getting anywhere near this scuttle grab.
Yeah, which is a real shame because I think he really wanted to, but Croco has a good clear timing, gets onto it very quickly, and Monkey has to go towards top side. Bulldog might even go for a stun to take a bit of damage off him. No, chooses to keep that one there for his laning matchup.
I appreciate the use of the Relentless Force there to try and catch Annie through the wave a little bit there, but no, not quite. Nice attempt there.
Interesting thing as well is that 1xN has gone for the Doran's bow. He hasn't gone for the Doran's blade. Sometimes the Lucian will... I haven't seen him actually go for the Doran's bow as a starter item, but it does give you the on-hit... One of the on-hit auto-attack damage. It gives you the attack speed to auto-attack more, which Lucian, you know, does like a little bit of attack speed. I wouldn't have considered that as necessary for the champion in the laning phase.
Bulldog with another good electrocute trade there, by the by. Does manage to come down the lane though and say, here, have some nice salty water that will make you feel better.
Saline solution.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all very medically.
Yeah, very exactly. Yeah. Drink it. No.
Dude, yeah, I don't know. Like I was watching these videos where like you have this like bottle which you shove up your nose to go clear out your
sinuses.
And I was like, okay, that's, I don't know if that's a fad or not, but people are saying, oh, use saline. I'm like, I suppose. I haven't even heard the first thing about this.
Ooh, that was a little bit dicey for Karras. Just come in with about 100 HP
see,
left.
Sam, he wasn't going to die. I was on a random tangent. You see, that never happened to I've done that before. God, yeah, never done that one before. 1xN missing, doing okay in their own bot lane matchup, of course. Took the summoners of About and Urha a little bit earlier, which means that the exhaust is still on cooldown for now.
Ardent Blaze does give the move speed there. Missing gets the super mega blaze kick to the face of About. And again, there was a little thing that the official Chinese broadcast was running, basically talking about WE's dynastic history of Ezreal players. They've always had a lot of very good Ezreal players. Wukong is around bot lane, but is about to walk over a ward, so that'll just be About saying, yeah, I'm gonna leave gracefully here.
Yeah, everyone from Wei Xiao up until more recently Hope, right? They've had,
Mystic, Sheer.
there are a lot of players who've played it in, well, I mean, if you talk about Sheer, then you talk about in different roles right there too, which is quite fun. But yeah, I think that, you know, Chinese and Korean Ezreals have been legendary over time, and W were there from the start of it, so that makes it. Yeah, fair play. Actually, Tatan's Ezreal was alright, wasn't it? Gosh, that's a fair point. Level 6 hit by the Annie will take that hard trade there, as you tend to do on the level 6 mark of the Annie. The thing about hard trades like that, yes, you do use your ultimate, but it gives you control of the lane, and then Annie's regular combo is actually enough for you to be a threat after. A reminder, folks, for people who are filtering in over time, this is the first of our LPL play-ins. It is basically just win and you're in. LNG versus W, we have IG versus TT later. Dragonfight may be coming through here. Crocker looking for a steal.
Sen can get over the wall. The Warrior tricks us. Might fight won by the Wukong flash out. Croco never change.
Goes for a quick snap at the water's edge. Managed to get himself a dragon. All right there, Croco. Not bad. We did say this jungle matchup is really important. For those of you who watched the play-ins of last split, we also saw LNG versus WE. And W won that. LNG lost that. It was, I would say it was a close series. I think it was a 4-game one from memory. But Croco was the second best jungler in that series. Monkey now walking up towards top scuttle. And again, the Croco's just it. The Croco's on the water's edge.
And they see where the Vi is so they can go attack about in the bottom. And Monkey's going to face check that massive Monkey. And he ties to a cyclone. Struth, he's having a bad day.
Oh, you call that a smite? This is a smite.
To anyone from the other side of the globe to us, I can only apologise for what was a very unfortunate set of Spanian accents.
I thought that was okay as far as things go. LNG get first blood, they get a scuttle steal, a smite steal on the dragon, and then get the scuttle on top side as well. Croco has a great start. This is the biggest litmus test for LNG. Is Croco ahead? And Sam, Croco is ahead.
Yes, he is. He's having a really good time. And again, they just kind of spotted what Monkey was doing and went, I can sit here, especially because they then allowed 1x of Missing to really aggressively play that bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, for sure. So now, 1,000 gold up. How are the lanes looking in general? Well, bot lane has a decent lead for LNG now, and they also have the extra wave coming into them, so that will go up to a, a true 10 CS lead and slightly above that. Mid lane, slight lead to Bulldog, although I believe that's the way being cleared. No, it isn't. So it's just a slight lead there. And then, of course, the big one's jungle. So now the thing is, okay, how can these junglers kind of activate their win conditions? Well, Monkey combos up very easily with someone like the Akali, but Croco's a huge bit of damage. This Wukong can be a teamfight carry as long as they're not perma-CC'd by the Vi, the Sion, and the Nami.
Looks like they'll be giving up some of these grubs as a result. Of course, the reset came on through to Croco. Delayed a little bit of his clear just to mess with Monkey. Means he will now be bot side, though. And again, with the early dragon still, they're not hurting that much for objective moments. And as a result, Croco can see things like Gromp and a blue buff on the enemy team and go, yeah, I could steal those away. Maybe.
After all, why shouldn't I have it?
We're having a bit of a collapse here, though.
Yeah, he will do, but he doesn't have ultimate or flash right now. And even Cube is taking the last grub on top side. It's quite an interesting kind of adaptation to this. Now, Croco did have a pushing bot lane, so he wasn't completely out of the water there. Won't be able to truly take away those camp spots out. And for once, Croco will not overextend when there's a bit of a flashpoint.
Yeah, he didn't have his own ultimate, and with everyone coming on down, I think Viol plus Akali ult would have generally been a bad time. And as a result, the bot lane about eats a lot of damage and has to get a bit of a swift ebb and flow to keep himself topped up, or he's going to be zoned off the wave again.
That is a press the attack Lucian, all right. That'll do some damage. So the Croco didn't get the camp steal, but did manage to get the ward down into the enemy jungle. So that is important to note here. Monkey has been spotted. We did say, WE actually a very bloody early game team, but they've not managed to get themselves, well, they've died once, but they've not managed to get themselves onto the board in any sort of aggressive way right now, although their combo will very much lead to that at the first part. That's the culling being dropped down for a bitter poke. I think that's a bit of a cheap culling, to be honest, Sam. I don't really love that one. You understand that you're looking for that lane pressure. They're still doing fine on that front.
And it's also with a minute and a half or so until Dragon, you can kind of burn it at this time and still have it up largely for the next fight. You've already got the Caulfields, and About is going to get jumped on again, and that's him down to a third. And again, About every time he tries to shove up this wave, he's losing 20% plus of his HP bar.
Yeah, and Sam, you did say you were worried for this bot lane. Now, giving them Lucian Milio is a choice. Ezreal Nami is not a bad lane. It's one which has been played for a very long time. In fact, it was arguably the strongest lane in the world around 2015, 2016, around that kind of era. Hang on, you're actually in danger there. They're recalling around it. Hang on, Milio does. Okay, Milio's not stopped on that recall. Close to it, though. I thought actually they might jump on the corner and kill them instead, but they went for the full recall. Safe to do so. But anyway, back to this conversation about, you know, this bot lane. Now, that have been bullied about by 1xN Missing. That is not a surprise. LNG, they pride themselves in their laning. Their laning is the strongest in Group Nirvana anyway, and the reason why LNG finished as first in a lower group in LPL for this split. And we need to see whether About Now can kind of get around to mid-game and see if her on the Nami and About can do some damage in a way which sometimes LNG have found issues with in mid-game.
Okay, so eyes on your timers, folks. Specifically that one on the top left that says Chem Dragon is spawning right about now. Are we going to see the contest? Obviously, Croco full sent for the steal last time. Doesn't quite have that first item. In fact, the only person who really does here is this Lucian, who does have the Essence Reaver.
Which is a really strong spike as well, so we do need to be aware of that. Shade is going for the heavy trade there again, but takes 2 turret shots for it, which means that, well, basically an even trade on that one. Croco, level 8, does not spot out that ward, but then goes back and sniffs it out. Good instincts there. Dragon alive, as we've been mentioning. Is there going to be a proper fight over it right now? Well, Monkey actually wants to recall for first item. Now, if they do go for this fight, Sunder Sky being complete is a big different change there, Sam.
Bulldogs on the roam down to the jungle, Karis through the river. We're going to move up into said river with LNG, and Karis off that vision looking for an angle. Lands the Shuriken flip, but I think reactivating that would eat a super mega blaze kick, and that would invalidate a lot of the angle.
Monkey's now going to come in with the Sundered Sky. I'd be interested to see if LNG actually pull off with this, knowing that first item's through now. I wonder if they don't contest. They clear out some vision. They don't end up getting themselves onto the dragon themselves. Now, Croco, I think he has to back off. I don't think you can take this you know, one item to components on jungle. He is Croco, they might anyway.
Do they want the fight afterwards as a recall and a no TP on Cube? That makes things a bit spicy.
Yeah,
they can join.
They're going for it. Okay, Cube doesn't have the angle for the ultimate, and here comes Croco. Now WE have to back off because the top lane macro.
That's the big deal. They managed to come on over. It could be a smite fight steal. It's taken by the Ezreal. The back end of this zone likely means Monkey dies, but his flash over the wall keeps him safe. Tidal Wave disengages, steal for steal.
Okay, Monkey, not the one to steal it. About is instead, but WE will get themselves their dragon. But you could see how variant that was getting at the start. They're saying, well, okay, well, LNG wanted to look towards it. Then they see a Vi at one item and think, okay, well, we got to bide our time. We have to bring our top laner now. Bring them in, despite the fact that Cube was in a better position just before that. And Cube recalls, and he can't influence that play himself. So now, LNG still with 1,000 gold lead, dragon apiece. But LNG, that's a bit of a wobble for them, actually, getting that dragon stolen away. You would have thought they were owed that one after the top laners were in a bit of a different spot.
This one's probably going to get the smite steal away. Do you want to try and fight the same, of course, as Croco? It's be a 3v1. Just needs to get vision and he can steal that. Does not have the smite, and it goes down the way of Monkey.
And that was without Monkey, without Monkey's ult. Didn't have the cease and desist on cooldown at that point. And we're talking about, we'll see this again, right? Because Cube is not in position, and that means that WE have to back off. And credit to them, realizing that they're at a disadvantage as a top lane macro. So how the heck did this steal come through? Ezreal ult layered over, and the Q is the last bit of damage. Unexpected burst with that Ezreal ult and the Q thrown over the top. It's a good steal. Sometimes you just throw some skill shots in and it works. Credit to them. WE get away with the dragon.
Bulldog full sense on the other side of that, trying to get onto the bot lane. It does get the exhaust and the heal out of the enemy team, but costs his own flash for it. Of course, Monkey down his own flash. Slightly frustrating for him, but hey, in some ways, job done. And that does mitigate some of the LNG early lead that they did have. Of course, bot lane still pretty scary. 1xN in a pretty happy spot his own right.
Yeah, you can see they're both AD carries, not crazy far off each other in terms of gold. It's not like About is behind. He's just behind compared to the Lucian. Croco very fed, as we've been seeing, though, comparative to Monkey, who's a little bit further down in the standings. So, getting around to Herald in 30 seconds. In regular season, we saw a lot of macro around Herald in terms of the usefulness of Herald. I actually think we should start fighting for Herald more, Sam, because we've seen like the battle heralds. We've seen the heralds being used to break up in mid lane turret as well, of course, but mainly the battle herald has been a big change. And gosh, that's a good amount of skill shots in a row. His Ezreal has been one of his best champions, and he's done a good job with it in that little trade.
I try and jump onto Crocker, but just put on the Vault Breaker to get on over here. Could get a bit spicy. That control ward finally does get taken.
Getting some vision control around this Herald. He said, well, you know, useful old objective that. Can use it as a Battle Herald, can use it as a macro force for forcing down towers. But LNG doesn't look like they're in position. In fact, the Scion's teleporting up, and LNG are not giving battle over this.
Yeah, Shear's just not there, and actually he was immediately pathing that way and it just turned against it. So I think with that redirect on the top lane, they're saying, yeah, Luis can't get in here. And Karis is actually starting to get to a decent gold lead of his own right here as well. So level 11 with that Gunblade and the CS lead was on a pretty good flank angle. It would have been a very dangerous face check.
And then immediately summoning the Herald top side, potentially looking for Bulldog here. Here comes Cube. They want to go for the side lane play.
I think Bulldog is likely just dead here. There's not a lot that gets to be done. There comes a Scion ult to try and get in, as we noted. This Soul Furnace pun is pretty good. Bulldog's buying a bit of time. The turret shot, the double stun. That'll still be the death, though, of this Annie, and the turret just isn't enough damage to threaten.
No, LNG weren't moving anyone over to cover. It was clearly a 1v3 there. It's a good instant pop down of that Herald. Croco not been able to make his own aggressive play, and the turret goes down. Sam, WE have just given themselves a huge power play, where Karis has gotten 1,000 gold lead out of this with the kill and the turret. And another thing I was going to mention just before we got into that play was that Cube has been doing remarkably well versus this Nara in a side lane too. Sheer has actually been, you know, a very good top laner in terms of individual laning. In terms of Nirvana, Sheer has been the best individual top laner. Now, players like Keshi, we think, have got a good future to them, but Sheer bodied him in the individual head-to-head against him. Sheer on stuff like Gnar has been a real threat. He's not even 10 CS ahead, Sam. He's not pulling ahead of Cube, someone who we've had some big issues with before, but he's a good Scion team fighter, and now he's coming out of lane even. So I think W in a great spot.
I agree. This Akali for Karis, that iconic pick, could end up being very, very dangerous. Of course, it's not like LNG are without their own tools at this point. They did trade back on the turrets pretty swiftly there. And again, we are about to come into the point of the game where W begin to make significantly more mistakes.
Yes, for sure. I think both these teams have had their issues at that point in the game. Dragon coming up soon. I would imagine we see a fight over this one, Sam. You know, Sheer has his teleport up, Cube's on the other side of the map. So basically, the solo laners with teleports for each team going over to the top lane, so they're ready to respond to the Dragon spawning now. We have items. We've got ourselves a bit of positioning to work around. WE slightly pushed up across the map, still have a little bit of an advantage, but when it's looking for chunks like that, well, that'll help.
The idea, see what the fight will end up looking like. Cube trying to clear out these wards, should be able to do so. TP in though. Now Cube might actually be a spot of danger. Here comes those TPs. 1xN with the culling to get a good chunk of the enemy team. Now comes the Scion ult to jump onto 1xN, who's going to have to flash out of the tidal wave. Does so successfully, but the flash is forced.
Now they're going to get some regen out of the Milio, but yeah, 1xN getting caught out from that angle, not great. Didn't have a bad culling there, but Cube, you know, was saying, oh, we might be in a spot bother. He's really tanky for this point of the game because he's been farming very well, and he also got himself that gold from the top lane turret. He's still sat here at, you know, 3/4 HP. LNG have no flash on their AD carry, and this is where I think things get difficult for them. I think they have to give it the Dragon now, Sam.
Yeah, might well have to. It feels a bit rough, it has to be said. Again, the early unending despair just means if Cube can get into the mess here, he's quite obnoxious. Karis forcing Sheer to clear waves. There is an option to potentially dive this with the Vi and the Scion, but I think it'd be a bit risky.
-1, missed the cannon. Just the biggest loss of the play. Not even losing the Dragons, losing the cannon and the turret. Oh, feels the worst. Turret is being under siege here again, so WE just very easily take both side lane out of turrets. And Sam, this was a bit of the worry I had for LNG, when they finally came up against a team which was a bit more organized, which has got its early game ducks in a row, which wasn't just going to fall apart in laning phase. What was going to happen?
Yeah.
And it feels like WE have just taken off so much more quickly than LNG were prepared for. When we look around these side lane players around the turrets, there is no cross map from LNG. There is no intent there from Croco, Bulldog, playmaking mid-jungle to do anything on the map, which is crazy for Croco, who's typically been very, very aggressive with his lead. I actually wonder if in this game, Sam, if Croco's been too timid for once.
Yeah.
I think that WE have just uncontested taken too much on the map.
That's not a great sign. Does mean that if we look at particularly Karis' inventory now, he is very, very scary. And that lead that 1xN had fairly heavily has kind of disappeared in bot lane specifically as well. It was about 500, has now dwindled to basically nothing. I'm assuming that's mostly off turret gold, honestly.
Presumably, yeah. I mean, there'll be a little bit across the map. Damn, good chunk there, but coming back definitely helps. Let's even trade actually with the ultimate committed by 1xn.
This Cube was around, actually. It meant they couldn't full send again, which has been a problem because Cube's been significantly more useful on the map than Sheer has been so far as well.
Exactly. LNG macro is non-existent. This is the thing which we were a little bit... Well, we didn't get to see much of it in Nirvana, right? Because they just weren't pushed on it, right? Now the big chunk comes out of mid lane turrets, they get that crystallized. But yeah, this is the thing about Nirvana versus Ascend. This is our best Nirvana team versus our worst Ascend team. This should be the most uneven matchup, the most even matchup between our upper and the lower groups. But LNG have just not been pushed on macro, and W have had, 3 times the series that LNG have had to hone their macro through the split too. Now, W have had their asses handed to them throughout most of the split. Now, a reminder for those of you people who've not watched much of the regular split, WE were almost winless. They won a single series pretty much.
They went 0-16 in games before they won a game.
Yeah, and things went just off the rails for them. They didn't even get themselves their second series win. They only got a single series. They went 1-14 over the course of the regular season, and their only win, I believe, was versus was it versus IG? Yeah, it was versus struggling IG. 1xn caught out here.
Oh, wonderful combo there as at the side of this Monkey tries to get on top of Croco, who does Cyclone briefly, but will still fall to Karis. Nice pickup. That'll be Baron as well.
This is the team that went 1-13, but I don't think it matters. The second part of that tangent is W still impressed in a lot of those games, and LNG, I think they're coming up against a real opponent here, Sam. I think this is where the game truly breaks. Almost a 3,000 gold lead on Karis after the Baron goes down, I'd imagine. I think LNG have screwed it, Sam. They needed to do more in that early game jungle.
I want to see a replay here because I think Croco and Missing were around. So how was it that 1xn ends up being... Yeah, because Croco's in this bush, so they think they're fine to walk up.
I suppose they do. I mean, Cube...
Oh, he just left the bush now.
I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, that's not on 1xn at all. That is fantastic from Cube, and they certainly have a flash follow-up from the Akali. Nothing you can do about that. Wonderful angle from the Scion. That's a bit of magic.
Yeah, because Croco leaves to go take the Scuttle Crab, right? And then you can have the vision, but because they don't have a ward in that bush, they don't see the Scion, and 1xn dies. Baron goes over, 4,500 gold lead, and WE with this game in the palm of their hands.
So, WE, 5k ahead. It's 2.5k gold lead for Karis. I don't think LNG can defend this mid lane turret, and now you're getting to the point where W can kind of dive with impunity with the amount of extra gold that they have. There's a Seekers on Karis. You're not going to explode that Akali very well. You can survive around to potentially an E cooldown or a Q cooldown. Very, very nasty now.
TPing in. They might try and play this Hound to About, who does need to flash E away. Does successfully escape.
Gets the hand check. Does that quite well, even on the the online games here. It's low ping, but gotta test them anyway. As you said, we're not on stage here technically today. We're playing online here for our play-ins. Because actually when it comes to the break, you'll see more of us basically. Haha, we're the visuals now. Bot lane in and turret will be taken. WE really impressed with how they've approached the map stand. They've been very good at getting the side lane turret stand. They've been very good at getting themselves onto objectives, and LNG have not had answers.
No, and I don't think we've seen very many proactive moves from LNG outside of that early dragon contest, and that's been problematic because I'm looking at their comp and I'm seeing significantly more early game pieces with an Annie and the like, and on the other side again, the other ones with the Scion, the Nami, the double diving combo of the Akali Vi as well, are going to be incredibly potent in the mid game, and that has proven to be the case. Now at 5,500 gold, so point, this game looks pretty unwinnable, bluntly, for LNG.
A bit, yeah, it does a bit. So WE, I mean, very impressive. Let's think about that American Psycho thing. Impressive. Now let's see the...
Let's see John Allen's card, yeah. The tasteful off-white.
So many versions of that scene I've seen around the internet. I've never actually seen American Psycho,
I think it's one of those movies that has become more and more popular. At the time, even the book especially, was kind of notorious for being almost too graphic to print kind of angle.
Yeah, it was meant to be like a deconstruction of certain psyches. Yeah. WE, potentially getting jumped onto. This is the guy with the Seekers, though.
Level 16, the CC change is pretty decent. Gets interrupted, has to go golden. This could still be a very dead Akali here. Does just about get out. The damage is not quite there.
It is. He dies. Sam, he dies there. It's just out of Fog of War, so he does go down. See the little Everything flying back from him goes down to the last Annie-Q.
You're absolutely right. I saw the Annie-Q go, and I saw the little flicker back, but I didn't hear a kill confirmed thing. I just had to wait for the kill feed, and I got a little bit baited at. My bad.
Okay, all right. I thought with the Seekers it'd be totally fine. Absolutely not. Great damage coming through from Bulldog and Croco. But that play had to come through 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
This is 25 minutes in now. This is after the Baron's gone down, after there's 3 dragons for WE. It's just a little too late. It kind of came down to WE, playing around objectives and side lanes a lot better. Now LNG find themselves, it's a bit of a stemming of the bleeding, but it doesn't feel really good at all. I thought that was Ral, that's Lucian.
Yeah, it's just the whatever the I don't actually know this. It's not the Dark Water one. There's a certain Bloodborne element, isn't there?
There is. God, there was that one specific
Sunken
movie.
Shadows, thank you, Trinity.
Yeah, there was that one movie from the early 2000s which really influenced Bloodborne. What was it? Brotherhood of the Wolf or something like that? Early 2000s, kind of like vampire hunter slash Matrix kind of film. It's like a 2.5-hour very long film, but apparently you look at the front cover and you're like, okay, yep, that's Bloodborne. That is right? Bloodborne. Like the whole the leather coats which stretch up to the nose, and then
with the tricorn hat. Yeah.
Like, okay, this is in fact just Bloodborne. Yeah. Anyway, go watch that movie if you want more Bloodborne related action.
Yeah. One of these days we'll get the Bloodborne remake or sequel.
So the thing is, the director of Bloodborne was like, people have asked and I've kept turning them down because I need the remake to be perfect.
Yeah.
That's why it's been turned down basically so many times.
Yeah.
And he basically said, I'm too busy to do it myself. So if someone else wants to make it, it better be damn good, and no one's impressed me yet, basically.
And I think, like, for all that Demon Souls is really good. In fact, the studio that make it got shut down, which is a real shame, I think.
Oh gosh, I didn't realize.
I'm fairly certain, yeah.
Knowledgeable on that one. Probably about to, just check that WE's keyboards are still connected. They are, and they'll click back. Because that's the mouse actually here. That's how you use it. Unless you're using WASD.
Don't think I've seen anyone use that in Pro yet.
No, not in Pro. Although it does raise a question of, can someone go Pro with that, and if so,
can they do it with the steering wheel though?
Oh, well, no, not everyone has my goat thumbs. Not everyone, Right, 3 items through from mid AD carry from WE, and from jungle as well, actually. I mean, WE should realistically not be losing this game at this point. You're 6k up, you've got luxury gold. Maybe there's a mega engage from Bulldog and Croco, but that's literally the only thing I can see turning this game.
That'd be the idea.
Wonder if they would use Wes. I don't think anyone in their right mind would ever use Wes Pinchless. I mean, I know it's diagonal movement, but if they use Wes, then something horrible has gone wrong. So, did everyone see the? Oh, I think I talked about this on stream before. Did everyone see the controller support for League, where if you go WSD, you can play with the controller? And that means you can spin Rumble's Flame Spitter around in circles and kind of get every take of Flame Spitter onto everyone around you.
Which is quite funny.
It's not useful, but it's it's slightly useful. It's not very useful, but it is very funny.
You can turn yourself into a Catherine wheel.
Yep, same with Corki, especially the Firecracker Corki. Firecracker Corki, that's the one. The Chinese New Year one. Very cool.
Go Pro with a Guitar Hero controller, Night Start. That's why I know you're the GOAT.
Did you, oh gosh, well, it'd be a tangent too far perhaps, but the Elden Ring player that beats Elden Ring playing 2 different copies of the game at once, one on a Guitar Hero controller, one on Dance Dance Revolution.
People have built some very crazy controllers to beat Elden Ring. Someone doing it with their mind was the wild one.
What? That's
literally just meant neural impulses.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Right, my mind is telling me we should talk about Dragon.
Yeah, that's going to be quite
and my neural impulses are telling me that it's up in 20 seconds, and there are still those 3 items to the side of WE. And while there is 3 items for 1xn, I don't think you can do the damage, really, to overcome an entire team of WE being ahead.
Harris shoving down on this side lane, though, is going to get a fairly decent chunk onto this turret. That could get a bit spicy. Does have TP, so can join pretty rapidly. It's got the Zonya's completed as well. This could get pretty important.
Sheer trying to hold open the flank here. Level 17 does have a slight lead over the side. Here comes Monkey, though.
1xn flashed away, does so well, but then the cease and desist follows, and that's likely going to be 1xn's dead. Buys a fair amount of time, but still falls. The Mega Gnar into the wall, gets the GA. Karras is low, but they've blown up the Wukong. LNG just can't keep their AD carry alive. They're coming from every angle under the sun.
That's not 1xn. WE are just too creative, and LNG do not have enough vision to protect the AD carry. They're going to chase down for more kills. Shit, not gonna have the HP to survive. WE, I don't think they'll even start for the Dragon at this point, Sam. I think they just want the Nexus.
Yeah, I think they do. Karras comes from the flank angle. Monkey was waiting from another, and at that point, there is nowhere to go. You have to contest the Dragon. You can't afford to give up soul. Unfortunately, give up your souls, and that means that the Nexus is in the eyes of WE with a near 10,000 gold lead. Bulldog goes golden, but that's a little ironic because it should be silver. You're second best in this game one.
All right, game one goes to WE very handily. 1xN comes out of base. This bot lane, actually, WE not going to be able to finish the Nexus. 1xN jumping forwards. Karras has ult though, and well, it was going to be a brief delay. I think with the AD carry dead again though, LNG will well and truly be put to the sword.
Yeah,
WE this time will take game one.
Bulldog TP'd in, looking to get behind. I get the thought process. You throw the Hail Mary out. Unfortunately, the ball lands squarely in the hands of the defenders, and nothing comes of it for the side of LNG, who find themselves, as we noted, 0-1 down to dub. 2 months, just decide to say, hey, I'd like to support these content creators. Really does help with our ability to potentially push for getting more ads or more sub revenue from those of you who do choose to get subs. We're about halfway there on the way to Partner Plus, so please do help out on that front. We've got no Gyos because it's online. That means we can talk about these early level ones fairly aggressively, which we may need to.
Perhaps. So let's get ourselves into early game of this. Monkey going for an early invade, no surprises there.
Shouldn't surprise. Hello, Pillow. Good to see you. There comes that ward down onto the Raptors. Being super crazy there with the runes DFT.
I think as soon as you see there's a bit of a defense around that top side, you go, okay, you don't actually want to match up against a Trundle level 1. Now Trundle's going to sit back on that blast cone, gonna make sure he's going on to that red buff early. Monkey starting on his own Raptors with the E start. Wanted to start enemy Raptors, instead we'll just find his own ones, being more than okay with that. But Elysian wants to avoid the Trundle in individual fights and then just work his way around him with his extra mobility to try and get into the lanes early.
Yeah, because of course W have got a tanky team, but one of the issues is that one of those tanks will get subjugated. You can't subjugate the Alistair, but his tankiness, oh my days, that was nearly a very nice angle from missing. Good backstep was required, headbutt into the wall from 1xN, but it'll still be the level 2 here of this minion for LNG.
Yeah, and yes.
Whoops.
Well, yes, that the end of the first 3 melees from the second wave, so still got a couple to go from that one. So 1xN missing. Ooh, land the hook this time. There you go. And the level 2's almost in. Just get it now, but not enough time for that trade.
Still, the Cultivation Spirit comes on down, and the damage is still slightly frustrating. Nice defensive work there from Ura, and of course, the Lee Sin is doing what the Trundle, I suspect, will be doing, which is resetting after the first 3 camps in order to get those early buys.
Yeah, get the longsword in. It definitely helps you with your ability. I mean, Monkey did this in the last game, right, just for a Ruby Crystal, but I think we didn't see it so much in the last game, but I think the theory still holds true, especially for a team like WE, which is you really want to fight early as this team a lot of the time. It's where they find a lot of their success. So getting that early recall in for the early stats helps.
Bulldog does get the cannon, but loses a lot of his HP bar to do so. May be forced to reset here, even with the Door and Shield second win, fleet footwork. Please let me survive the early laning phase, dear God combo, but so far unsuccessful. So, Cube going to get that reset. He managed to shove beyond the Rumble early on, and Cassante does have that ability, at least first 4 or so levels, to kind of get some shove into the Rumble. Rumble does need a little bit of AP and a couple levels in the Flame Spitter before he can start to really get the Cassante under tower.
A number of years ago, I want to say 2023 or 4, they really hit Rumble's Flame Spitter damage to minions to stop his early laning phase being so obnoxious. Now, but not that he can't always find value of that either. Trading hook for CC. This is the Alistair Nautilus matchup. You just stand in front of your AD carry, you lose a bit of HP, but you don't die, whereas your AD carry might.
Yeah, little roam in there to look at some wards from the mid jungle of WE. Bulldog resets, picked himself up the dagger and a control ward, and so that'll have to do for now. I know this laning phase is kind of going to be a little sucky. I want to go down 10 CS, and that'll be the end of it, hopefully.
Although I have to say, Bulldog does need to have gold. He is a crucial part of this comp. Yeah. Having the Nautilus helps. I like the backwards vision plant there from Monkey, by the way. Just make sure that no one's got vision on his jungle. Don't always see that.
Half-Maker's got used. That means Dark Cube's a little bit shy on options here. He can get pillared and things get tricky. Holding on to some damage. The chomp comes on down. The Antofa Strikes is there. The flash away, but there'll be a pillar after. Nowhere to go. And Cube surely goes down. Another Pathmaker gets himself out to safety, potentially. The damage, the chomp, the flash. And Croco and Crew get the kill topside. Shit. Sheer with first blood.
Takes an extra 2 flashes, but he does end up getting the kill there. Does Sheer. Now, Cube using the extended dash range of the E to an allied target, in this case a minion, to give himself a fighting chance of living. That was pretty close, all things said and done. Does still die, does still end up losing half a wave to the tower, so that is a good win there for LNG, with the Rumble getting ahead. Missing that coming out to see the Raptors being taken away. We'll clear away a pink ward as well, but not before the camp is taken away.
That's the plan. Cube gets TP back in, has got steel caps early, which is very obnoxious for the Xante. Actually, very obnoxious into this game, because it means the Jhin and the Lee Sin are going to really struggle, actually, to deal with this Rumble.
Now, early boots have always been good for Rumble. It's just been the question of which boots are they over the last few years. You know, do you still go for the pen boots? The answer has been quite equivocally, no. You don't just go for pen boots like you used to do in the first 10 years of Rumble's history of a champion. You do go towards something more like the Swifties in some cases, some matchups. Like, remember Udyr? The Udyr matchup? You sometimes would take Swifties into the Udyr to stop getting paced out as hard. And then now with steel caps lanes, you do get a ton of value. Any lane in which you get steel caps is really, really valuable.
Bulldog resets on the cannon wave, still loses half the wave, unfortunately. Missing did try to hold it, but unfortunately was able to stop that for Bulldog. With a little bit with that Alistair combo onto the Nautilus, force Missing to back away, so doesn't get to catch all of that wave, and importantly the cannon minion, but still gets to pick up some of the wave. Has got the early berserk greed now as well, which does feel much better into the rise, because spacing him and his kind of overload combos can be important.
I do wonder how much playing online affects these teams, because we don't, well, I've not really seen as much of them playing online. Of course, they have been playing some games online, but it's very different from seeing them playing the stage games of LPL. Of course, every single game is on stage there, and LNG and W, they have their own arenas, so they play both in Xi'an and then in Suzhou for LNG. So both these teams quite used to their own setups in person, but playing online does unlock some of these more teams which are on the fringe or have been struggling a bit more to make some bigger plays. And Monkey did just leash off that level 6, and there's a realm war.
Okay, Missing's now left under this turret. I think he's going to be left here to die. Just flash away. I don't know to what end. Overcomes 1xN, and the Ignite gets the kill for Ura. Karis takes a lot of turret shots, though. That makes things potentially a bit spicy, as Monkey just managed to ward off the potential Yone damage.
Yeah, Karis getting a lot of aggro there. I think the initial flash away from the CC from Missing was quite good, although Monkey does have kick. 1xN stayed around, and no one else is here to help him.
Let's get kicked to the wall. The Deadly Flourish is flashed away from, and actually 1xN survives. Now Bulldog comes back, but he's kind of been doing a bit of a ring around the rosy. He doesn't get a lot done here. 1xN at least survives with a good backstep, but had to burn the summoner.
The Q didn't hit from Monkey, so he didn't have the Q follow-up for real kill threats, and a flash away from that CC, as you mentioned there, worked quite well for 1xN. Both 1xN and Missing, I guess, playing a little better than you'd expect for Jose. Thank you so much, Mobile Legends, appreciate you. That name does make me laugh an awful lot. Spamming an LNG win in chat there from for that sub. Well, LNG, I hope they make this a good series, Sam. This should be the most close series between them.
Oh, this could get a bit dicey. Sheer doesn't have his flash still, but does about get to run away. The Deathfire touch and the equalizer slow is enough.
Yeah, as you were saying, this should be the most equal matchup in play-ins. WE were very strong in game 1, though. That does get me a bit worried.
Yeah, and again, because of Missing's roams, actually, they managed to get a lot of traps down, a lot of vision down, and then the double dive meant the 1xN lost about a wave and a half down there. It gets about to an assist and an early CS lead that wasn't there before that play bot side, so that's potentially quite important, because I do think managing to keep this bot lane down can be a big deal for WE, because LNG are often very reliant on 1xN to be a genuine additional threat. For all that we tend to say that they live and die by Croco, one of the things they've always been able to rely on is Isham being scary. The hook lands onto Uro. Doesn't have that level 6 yet, but does have a little bit of aftershock. That, no, he's got spellbook value. I apologise. A little bit of the heal from the tramp is what was giving him that heal.
Grog's being started up on WE, and I'm aware that we started early today, folks. So one thing which I did just yesterday was basically create a Google Calendar for the LPL playoffs. So it'll be time zone sensitive. If you want to catch up with these games and catch them on that, go check out the link I just posted in chat. That's basically a calendar for all of our upcoming games. We don't have the exact matchups, right? So it'll just be round 1 or round 2 of playoffs. But for play-ins in the first round, we'll know a little bit more about that sooner rather than later. So back into the game here. Croco, once again, Sam, I don't think is doing a crazy amount in terms of jungle matchup. He did get that 1 kill onto Cube top lane, but that's not ended up being consequential. to the point which I think they would have loved. It's not been bad, right? I mean, Sheer has the biggest gold lead on LNG. It is a nice one there, but I don't think it's game-changing Sam in a way which I think I'd normally expect from Croco from his games from both last split and then coming into Nirvana this split.
Yeah, I somewhat agree with that. Of course, did just pick up the Dragon as well, so not like there's been nothing. And you know, you are looking at a team with things like the Yone, which is going to take a little bit to come online. Nice little hook there from missing onto Ura, who does of course have that deadly thrush. We'll get CC briefly, but the damage is just not there right now for WE to threaten the Nautilus at this point.
And I think one of the big things is just that this isn't a composition from LNG where W just slaughter the poor AD carry who doesn't have any protection, and then they just walk away with a one team fight potential play on the Karis who's been stopped in his recall.
Get the Q3, the Mortal Steel comes on through, dodge on that Sonic Wave. The damage is decent back and forth, but the Deathfire Touch actually makes things a bit spicier. And nice, at least now with the Vamp Scepter, Bulldog can stick around in lane that little bit longer.
Yeah. But I think that LNG having Bulldog on something like the Yone, I mean, the Annie wasn't bad from him. One of the problems about LNG, I say one of the problems, one of the concerns about them is, hey, look, Bulldog is quite a typecast player.
Has to flash, Death Charge comes on down, the damage is still good, and Croco hits him with that giant club.
That is disgusting. That's a great hook from missing. They get the pillar, which forces the safeguard, and then the hook cancels the safeguard. No way out. Flash down from Monkey. Dies very unceremoniously there. Does get comboed himself now coming out of the brush.
We'll get ourselves a brief little advertisement break, but it's all the while flash out from missing. The Realm Walk came from Karis, but that's actually going to mean Bulldog gets a plate or two mid. It'll just be the single one, but he can potentially zone off this rise from his wave.
It feels like Croco and Missing are now starting to get into the game a little bit more now. Get into the enemy jungle in a way which we just didn't see very much in that last game, where Croco would go into the enemy jungle, but he wouldn't have the backup to make anything of his early lead. LNG get something pretty nice for themselves there. WE starting to, I think they should start getting a little flustered now, so if they aren't already. I'm getting quite worried for WE, where Bulldog is now even in gold. I think Yone, if Yone is coming out of early game even, you got a problem most of the time, especially in a composition with a Rumble. You get a good ultimate, effectively teamfight's over at that point, even if you have a tankier team.
And I'm a little nervous here as well, because Cubes had to go towards a lot of early magic resistance. That's a Negatron Cloak, that's a Null Magic Mantle. I'm likely expecting something like some Merc Treads then, looking at this. Kainic Rooken's probably a consideration, but it means that Subjugate plus Magic Resist build, Bulldog, 1xN, Croco could just annihilate this Cassante in any team fight.
Exactly, and that's the tankiest member of the team. Now, of course, the Alistair can survive a Trundle ultimate. This is something that which we've talked quite a lot on this channel about the years, is that the two best supports in the game in terms of tanks into the Trundle are Alistair and Braum, because they have tankiness not based on resists. They can do it through the shield and through the ultimate from the Alistair, which the Trundle can't deny with his own ultimates.
Third wave, the LNG are dropping bot, by the way, because WE are sending people down in force. There's not really a lot that LNG can do. They have to backstep here. They can't play the 2v3 particularly freely. Trundle's coming now, but I think it's a little late. Dragon's in 13 seconds, though, so a lot of resource from WE just burned to get towards that Gromp. Will that matter now with LNG on the better reset timing? Monkey goes in. That's potentially really stupid. The Death Charge comes out. The Arc of Ruin, the flash over the wall. 1xN gets the kill, and you might be able to make your will unbreakable, but your spirit, my friend, your spirit is anything but.
You can break my mind, but you can never break my spirit. Wait. Ah, the spirit!
They had to use the equalizer for that for better timing. Just amuses me a lot.
Oh, God. Sheer will get himself his second kill of the game. WE will take a couple of big losses there. Monkey flying in, tries to get himself a big play, but you're flying into an early game Trundle. That was never realistically going to work out. Bad mistake from Monkey, who this time I think he's going to be the jungler who's snowballing behind him.
And I have to say, I think anyone who's watched Monkey this split in particular, the early phases from WE, Monkey's lost his head a few times this split, guys.
So they try and combo it up with a Jhin W. If the Jhin W lands, does it change anything? Well, he's not in range for this, so it's not like they're even pushing it just as he flies in. Jumps over the wall, 1xN, I mean, credit to him, realizes, yep, that's an angle I can flash forwards in, and Urho's then caught up behind enemy lines, good couple of kills. And now suddenly Croco is very far ahead, and WE, they don't have a great comp to deal with Trundle, actually.
Everyone's quite short range, with the exception of the Jhin, who doesn't have the most fun at Trundle in general.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's like, well, everyone's quite short range, except the person who's long range, who still doesn't do damage into him, but at least he's not short range.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay safe from him, right? Relatively speaking, like you don't have the most fun with pillar, but theoretically you shouldn't be at risk of that too much. Good trap placements, good W's, Ghost Blade. Should be okay to run away from the Trundle, theoretically.
Yeah, LNG in a much happier spot. Now we get to see them tested on mid-game again. This is actually a really important game for me to see how the rest of the series is going to go, because, you know, they lost that first game. A lot of it was on quite a chill early game, and then they lost out through mid-game macro. And now we've come out of the early game of seeing LNG with a lead. Can they get themselves a good mid-game if they're ahead from lane and from jungle? That's a big difference maker.
And of course, they're the team that have got Dragon stacking this time. They don't have to give up the second Dragon. That does help out here. I actually think as the game goes on, they're going to be very potent in the mid-game. I don't think they're going to worry too much about their scaling either. Again, things like this Yone are going to be able to match a lot of the scaling I'm seeing on the side. I think the Trundle will be largely better than the Lee Sin later on, even if, of course, you've still got to worry about things like Rise. Even Jhin later on can be pretty scary as well.
Okay, so, about sadly getting the short end of the stick here has gone for... you know, the lethality build to try and get himself some mobility early from the Ghost Blade. And the problem is you're just not going to be able to damage the Trundle very easily, are you?
And the other thing is that W put like multiple attempts into bot lane. Multiple attempts into bot lane. And it earned them a CS lead, sure. But they got 1 kill onto missing out of, you know, 3-4 waves worth of tower pressure that didn't lead to all that much. In fact, cost them a kill onto Monkey.
Bulldog will clear out a wave there in the duration of the E. That's the thing with Yone that you can do once you start getting up in attack speed. Just going to use your E, full clear a wave safely at that point, can ping out like a LeBlanc as well. Going to have that Herald going down on the other side of the map in favor of LNG. That's a big problem for WE. Not that they could do much about it, because they weren't really in position to look for a big fight there. But that Herald is a big power tool that LNG can now use to either break open the map or look for a battle Herald to get one decisive crushing blow in a team fight.
It might not be bad to use that around this dragon fight. Sure, the pillar just about doesn't catch Monkey in an awkward spot. This attempt doesn't lead to all that much. WE very heavily investing into the river right now, but LNG throw all their members into the mid lane. I think I meant WE in the river, my apologies.
Does Trundle ult take base stats? Yeah, it does take base stats. It just takes whatever raw value your resists are at that point, basically. Just to steal your AD with the Q as well. Not in the best spot there. I was actually a little worried for him for a second. At least WE have summoners up. If they can get themselves a good kick flash, maybe there's a play to be made.
Okay, Missing's likely dead here, actually. He does try to hook himself away, will die to that fourth shot. Goes in, the headbutt, the pulver, but the equalizer's dangerous. Q3 over the wall, puts Cube into a tricky spot, but he is still relatively tanky. Where's the subject? The ult comes over the fate seal. Damage is good on the Trundle, who's dragged away from the team, and WE get a really good set of kills.
They do. Missing was very far out of position, doesn't get to cast his ultimate before he goes down, and 1XN doesn't have the damage to shred through the team fight just yet. Great play by particularly Monkey and about to start that off, but WE conserving their cooldowns for an important fight. This is a crucial stratagem in the LPL toolbox, which is cooldown economy. You want to make sure you have all your tools available for the biggest fight, and LNG, they didn't pull the Battle Herald for that. They didn't use it in that situation. I wonder whether that would have been the right call, actually. Bring out the Herald early so you could use it as a fighting tool. Just put it down here, see if something can come of it. You know, Missing gets caught up very, very early. And just look how the shape of LNG just doesn't look good here. The flash of Missing doesn't make that any better either. Urha goes in with the ultimate. Cube starts putting that frontline work in. And 1XM doesn't have the damage yet to really be a tank killer, even with the Trundle ult in there. It's a great safeguard away, or sorry, flash away from Monkey. And safeguard back into it. Just look how much better the shape from WE is. More players on the same screen doing damage to the same
time. Alive we go. They burned a lot of summoners to W in that life. The triple pulverize will not save Urha's life. Dragon's about to spawn, and that actually means that WE, yeah, you use your resources, but I think your cooldown counting might have been done erroneously.
Yeah, LNG going to bring out the Herald mid lane as well. WE, they did get a great fight just before them, but it didn't transfer into anything. Potential fights onto Croco. They do get decent CC in there, in all fairness to them. With that, do they get to walk and do anything on the Dragon itself with the chunk onto Trundle? Perhaps he can go over towards the Wolves, though, and get some healing from both passive and jungle item from that. WE are going to start getting themselves onto that Dragon. Bulldog can teleport down as he wants.
Might just say we can give this up and instead play for the mid turret.
Well, I'll play for that top lane turret and the gold mid lane turret. They don't have enough of a shove on there. Would have loved to get the mid lane turret, of course. Great control tower to take away from the enemy team. I think now we've seen the whole kind of this kind of scene of the game play out.
Karis has got a Realm Warp and a Flash. Can they have any CC chain? No, they can't. And actually, with Cube being around with that footwork, Karis does get out alive.
Yeah, just that pillar able to cancel that Realm Warp. Good reactions there from Karis to understand that. But yeah, basically, as we're saying, once we've seen like the full implications of the play, I still think W come out on ahead. They get that Dragon, get a couple of kills. They end up yes, giving some gold over to Bulldog on the side lane, but they stop the Dragon stacking, especially with something like a Chemtech Soul for a Trundle. That can be a big problem, actually.
Yeah.
W aren't unhappy with that. Now the problem is you've got to do that again. It's not a decisive blow. You haven't ended the game here, right? You need to do that again around the next series of objectives, hopefully.
Karis is getting to the point where I think Seraphs won't be miles off. The Rower won't be a mile off either, fully stacking, and that could be a fairly big deal here in general.
So LNG still in control. Talked about how well WE played out that last sequence of events. That's why this game is now really important to check for LNG. Last split in play-ins, LNG could get early gold leads, and it just didn't matter. They weren't good enough at activating them, and WE would find macro ways back into the game, and they bluntly just were better at team fighting on the whole compared to LNG. Now we have 1xN, 2 items, we have Sheer on a good matchup for him, on something that can carry as well. LNG on the whole should have all the tools to blast open any team fight from this point. The Yone is online, the Rumble is online, and the Unai very much is as well. WE, they're going to have to find a way to slip the noose here. It's a difficult game today.
Whoa, Rocco Mega Blast goes in, but we'll be able to get that turret as a result and speed himself away. The Deadly Flourish is body blocked by missing, so the turret is taken by LNG. Fiend Hunter Bolt's done for 1xM, worth noting. And that turret going down mid lane is a fairly significant pickup. And again, I think we're also at the point where Bulldog is going to be not miles off that Immortal Shield bow, and we start to have another conversation about Yone beginning to become a true threat in this game as well.
And, you know, eventually Rise will be a threat too, particularly around the threat to mark with an Actualizer. The question is, you know, is the game going to still be being played at that point? 3 items is a long time. The thing about Rise as a champion, and I suppose Yone as well, right? They have these certain item breakpoints which you really want to play towards. For Yone, it's, you know, Bork first off, but really it's about the 2 item swipe when you get your first crit into your build, and then with Rise, it's kind of like, again, kind of like your 2 items and then your third one of the Actualizer. For the Rise, the good thing is obviously it's very hard to kind of stop him from getting to that point now, because he has good lane matchups, can just side lane for forever, and you can't really shut him down that easily because he's so tanky. Very hard to shut down this guy, just keeps walking at side lane turrets like this.
Nice little chunk there onto Karis, who eats a lot of damage. That's a good chunk there.
I'm just saying it, if that was a Syndra or an Orianna, she's dead.
Yeah.
Rise takes like a full combo from like a 1.5 item Yone. It goes, okay, I can shrug that off just about. I needed a reset anyway, right?
Problem is his Seraph's just converted and he just lost the shield.
Yeah, but he didn't have to flash because of that.
True.
The item has done its job, Sam. It's done its job.
And his summons are still up, so you know what?
Exactly.
You take that win.
He sat there, was like, oh, I could take an item and cool down. It could be worse. We'll recall, get himself back out onto the map, and you know, live to spell sling another day.
I think About's been quite wise here with a second item, Lord Doms as well, because the frontline from LNG is not that tanky, it's just HP stacking. There's a CC chain, is going to eat a lot of damage of his own right. TP's come flying, but this could be really rough for Cube, who just about footworks out of that.
It's a good disengage kick from the Lee Sin, which I think was necessary at this point. Good bit of a DPS check there on both sides. The Alistair ultimate, yes, it's helpful, but it's not going to make you truly invincible. As we need to cut to a title card when I say that, don't we? Dragon up in now in a minute. Yeah. Oh, God, good stuff.
What are we? Some kind of invin?
God, I mean, what are we? There was that and like, wow, that was fantastic. Say that again. There are a couple of those screens. God, there is some like superhero slot moments which are quite funny. There are like, they weren't good movies, but they were good. They were like funny pop culture moments in amongst them. Right, it's 30 seconds till Dragon. LNG really want to get their hands on this one. They don't have the subjugate up for this one right now, though, and that is a big difference for them.
Bulldog's picked up the Immortal Shield bow, and that means he's about ready to morph out at this team fight.
No, God, I forgot about that. The problem is, Sam, I actually don't have enough quotes from Madam Web, the worst of all superhero movies, to actually reference that. I just want you all in chat to know I was thinking about that spiritually.
Yeah, look, Morbius was at least memeable.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Monkey does have flash. Look, as much as I want to talk about this, Sam, Monkey does have flash.
Yeah.
He can make a huge play here.
Missing's going to face check. They're going to try and jump onto the Nautilus, who just get chunked briefly, but actually the aftershock comes on down. Now, is a bit of fun. As that equalizer tags onto 3. Now, Cube has to flash out and survives.
1xn pops the ult there, transcends the spirit. That's a big cooldown to use as well. LNG might have over-invested into this.
Nice to play this out. The Dragon gets a big chunk on down. A lot of ults to burn here from WE.
Okay, so Jhin in the back, trying to avoid the CC. Dragon
Missing.
into the wall.
That's a bit rough. The fake shield's knocked away, but the Q3 over the wall. They'll get the Dragon. Ura gets low and likely falls missing. Survives. Kick away on the rumble at a nasty flame spitter angle. The curtains get called. Cube goes down. Shear's likely dead. The Q3 onto Monkey over the wall. Deadly Flourish gets some damage. Croco likely dies, but the flash away the hook. And Missing will trade his life to get the rest of his team out. The Realm Warp coming on forward. 1xn in danger. Flashes out.
That is a messy team fight, and one that I thought that W were threatening to rip out of the hands of LNG. LNG will get themselves the Dragon, but about very nearly cleaned up the team fight there. In fact, I was even wondering if there's a flash fourth shot to be used at that point. Messy is the word which really encapsulates that one. Missing survived the initial entree, but then the second part of that fight, it kind of hooks into the team, really left LNG in the lurch, actually. Now, you can see that LNG really need that CC to land. They put down the ultimate, kind of panicked from the Nautilus, but then, I mean, the Nautilus, the Yai ultimate just doesn't land on the targets. If that lands, it's a much cleaner affair. But you can see how much damage they end up losing because Cassante's in the front line, the Subjugate wears off, and Monkey gets himself into the play while the Curtain Call is hitting low health targets. That's the real critical point there. The execute damage of the Jhin really becomes a threat.
And Missing survived, actually, as he said, that hook into the wall, and actually that hook afterwards to kind of delay the chase was really important. I'll give a couple things over there because Bulldog and Monkey both had two really good plays. Monkey kicking Bulldog mid-ult channel meant that the fake shield missed. That's why it went wide. And two, when Monkey went over the wall looking for his own angle, he got interrupted mid-Q2 by Bulldog's timed Q3 and nearly got himself killed that way as well. Yeah. Very, very close run stuff.
Yeah, shout out to prediction in Onivia calling it the Yone banana combo. that one I can vibe with. God, it's not the intentional banana combo, but it is a banana combo with the help of Lee Sin.
And I appreciate the fact that Bulldog still gets the Q3 over on a couple people afterwards. And at that point, LNG gets Soul Point. It's messy, but it's done.
Yeah, we've said that word a lot, but it is very, very appropriate for that fight. Okay, so LNG, pretty large lead for them, 2.5k. It's not a game-breaking lead, but it has led to 3 items for 1xn. They're going to start over the Baron now, and while W are just not in position, they're going to teleport in with the Cassante. I think they're going to be too late, though.
I think they are. Where is that Lee Sin? Not here yet. They can equalize briefly, can't get to the pit. Missing will buy the team the retreat as they lose one, but out with everyone else. The Realm Warp could be spicy, though. Here comes everyone. Big pulverize, but all the while Bulldog unbinds his soul. Damage is good on the backline. Monkey goes low, but not down. Bulldog rebinds his soul. The Q3 is going down, and the damage of the Flame Spitter is annihilating what remains of WE's health bars.
That is a Realm Warp into the next life. Goodbye. You've gone across the sticks by mode of public transportation. WE will lose almost everyone. Cube will be stopped on the recall. WE tried to clean up some Baron buffs, couldn't manage to do it. Cube will have his third dimension removed once more. It's just a little bit square to be in that situation. LNG will take everyone down and the Baron to boot.
No roots in those champions' particular kits, but the damage is still good. Well, look at this replay, because Missing says, get out of here, guys, I'll buy you time.
It does. Get behind me, I'll see you on the other side. It's a great Nautilus ult. It buys them enough time. And then the Realm Warp comes through, and they realize they have to take the Baron buffs off the table. But they go into a Clunk Flame Splitter. 1xn gets the Transcended Self split damage as well, and the AoE damage is too much. They do go on to Bulldog, but he just goes back to his Spirit, gets his E off before the cooldowns come through. I think About does make the right choice here to trade his life for 1xn. I don't really see what else you can do there. You got to take one of the Baron buffs off the table, I suppose, and he wasn't making it out alive from that point. Even with the flash, I think they could have chased him down. So at least his part in it, I don't think is really at fault. LNG, though, much better play. Very decisive Baron call. They have the Dragon in a minute. Much better macro compared to game 1.
Minute till Dragon, lots of gold to pick up 5,500 gold. And the problem is now as well, you've got 4 threats, because the Trundle's also a legitimate additional threat at 4 and 1. You're looking at Bulldog, 1xn, Sheer, all at very scary points of power. And a lot of turrets to pick up. Karras can try and split push for his life, and that's all well and good. But I think you're still likely giving up Chem Soul, and things get pretty spicy from there. WE try to shove up through mid lane with 3 members. I still don't think they'll be able to do much more than hold this wave in mid lane briefly. Missing does a decent job of CCing, chain his way out to safety. The kick comes on through, the Mikhails is there. And that probably means that Missing survives for a second or two longer, flashes away, the Q comes on board, they're flashing for this. Missing likely dies here as they full send towards this Nautilus, not bad from WE.
And we were just saying that LNG, you know, good macro for them. That was a big overstay in mid lane. As you know, even it's the Q assassin ball. I was checking the items there. Karis needs to be a little afraid. Subjugate goes down, and that is a dead rise if I've seen it.
Just about survives for now, but has to burn the flash. TP's coming on in, and again, Dragon's about to spawn. They burned a lot to kill off, of course, that bot laner. Sheer TP's in, it's not great, but the problem is the rest of the CCJ's looking rough. Damage is decent from Bulldog, but he can't get the kill he's looking for. Where is 1xN? He's in the river! What is going on, LNG?
He got zoned out by Cube. Cube pushes him backwards with the W, threatening the all-out, and 1xN can't do anything. We're just saying, look, LNG, much better macro. Well, obviously, that's not lasted through to this Dragon, as LNG are not going to be able to make critical use of the Baron, and they're probably losing the Dragon after this now. Croco is alive with Flash, but W, really good pounce in the mid lane. They just see people there with no ability for their teammates to join them, and they take them in a split fight. Great play from WE. They're going to get themselves the Dragon, deny the Baron buff, and now LNG, this is where the problems come through. This reminds me a lot of that play-in series from last split, Sam, where LNG get themselves a lead, but they can't capitalize on it. I thought the Baron had done enough work, but clearly not enough. I thought Karis would also just immediately die here too, but a good flash away from him saves his life.
It does when the TPs come in, but then basically Bulldog TPs one way, Sheer goes the other, and Sheer ends up in a 1v3, nearly 1v4 immediately.
That's not great from Sheer. Sheer could have just stayed back, had the extended engage range of the ultimates. The great thing about the Rumble, you can kind of engage from all distances. Big overstay, and then of course Croco and Bulldog, they had the wrong reaction to him coming out of there too. Great all out from Cube. Sorry, the all out wasn't threatened onto 1xN, but what happened before that was he was basically zoned out of the river. That's why he was in a little bit out of the play.
Yeah, and again, worth noting, Bulldog didn't quite catch his ult onto About either, so About got to survive the play, which is pretty frustrating. Sheer didn't have the teleport for the way, so he walked down the lane to get involved, but still really rough from him. And so LNG agreed to hold the turret in mid lane. They weren't expecting 4 members to just turn up out of nowhere, and it became a bit problematic. And now About is at 4 items himself.
1xN's of 4 items, About's of 4 items, both of them getting into that kind of late game multiplicative value of AD carries kind of going critical, really. Sheer does have a big lead, has himself a Zhonya's hook onto Monkey.
Hang on, Monkey doesn't get what he was looking for Say. He's just dead now. He loses the GA at the very least. Will likely be able to safeguard out. 1xN left low. The Arc of Ruin, the hook after the bait sealed. That's a bit better from LNG. All the while, though, About is kind of free firing. The problem is so is 1xN. And I think WE are running out of frontline real swiftly. The Pulverize buys a bit of time, but the overload and the bouncing grenades causing things a little bit spicy. Deadly Flourish comes on down. Monkey survives, but everyone else is not a very happy bunny.
It's about to say, actually, LNG thought they missed a lot of crucial skill shots in there, like the Yone ultimate. I thought that could actually be turned around again, because had that ult in the front line, but as he said towards the end of it, it felt like their front line just ran out of steam. But it's another reality check for LNG. You're not easily winning this game. You gotta fight for it. The only thing which saved them there is 1xN has a crucial dash backwards to stop the kick flash onto him. I'm sure we'll see a bit of a replay of that one too. Monkey went for the insec. It was only the quick reaction time of 1xN after he was tagged with that cube to get himself back out of that range of the angle for that kick flash, which saves him from being kicked into the team.
And he's still got flash, he's still got barrier. Didn't have to burn either. That's a huge step.
Yep, a Monkey, in credit to him, you know, he's 2k down, he's actually making big plays, very nearly made what would have been a game-winning play. If he gets a kick onto that Nymaera at that point, so I don't think we are going to get a replay of that now. If he gets that kick flash, probably does kill 1xN. That probably does change the game with it, because Baron is up and available. Now, that is the reminder for any of the upcoming fights is, you know, get a big enough fight and then... Look at the damn dub. It's like a... Oh god, that's a very Tim Burton aesthetic actually, this struggle one. But yeah, that's a real reality check for LNG, where realistically, you lose that fight, even though you've been ahead for the majority of this game. Game is over pretty much. We got a Baron push.
Okay, so we're going to try and start this play again. Monkey down his flash, down his GA could be significant. About's got his summoners, 1xN has his. Baron started LNG in the river, coming across.
Okay, so LNG need to get themselves a good Yone ult for once. I think they've been struggling with that. Baron's going low, and W just killed it! He steals it! Oh my god, Croco flashes for the steal!
And then Bulldog comes on in with the Q3, just kind of no life sit, comes on in, goes, yep, I'll take that one of those drive-by, and gets out! Delivery service!
I mean, it's just the no-look smite seal. Walks away, doesn't have the flash down. Now, I thought W had rushed this, Sam, and it's so hard to steal a Baron away from a Lee Sin. How the hell did that happen? I was ready to just like call up, say, oh, well, you know, W just get a Baron for free, but it's a great steal from Croco, potentially game-saving.
Oh, man, that's 2 big steals he's had now. Gets a Randuin on the reset into the chip.
That is quite the play to have made. That might genuinely save this game, because I thought, Sam, LNG were running out of steam a little bit. I thought that, you know, the team fights were getting harder despite the gold lead. Things were not going their way. Now they have a minute till the dragon. Croco is down flash. That is big for an immobile jungler. That could potentially cost him his life later. But we now just see the Baron. They thought they had all rights to get stolen away from them.
Yeah, 30 seconds on this dragon. We'll see what the decision is here from LNG. They may just say, look, we want to play with this Baron. We'll group up as 5 and say, yeah, you're not going to have all that much fun here. They don't have TP on Sheer. They do on Bulldog. And Bulldog at this point, we could do a little bit of a split push mission.
Dragon up in 20 seconds, we're devolving down into the, I don't know, the C-Ram, the Chinese A-Ram. So we all stand in mid lane, have a fun time of it, and we waltz towards an objective, and when the time is right, Bulldog charges up the Q3 up and Raptors goes over the wall.
And there's a hook on the other side. Monkey gets tagged about with the depth charge, means he's not doing any damage right now. Cubes left low and gets annihilated. I use that word a lot right now, but it's appropriate. Maybe we'll go with Vitrified because they're looking a little fragile. Glass-like indeed. Monkey desperate to at least get someone fight. Nothing. Karis goes golden. I've said it before today. I'll say it again now. You've gone golden, but you're really silver. Second best in the fight.
LNG steal the Baron and take a decisive fight in the mid lane a minute later. They won't need the soul. That'll be game. We will be going to an even series after just 2 games of it. Best of 5 here at 1-1. At least 4 games from our first series of playing.
That one tragic fight around the dragon. Baron play that nearly cost LNG some issues will not stop them from winning the game. Magical team fighting at the end of it all, even if sometimes they just need to pick their moments better.
Look, LNG still got a reality check in this game, as we were saying. Hello, everyone, by the way. Welcome back to us. They got a reality check. That was not the easiest game from them. However, they will even up the series. We will be getting at least 4 games today. And W
have that really fast bit of CC to pair up with the TF, because I think your CC is somewhat limited. So that into the Dusk and Dawn for a bit of healing might be my suspicion here for that TF.
Well, we'll have a see. We'll have a see. Right, let's get ourselves into it. No Gyros anymore. I see, it's throwing me off. I'm so used to the sub there as well.
Appreciate it.
Whose draft do I like? Whose draft do I like?
I'm going to put this out there. WE's much lower floor. So in the sense, it's easier to execute. And anyone gets a lead, you have a much more fun time of it. You turn to any team fight, you have a fairly good time of it.
What? Isn't the phrase higher floor? So like it performs at a higher floor?
No, higher floor means you got to reach a higher level to get baseline. Higher skill ceiling, lower skill floor is what you tend to want.
Yeah, and for LNG as well, you know, they're not going to blow out bot lane particularly easy with a Sivir Bard. I think LNG's comp's harder to play, and I think W have a lot better chemistry in team fights. I think LNG have gotten away with it from good individual plays, but I think the chemistry from W is much better on that point. Missing taking a lot of poke early on. On the whole, I'd give the edge to WE. Bulldog's got to make an impact, Sim. He's got to make an impact. And speaking of that player, obviously coming over from the LCK into the LPL this year, has been around for a little while, but there's been quite typecasters like the Tristana mid player. Doesn't really have a big champion pool, and that's persisted into LPL. We thought, well, you know, after split 1 and then going to split 2, and he's opened up his champion pool a little bit, but he now needs to be the main character on a Twisted Fate, which is not, you know, the AD carry mids which he used to succeed on.
No. Did get a decent Yone game off, actually. I thought that was fairly well managed on the whole. Who ended up getting MVP for game 2? I'm assuming it was Croco.
Croco with 100% of the votes.
Yeah, that makes sense. No real surprise on that front. We'll see exactly where everything times out, because I think the scaling becomes an interesting question here as well, because we saw these statistical graph there saying, hey, you're the team with the TF and the Shinzao. Mid-game spike is pretty good. On the other side, you have the team fighting as you get a bit later. That's going to be fairly potent. That said, Sivir and Zahen at 3 items plus is pretty terrifying.
It is, and especially when they're set up for with a gold card. 1 gold card is death at that point. So, yeah, late game, I still give it to W just because I think the AoE is just a little bit more consistent.
Yeah.
The Jarvan, Aurora, Nico, Varus, like you're going to be able to hit a lot of people, and No, Croco can press his ultimate and go very hard to kill. Not everyone's really got that luxury, really. So on the whole, I think, game one, I think W had the better draft. It was just kill 1xN, and 1xN didn't have enough peel or secondary threats to make sure that if he died, then the rest of the team could carry. Second game, LNG spread the damage out a bit more. So much of this year, I've criticized teams for... Buddy, where are you going? That minion's not going down a lane, Sam. It's a free minion.
So... see where that all works out. It turns out it really doesn't, guys. Good fun, though. It does go on that little roam. We'll see. The Monkey's going to get double scuttles. Croco to path very, very defensively. Basically, because he knew he had no shove in any lane. So just sort of had to give up those scuttle crabs, not looking for the fight there. Because I think it would have been a bit dubious, to say the least. He's now going to put a ward down here and get his wolf respawn and call that quits.
Yeah, Monkey... a little bit quicker, obviously, on the clear so far. Croco, well, I actually thought this series would be more AD carry centric, because 1xN is now going to get run out by both About and Urha.
Have that the spell shield to block the piercing arrow, so we'll be well enough there. Worth noting, 1xN did get an early reset for the Cull, About to run the teleport, so might get back into lane with a tier of his own.
Worth noting there as well, though, if Urha had hit that Q, the spell shield would have gone onto the Q of the Nico, not the Varus, and he would have taken a ton of HP in trade. The heal was used for that speed up, very nearly a good chunk in that bot lane, of course. About in split 1 played a ton of Varus, and, didn't look bad, but then again, everyone's meant to look good on Varus, so...
Yeah, it was the champion he looked best on, shall we say, but it wasn't a very good split 1 at all from About. I think split 2 was been better, particularly the second half.
I've seen a ton of criticism for About in this split, and some of it, especially when it comes to late game positioning. I mean, not gonna fault them all for that, but I do think that on the whole, About has taken way too much flack for a team that's been failing rather than his own individual level in this split. Because I think that actually, in terms of laning phase, throughout most of this regular split, I actually think About's been alright, especially compared to split 1, where split 1 About was not good. I'm very surprised he got Rookie of the Split from split 1, especially over some of the players like Feng Yue, who I thought was a lot better of him, especially considering he was playing in Group Ascend. Bat in split 2, WE in split 2.
Crocker that has to flash. Here comes a TF on her. Has just burned his summoners. Flash over from Crocker to get involved. The last auto would do it. There's a 3 talent strike, and Shinzao gets first blood.
We asked Bulldog to have an impact. First ult of the game, right on its tick over. Gets a great play in bot lane. Gets the flash and the kill onto Urha. Urha's been one of, I think, the heroes for WE across the split, despite the failures of Team WE. Urha's actually been very good despite a lot of that. Goes down for that first blood, though. Out of position, was not respecting it, but here comes Monkey onto missing. One kill, has that magical journey.
Yeah, should be able to get out. 1xN's going to delay his reset a touch there as a result, though. I don't think it'll mean too much, but still, slightly annoying. Bulldog dropped about 4 or 5 minions there because of that play bot. TP'd to the mid lane just before that, so not the best timing of all time, but does get to go back for Swifties and is therefore back in lane soon enough.
Okay, so Dragon started by Monkey. Again, a little bit ahead of Croco in terms of farm, close to that level 6, importantly, because of that, the Croco with the first blood puts him ahead in gold.
The reset timing from 1xN being interrupted actually will cost him half the way of the play, actually.
Which is important. That is important. You did manage to get back for that BF sword. The BF sword means that the lane is now much more playable, though. Your wave clear is a lot better. You do get that double Q. Suddenly you're actually matching in terms of poke in some cases as well. It's on a longer cooldown. It's a little harder to hit than the Varus, but still worth noting there too. First play away from mid lane now. Going to be there from Bulldogs. Happy for him to get a little bit of extra gold there. Of course, TF prints gold with his passive. Some of that gold lead. Don't trust it. Ult onto missing. That could be a kill angle.
Going to get the heal. He flashed away just about as far as 1xN throws down the ult. Now begins to trade back pretty well here. Actually, the spell shield a little bit ugly. But now About's in danger. The auto's come on down. He's got a barrier. Is in danger. No flash. Will not fight the roots. The boomerang blade comes on through. 1xN where the auto stands and delivers. Ricochets his way to 2 kills.
1xN makes 2 ex-bot laners of About and Urha. 1xN, we've been waiting to see if he'd turn up in this series well and truly. Game 2 on the Yunara looked good. Now, early game on a lane which you're not supposed to blow out, gets a double kill in the 2v2 on the Civic.
They full send at the Bard, don't get the Bard, and then at that point, 1xN gets to stand and deliver with the ult rolling, and he gets so many ricochets.
Yeah, that was nasty from him. So what were we just saying? The BF sword makes this lane playable. You said, well, he loses half a wave in a plate, and that was a worry. A very, very valid one too. Immediately makes good on it. Says, you know, I can lose a bit of that gold, a bit of that XP. Sure, I'm just gonna kill him when I come back to lane. And now 1xN on the Civ is ahead in the scaling department. One of the big things about LNG that we learned through Group Nirvana, both in Split 1 in Group Perseverance and now in Split 2 in Nirvana, is this, they're very good laners now. They're very good individual players. We said we're worried a little bit about the chemistry of the team in terms of macro and in terms of some team fighting as well. But you don't doubt 1xN as an individual player particularly.
Yeah, because again, the issue that we ran into, and this is a conversation we might have now while we're seeing Jungler's topside, and I don't think about it's going to get doped. He is actually. We'll just hold on this. I think it'll be the invade, so we can have this conversation.
Yeah,
I got a little nervous for a second or two.
There was no wave behind the Civ, so it would have been fine at that point. They are going to go for an invade though, which is nice for them.
But what the slightly delayed point was that what we said for LNG was like, in Group Nirvana, they could all but guarantee very good early gold leads because they would just be better laners. And a result, going up against Group Ascend teams, they wouldn't get the early lead advantages that they were used to, and then would struggle to play out the mid games against Group Ascend teams because they just weren't used to that game state, and it became very problematic for them, even if they were good players, and hell, not even a bad team, because they just didn't have the experience and skill set to deal with that kind of game state.
And now you look into this game. I mean, About and her very nearly one shot missing. It got turned around into a double kill, and we were just saying, actually, bot lane for WE across this split, it's not a good split for WE, but bot lane were probably the best part of WE when they were struggling. Now, as you come through to the later part of it, I actually think topside has managed to stabilize very well with Monkey coming back in after his substitution crisis, really, where he felt like he wasn't playing very well, and I think just needed that break. It's done him a fair amount of good, and I think topside in general has done a lot better. And we return now to, sadly, a bot lane which is not living up to how they were playing for a lot of this split. Dragon in 2 minutes, that'll be a little while off now. Bit of a gold lead for Bulldog in mid lane again. Kind of Prince gold with that passive. LNG waiting for that next ultimate to really land home somewhere. That TF needs to be that control tower for LNG. And we were wondering whether that TF would be the game breaker for LNG. Could it flip a top lane matchup? Could it get bot lane onto the board? Oh, really, bot lane's done that quite quickly themselves. And you were right, by the way, it's going to be that Titanic Hydra first from Crocker. He really does like his aggressive builds on the Shinzao, and that'll allow him that immediate CC and potential AP follow-up as well, which makes a lot of sense given that TF is not highest damage, and that means that Crocker's a bit more free to go towards a bit more magic damage, because they're probably not going to build as much towards it themselves. Minute now till Dragon, since we've been yapping. And LNG, on the whole, have a lot of their cooldowns available. Sheer's ultimate, the only one missing.
Eyes on that, you're absolutely right. I'm middle of doing some social media rituals in terms of saying, hey, we're live, guys, please come watch us. Meant to do earlier, and I didn't, because it was early and I got distracted. What can I say? See who decides to contest for this Dragon. I think 1xN with those kills will likely have indeed a Stormrazor first item on the Civ. Wants that move speed. And you know what? Considering the game state, considering what he's into, that extra bit of move speed differential could be quite significant.
Oh, gosh. So, Dragon now very much close to spawning. WE really want to get themselves onto that objective. Did say that W's AoE team fighting really quite harsh. LNG, they might be feeling it a bit heavily in this one, Sam. We really need to pay attention to WE's AoE engage here. Really have that ability to knock LNG out the first team fight. I think because of that, LNG are actually not choosing to fight for this. They just decided, look, we're not going to the 5v5 early.
No, I think that's probably wise, actually. Look, you can give up that second dragon. It's a little bit annoying. In fact, I think WE also got the grub, so that is potentially the best in that sense, because again, you are still going to come into this mid-game area where things get a bit spicy. Thank you, by the by, for the gift subs from So Big It Hurts, who is just sharing that love with the community.
Yeah, no, just their heart is so big, and apparently their wallet is too. Appreciate you so much. Again, every one of those subs does make a huge difference to us. We appreciate all of them, and I'm again so sorry to I Love Out, who's also been hit by a sub in recent days as well.
On my channel as well, so came in and then just went, what do you mean I've been hit here too?
That's one of my favourite stream modes for the last while, actually. Flying in towards mid lane, but won't have anyone there to catch out. No one's here to be caught out by that one. LNG, similar lead to the one which they had in the first game, Sam. About a 2k lead. It's not dissimilar to what LNG had going into mid-game the last time. The difference is this time that a lot of it's on 1xn, and I think that on the Sivir, with the spell shield, the ultimate, of course, scales very well. Quite a fragile champion, though. 1xn needs to play responsibly with the lead to make sure that he isn't taken out while he's looking for it.
Really lovely messaging chats there from Big. That is very, very lovely. I'm going to keep an eye on this one because I think Alex is going to tear up a little bit. That's some very, very thoughtful messages there in the Twitch chat. And again, we try to keep this one a little bit professional in the sense we try to keep things gameplay focused, but messages like that mean the absolute world. So thank you for that kind of support and love. It really does keep us doing this despite the many, many hours of grinding away at League of Legends it requires. So thank you very much for that one. Croco has turned up with Bulldog bot lane, seeing whether someone can be picked off here. And I think LNG really are kind of waiting on that second item before they look to contest. Because part of the problem is at this point, you go into a one item, level 10 Renekton, Jarvan, Aurora, Varus, that's just a bad time.
Sam, you've named all of the champions.
Yeah,
that
do you know what? That's because all of them are really scary at that point.
Look, okay, I kind of, it's not really a rule of thumb, but it's like a bit of an instinct where it's like, okay, if I'm talking about a combo, I want to mention like 1 or 2 champions to make sure that people can like look at one thing. But you're absolutely right. The thing about WE is, and this again goes against that casting instinct, is you kind of have to watch everyone. Everyone can start the combo. Everyone has a big amount of AoE. Everyone can blow up an opposing number in an ideal scenario. And that is going to be a problem for LNG. If you as a viewer have to watch everyone on WE, the goddamn players at LNG do as well.
Yeah, and that's partly why I think they've been quite careful about turning up for these objectives. The thing is, because of that, I don't think LNG have managed to cross-map that well. There's been the one really good play from Bulldog and Croco to pick up Ura, and that helped lead to the 2 kills for 1xn. Of course, that flash advantage was very significant. And actually look at the level advantage as well that kind of came from the death that came on through. But Monkey's been pretty stable at saying, look, I got the early lane priority. I've got to get pretty much all of these scuttle grabs because Croco hasn't had that to work with. It's given me the capacity to get these early dragons, get this early CSD, get these early grabs, put me to a point of quite significant power. And that worries me a touch, Alex, because I think there is, as we said, some scaling issues potentially here for LNG as well. And giving up those early dragons means they don't have a win condition from objectives anywhere.
No, I think in a vacuum, you look at Sivir and say scales well. You look at Azar and you think, well, you know, can scale well in a vacuum too. But just in a 5v5, very easy to deal with, you know, the pile. Well, very easy to pile onto a single target from WE. And of course, you must always construct additional pylons within these team fights. We've learned this from the great days of Brood War. Now going up towards this Herald. Here comes the Zarhen. W, do we get the first big AoE team fight of the game from them?
Everyone is here. Shear's going to jump onto Cube, get him chunked out. There comes Bulldog's ult. We'll see where he decides to Destiny Gate 2. Down to 2,000 HP. Monkey looking for the play. Out comes that takeaway from Croco. The Tempered Fate buys a bit of time. But Croco, like he dies, goes into the backline and does a lot of damage. But Shear flashes in, gets a lot of damage and makes this a bit more even. He's got his passive stacking all the way. The damage on the 1xn is enough to knock him low. Bulldog trading. It's a 2 for 3 right now. Another gold card coming. Passive from the Zarhen gets him reset and reloading. But the problem is he's still going to be in a 2. Make that 3v1. He falls 4 for 1 in favor of the side of WE.
Well, there's your AoE team fight. We were worried about it. We said that, look, LNG, they haven't really been giving battle. They haven't been setting up at the actual site of the objectives. And you understand why now. They really need to cross-map better, but I don't think that's been their strength. We saw it in game 1. LNG were not very good at cross-mapping. I think once again here, it's been a problem for them. W just rock up to the team fight. Very good AoE. Blast down Croco, who gets chunked out so low early. I mean, Croco just doesn't get to fight. Pops his ultimate. Very nearly gets to, well, he does get the smite at least, but he very nearly gets the team fight with his ultimate. But then, of course, the Bard in some ways doesn't help. It doesn't changes that much. Missing goes in to try and help. Sheer does get his stacks up early, and I thought, well, maybe, you know, with Sheer getting his passive up early, it can make a difference. But at the end of the day, it's basically just individuals trying to make plays against a much better holistic team fight.
Q had a really good flash there onto 1xN and just basically 100-0'd him. Otherwise, I think Civic could have done a bit more work. Herald just gets summoned mid. Soul point picked up for WE, though. And this is a bit alarming for me.
It's hugely so. I mean, 1xN does have a lead, but how does the Civic perform with one spell shield against 5 engaged targets? The answer is with great difficulty. LNG, they needed to do more early with this TF. The TF ulting in a team fight is not the same as TF ulting on an open map. Very, very different.
And TF ulting without a Lich Bane is not great. And again, part of the issue is they just have no lanes to play around. They've not had vision control in the river at all from the early game because they didn't have any prio anywhere, aside from occasionally bot lane.
Yeah, and that's why you kind of just needed to get out of your lane as the TF, just sack a wave, and then just ult top lane, ult bot lane, do something with it. Now, Cube has 700 gold lead. Credit to Cube, by the way. I think we do need to have a conversation about him. WE, we talked about how well About Nerha did very well in when 1W was struggling. Well, one of the reasons why W looked better at the end of the split, I say that knowing that they only won one series in total anyway, but they're against the Sen teams, there's perspective.
Well, they went from 0-16 to winning games, right? Which is a significant change.
Actually winning games, and one of the big reasons I think is actually Cube. Cube really leveled up. He started to stabilize. Now, for the last couple of years, I've been saying that Cube has been one of the worst top laners within the LPL. That still somewhat stands true. We'll see whether this is a flash in the pan or not. But for the last half a split or so, I actually think Cube is doing remarkably well. And he is now 800 gold up against Sheer, who took a counter matchup. Well, took a matchup he assumed was a counter. I don't really think it has been that, sadly, for him. But Cube, I think, has been, on the whole, the better top laner than Sheer in the series so far, with 3 games being played.
I wasn't expecting that to be the big difference maker, but I think it has actually been a significant factor here. And yes, I think sometimes there's some draft issues, and it's not like LNG's comp doesn't have its tools, right? But I don't think they have been used that well, and I don't think it's really led to the kind of lead they kind of need. As 1xN, at least 3-1-1, has got himself to a fair number of kills and gold, and that will be good. 2 items on Sivir matters and all that kind of thing, but really now LNG are going to have to fight this next dragon, and that is a scary place to be at.
Blue buff taken away, Bulldog pushing in here, does have his ultimate backup and available, doesn't have that Lich Bane as you mentioned, and another thing which should really be noted here too is potential monkey jumping onto Missing can dunk him.
We'll flash away, there is a magical journey potential after, we'll use it, and there we go.
Bit of cooldown economy, it's just getting that flash out, but Jarvan loves ulting flashless targets, means that they have less ways to get out of the pit, and in general LNG don't have that many ways to get out of Cataclysm anyway. We really need that TF to be on the board here if you're looking at LNG's side of it. WE on the other side, look for a play onto Karis, good bunny hop away though, we'll see them to safety.
A little bit too shy on that one again. I think it was a little bit opportunistic to say the least, but it won't happen. And again, you have the opportunity, that's the reset interrupted. Actually might be important here as Croco is about to have his camps invaded. There's not a lot here to steal though, so it'll just be vision control right now. 1xN following.
Again, WE just look like they're moving on the map with a little bit more intent. Couple more players at the scene of the crime, a little quicker than LNG. That is against a Bard and a TF who are normally very good at moving quite early like that. WE matching that quite well. Now Bulldog's even been forced off of the turret. That recall stop onto Missing doesn't, you know, mean the end of the world, but you can just see the amount of respect which LNG are giving them, and Bulldog has to give up bot lane tower. I mean,
yeah,
we were just saying this, right? TF prints gold with his passive. With 200 minions, you expect an extra 1,000 gold. Karis is effectively 1,000 gold ahead of the TF, even though it doesn't show on the scoreboard, because 1,000 of that gold between the two of those players is from TF passive. It doesn't really count.
No, I completely agree. It's a pretty rough one to see on that front. There's the Scuttle Crab getting started, but run away from, and the vision control on the river. Just look at the WE wards. They've got a line straight down the far side of the river. Through top lane, or through top side to bot side, which is giving them so much control over what's happening on the map. This TF has been able to do nothing so far.
Take a look at that snout. Remember that meme?
No.
It was like a documentary. Anyway, it's just a very funny meme. Like, hang on, they're jumping into mid lane. Well, if you come out of base, maybe you can make a bigger play.
Change of corruption, 1xN following and about to fall down. The heal comes on him, but it will not matter. And they annihilate him. About and does not get to play. 0-6 is the bot lane now.
Sam, that is pretty unforgivable. You just highlighted the vision. Bulldog does that coming out of base. That might actually break open the map for LNG. That's a big mistake. About has a nasty habit of dying on mid-wave. Many newer AD carries do. Reminder that About is coming out into tier 1 for his first year. Was playing in challenges before that point. That's a bad death. You know, I've tried to, you know, talk about how well he's done in this split comparative to the last one. That one could genuinely flip the game, though. No, you've died in mid lane. Top lane turret goes down because W have to pool resources in mid lane. Dragon is up now, and your AD carry's still down.
Tempered Fate, flashes back out, but Monkey now potentially has to flash himself. Worth noting, your AD carry can TP back in. Karis on the flank angle, goes get a chunk on the missing.
Does. You'll get to sit around, wait for that shotgun to come back up. Varus has teleported back in, so the AD carry is back. Croc has the Mega Cone. Can't get into the engage right now, but here he goes.
Remember, Monkey doesn't have his flash. Can maybe look to jump on in. Just get a decent chunk there. Has a 3 Talon Strike stacking. Croco doesn't quite find what he's looking for. Has a Health Shrine behind him if he needs it.
Okay, I was a little bit worried that one. That was too far, Croco. Don't want to lose too much of their HP. W now have their 5-man AoE team fight back in formation.
Yeah, I wonder whether the inability to turn that kill on the AD carry into the Dragon could be a problem here.
Okay, right, there's the gold card, not thrown out. Shit in the pit, stacking up passive a little bit. Karis still on the flank.
Shit, doesn't have his passive stacked as well as he'd like. Dragon's down about 4,000. Gold card lands, damage is gone. There it is.
What the hell? He just exploded.
They're going to go in though, and that's still big healing from Shit. Flashes out, good damage, does go down. Cube though is running at 2 and is causing so much trouble. Croc on the other side is going to get annihilated, and he now falls as well. Dragon surely goes the way of WE. 1xN goes low, flashes away, buying a bit of time, but the Dominus ticks him down. And WE, despite the loss of their AD carry before the play, he TP's back in and they win regardless.
Too much poke, too much of a difference in the amount of area of effect damage WE could throw out. LNG, this will probably be the fight which loses in the game, Sam. They will lose that Chemtech Soul, and I just don't see them being able to force split plays on the map now. WE is getting towards the point where they can just shove, roam, group up around objectives, and LNG to have precious little they can say about it. Now, everyone goes low. Goldcock goes on to him. I was like, oh my god, ton of damage. He was already on half HP anyway. I still didn't expect him to die to this, though. Basically, the Qs come out of both TF and Sivir, kills them. Great initiation by Cube, though. Splits up the team, allows the Renekton to find one of these pinnacle fights for them where they just find themselves in a 1v2, 1v1 split fight. Completely fine to work his way back towards the team, and even missing goes down to a stray skill shot from the Varus as well. Great team fight from WE. LNG, this team comp does not want to be doing that. I think they've made a strategic error in just banking on these 5v5s.
So those damage numbers fairly even, but that's been a bit problematic. And again, Cube, the full contact team fighting's been really strong. They can turn to Baron now rather objective. That looks to bring this one down. Do LNG want to contest? I think they're going to have to, because giving up Baron would really suck. But again, they did out a lot of summoners in this last play. Could get a bit spicy. Monkey heals himself up. And let the Baron somewhat reset, but they're going to start again.
Yeah, and Cube is level 16, has Dominus. He's pretty happy to just sit here for a while, taking a lot of damage now. Still has that Dominus to cast.
There's Between Worlds. Goodbye. That's a lot of damage. They blow up Croco, and again, the jungler dies. Shear's got his passive rolling for 1xN trapped inside the Cataclysm, just about fight for a second or two, but it's still going to fall down. The Flash Cone sends them all a little bit off, and Shear just hasn't been able to do very much on this Zahen at all now. He's going to be trapped. Does manage to get up at least, but 1 kill for 3, and the Baron that surely follows is just not good enough, and WE now feel very happy with this game state, make no mistake about it.
Feels like another game where it's just 1xN putting out significant damage, and everyone else is just being picked apart in the team fights. W just full send onto 1xN when they get the opportunity, and that's enough for them. He's doing quite well individually on that Sivir. Got that double kill in lane, but W, much better composition, I think, for the 5v5s, a much better play around the objectives. WE, it's been much better strategy from them, saying, look, we can get a couple of losses in individual lanes. That's not going to lose us a game. We'll just have the better comp for the 5v5s later. And sadly for LNG, it feels like they have left 1xN with too much weight in the backpack, Sam.
Yeah, and then the other side of this is like WE just said, we've got priority lanes. Monkey is going to play to get early objectives, early CS lead, and the Jarvan's become a bit of a kingmaker here. In fact, he's 100% KP. I think it's another game where the jungle difference makes a significant
Some would even just call him just the king, Sam. I actually think it's a... I think at that point, Sam, you'd be sent to the dungeon for such disrespect from the Liege Lord.
Sorry about that.
No, sorry, Your Grace, sorry.
Baron didn't go down, actually.
No, WE, they took the fight, reset after. I think they're still a little bit too low. The ricochets of 1xN were a problem. 1xN does have 3 items now. The next time W go for that fight, maybe the Sivir at 3 items does some work.
Here.
Baron's going to go very low. I think it's going to be gone before LNG can get to it.
Tempered Fate buys them a few seconds. Where's Croco? He's here. Cube goes a little bit lower. They pull off the Baron. It starts to reset. Croco on the other side. The gold card damage on the carries. But now Croco's in danger. Split off again. Pressing guard buys time. The other side of the Cataclysm Flash 1xN is trapped with nowhere to go. What do you do at that point? All the while, that's not bad in the back of the play, though. They blow up both carries.
Hers low as well. Gold card, good flag and dragger who will continue a bit of the play afterwards, but I think LNG have found a bit of a needle to thread here.
Cube doesn't have his ult. This gets spicy. The gold card's flying. Bulldog can keep trading. The flag and drag is decent, but Cube likely falls. Flash away from Bulldog, and LNG, despite being down the Chem Dragon, are proving a lot of damage.
I am very surprised that with 1xN going down first, LNG still had the damage to make a mess of things. Sam, it's a 3-for-1. It's a 3-for-1 against the Camtech Soul. It's like, oh, you know, it's really about this Civet. In this fight, it's anything but the Civet. I thought that WE, now we'll see this replay again, so we'll talk about it as it happens again here. No, Croco gets some good damage down first. LNG get a great split fight, even with 1xN getting dunked. Zahan gets basically a 4-man ult. I think it technically counts because the clone does count for the extra damage on it. And then Sheer and Croco managed to separate out 2 players at the back of it, despite the fact that the Civet, which you would expect is the scaling factor in most of the damage, goes down early. It's actually the split fight that works for the Xin Zhao and the Zahan, really.
And then you get to this point, right, where Bulldog just gets to sit there at max range with rapid fire Lich Bane and continually mess with these melee characters.
Now, in a straight 5v5, WE should be winning through AoE. That fight got so split, that wasn't the case. I didn't think LNG could do it. I think WE somewhat did it to themselves by taking a fight on too many fronts. But credit to LNG, the gold is now dead even. Sam, there's an Elder on the board. Despite the fact that I thought that WE had the better team fight comp, that I thought that they had the better play in this game so far, this is now potentially coming down to an Elder flip. Baron's still available, Elder's still available. If you lose a fight around the Elder, it's probably Baron and then probably game, or at least, well, at least the beginnings of it thereafter.
Yeah, again, I will say Croco's ult to save himself did put Monkey in melee range of the Civet, which was not fantastic.
Well, Sam, did it win them the fight?
No, it didn't. That's true.
Well, it did actually from Croco.
Oh, okay, sorry, right.
It did actually. So I'm like, well, you know, actually the point, Sam, yes it did. Wrong answer.
You're right.
Play-by-play.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. You're right.
Sam, there's a dragon in 10 seconds. Let's talk about that instead.
Elder is up, and this makes another interesting state of affairs. 3.5 items for 1xN, 3 items for about. Everyone else on about even. The problem is we are starting to get to the point where Bulldog has kind of got the TF team fight items. It becomes a bit more annoying now.
This needs to be a little careful.
Oh, boy.
Here comes TF's ultimate.
Now Ura might be in danger himself. Going to try and ult into the play. Sheer also got himself a fair number of items to work with. Damage on the missing today.
Elder's alive. Reminder, if it's a split fight, good for LNG. Group fight, better for WE.
It's the plan. Character for the Mega Cone and missing's got to be so afraid he can't see a damn thing. He's dead. He's surely dead here.
Harris looking over the wall. That is a one-shot angle onto him. Comes out of the fog, but misses the E. Missing lives.
He does need to run away now. Likely stays alive. The Elder down to half HP. The pull back with the dreaded return onto Cube. He doesn't have as much fun later on. Now gets the dominance. 1xN flashes out. Flush forward for Cube. Gets the kill regardless. They can't keep him alive. Ura goes down to the other side though. All the one missing. Still up. How is he still up? Flashes away. Monkey trying to get to him. Elder's still aggro. They kill off the other side of this as Croco and Sheer managed to get a lot of damage on. They put so much effort to killing 1xN. The TF, the Xin Zhao, and this Zahen cause too much danger. Monkey gets CC'd up. He doesn't get into the pit. They need to run away.
The Elder is taken. There's going to be a teleport from Zahen to cut them off at the pass. Monkey has a Guardian Angel, but I think he needs a full choir of them at this point. Cube has no such faith behind him. The Crocodile sent to Purgatory.
Bulldog will have his ult a little ways off. Does have a TP. I don't think he's going to want to burn it, and Monkey should escape at the very least. Baron's still up. We'll see whether anyone wants to fall stand to that. LNG win the fight again. They do get 1xM, but it's coming at massive cost every time and missing. How did you survive?
I have no idea, Sam. This is just such a barred team fight. Does he survive? Yes. How? Not really sure. Missing, even like the Varus ends up missing him too. And yeah, it ends up buying that regular cooldowns from Karras. It becomes a split fight again. Baron's been down in the picture-in-picture. It's a good Bardot on the other side too, actually. Now, the thing with the Bardot is it ends up splitting up the team in the right way, which means that WE can't get that grouped up fight again. Great ult from Missing. Because he survived, potentially wins them the game, Sam.
Huge moment. If LNG win this game, I don't know what to tell you. Who gets MVP from this game?
maybe Sheer for the backline access. He's at, I think, actually, no, in fairness, I think Bulldog's been doing a lot of work. Early game, not great. I think the split fights with the gold cards have worked really well. I can't believe that W have given them those fights. They've split up to allow this to happen. LNG, they have just split apart W and just taken individual 2v2s, 1v1s, and they're winning because of it.
Because Cube and Monkey are full sending at 1xn, they have to, right? They can't leave the Civ here, but it is then giving the 3 members of LNG a much better stake, because then, look, I full burn my combo to 1xn, you can't deal with the range disadvantage at that point.
Very stuff for the Elphill there. Flash away from that Bard ultimate. Now that Varus playing without Flash, that's a problem. Zarhan has a much juicier target to hit now.
That is a difficult space to be at, and again, the other side of this is, look, your bot lane has gone 2-11 from WE, and that isn't great.
No, it's not. I think that a lot of their split was fine. Is now looking flank, has Flash. Elder just about to time out, but still on for now.
Spotted. Nice far side alteration. They had an idea that the Nico might be looking to do that. Missing is going to try and prevent that gate back. Door back time flank.
Missing still trying to go. Ooh, hang on. Elder used about dead.
That's a big pickup. They've lost their AD carry. Nymaera might have to blow this anyway. They've got to find an angle at some point soon. Carrick with his own ult, but the next tries to go down. Bulldog's being jumped on. Maybe he's a target. Does get bought a little bit of time. 1xn spell shield trying to stay alive. The knock up from Sheer as he goes through the Grim Deliverance. They've knocked 2. Monkey's locked the GA. They're going to try and kill the game anyway because Croco is hitting the Nexus.
2-1 LNG, now up in the series. LNG have one more game between them and playoffs, and them and Group Ascend.
Body blocking the Ornn's going to be able to do. He'll do some versus the ult, but I don't think it's going to be that simple. To the Rift we go. There are no Gyos, but tell you what, guys, we're adding oil regardless. This is some fun drafts. All right, eyes on Bulldog. Obviously, it's a fun matchup. I'm also going to put it out there. For me, bot lane. Misfortune, Karma, Caitlyn, Lux. Very squishy, very lane prio-focused lanes. One's a bit more about the catch and kill with the Caitlyn Lux. One's a bit more about the continual pressure in the Misfortune and the Karma.
And speaking of that bot lane importance as well, good level Q there, level 1 Q there from missing. Ornn went down at the level 1 to make sure there's a ward in the central bush, to make sure there's a bit more to play around. You see hard trading of auto attacks and skills here, about trying to keep up that lethal tempo. Not bad. 1xn gets the press attack on the other side, though.
The barrier too.
You do get the barrier out from there. So both summoners available for LNG in terms of combat summons. Very hard fighting, though, for those early levels that we've seen.
Yeah, and 1xn hasn't burned his own barrier, but they just burned the heal to dodge out on the Lucent Singularity.
Exactly, that just dodged out on that Lux E. These level 1 skill shots do matter a lot. Everyone that misses is a big loss for the other team. Another ult Q onto about Caitlyn. Auto attacks traded back. Caitlyn Q goes wide. These missed skill shots do matter. It's quite even right now, but I'd say slightly in the favor of 1xn and missing.
Oh, the flash makes it a bit spicy. There's the heal turnaround. They get the level 2 on their own right. Struck begins to happen as missing looks for the inner flame. Another double up onto a bow.
That's a very close binding there from Erham. If that hits, maybe the bot lane goes with it. Monkey is not going bot lane. If he spotted on this ward, LNG are in a very good spot from that. He hops over the wall. Nefiri does like doing this. Jump balls into mid lane. As we said, nasty matchup for the Ahri. Even if you land the charm, you're very likely to eat a big trade on the other side.
Bulldog's still got his jump, but does need to be a bit scared of wherever this Nefiri is. How long until the charm's up? There's a jump away. Does have the flash. Burns it. Flash 4. Bulldog's dead.
Bulldog is dead. You're absolutely right. If he jumped towards bot river, he maybe lives. I'm not sure. Crocker did not get the vision onto Monkey. I think LNG had assumed that if Monkey was going to go mid, he'd go over that ward. He didn't. He hopped over the wall. The vision play from Monkey gives WE a lead in mid lane. We said, look, Bulldog, fantastic Tristana player. He's been iconic on this pick in the LCK, and we do genuinely mean that. He's been one of the best Tristana players in the world, and it was his best champion last year, or rather, it was in 24 summer, really, when the Tristana mid was so big. And he brings it out here. Goes down early, though.
1xn backs for the early cull. He's obviously got the triple tonic because he's got the inspiration secondary. Misfortune loves that because it gives her free boots, so she can spend all her money on things like Bloodthirsters, which are quite expensive first items. You do want to get a hold of those as swiftly as you can. So that'll be the call here in terms of the runes. Maokai, very defensive pathing again from Croc, who's actually been relatively restrained this series. He's not been a psycho invader, and that's not what we've seen a lot of from Monkey, and I understand it in this matchup in particular. Started Raptors and went over to his blue side, came back across. Will likely mean that he might... There's a possibility of being double scuttled here. Of course, Monkey delayed his own clear and put his camps on very weird timers because of what he did to get into that mid lane. So... might still end up being Scuttle Crab back over. Bull's going to put a ward down, I suspect, onto these Raptors. He might even try and look to get one all the way into that bush and does so.
Yeah, this is... So, the Tristana for Bulldog is one of his highest win rate champions of all time. He's 12-6 on it. Reminder that he was playing in the LCK against some of the best players in the world for that as well. You know, he has beaten He's beaten T1 on this pick. I think he even took a game off of Gen G at some point, maybe with... sorry, didn't do that one. But he's ended up taking a lot of big wins off of a lot of big players with this pick over time. Dying early, not great. Does have the extra attack speed. That does matter quite a lot for the Tristana. You need to make sure you have enough attack speed to proc your bomb at the full charges early on. With the lethal tempo and the Doran's bow, will have that. And while Karis is a good playmaker, I like him on the Ahri. As I said, look, I'm an Ahri main. I've got several million points on the champion myself. It's a difficult matchup. If you mess up once, Tristana one-shots you. It's not like other things where you get chunked, but yeah, it's nasty.
Monkey's made sure that he's got the whole pack with him. We'll see whether Crocker can Q Smite here, and does indeed. Beating Maokai at smiting is really hard because Bramble Smash plus Smite is pretty hard to deal with.
Exactly. The percent HP damage on the Q is normally enough to make sure that a monster camp is away from being contested. Both these jungles have Smite down. Monkey's going to go for another run at it, try and get something out of the jungle.
Comes another look at this one. Doesn't have to call the pack. Doesn't take some sapling damage. There's the smite from Monkey this time. So he does get one camp away. But I don't know whether Crocco's going to care too much.
I mean, it delays his level 6. And Maokai level 6 is big. Any kind of XP you can deny from him, I think is quite important here. What it means is that with the Big Wolf denied, there's a chance that the level 6 or the 6-minute Scuttle Crab does not meet your level 6 requirement. You don't quite have that XP at that point. So potentially that flips that.
Crocker does get a very hefty back, though. Gets himself the early Fated Ashes and the Ruby Crystal, so he's feeling relatively happy about the state of the game in that sense. Up a fair amount of CS as well, so that's good news as well, considering the early points. And I'm going to put this out there as well. Your Caitlyn Lux is down 10 CS.
The Caitlyn Lux is not doing as advertised. I think that bot lane has been destroyed in laning phase comparative to the average of the lane. Getting so double killed by a Sivir as a Varus Nico should not happen, in that last game. Being beaten at the early levels by Misfortune Karma, that one's a little bit more understandable, but if you're not achieving a lane lead as a Caitlyn Lux, you really don't want to be picking Caitlyn Lux in the first place. That's why I was kind of worried about, maybe they should have just picked the Pike. Maybe they should have just had that extra ability to sustain 3 bits of the poke of the Karma while still having that level 1. Maybe it at least gives you a bit more safety. If Lux doesn't win lane, this champion just does not feel good.
And look, I get the flip for that flash. It was really nearly brilliant, but the flash away caused some problems, and that's made this lane a lot harder to play from that point. I'm also going to put out there, 1xN just hit 2 double-ups in a row onto about 1 through his own damn support. So it's just meaning that this Caitlyn, who's got no sustain right now, is down at about a 3rd HP.
That is so rough. And there's a cull on the other side. To add insult to injury, there's a cull on the other side. Double cull from LNG on double AD carries. Now, eventually, you are going to have a full armor on rocking up to a team fight. And he'll be able to tank these AD carries fairly well. The Yorick, of course, will be mainly physical damage. Won't be able to tank all of it. It is a problem. I just don't know where WE are going to be able to get their pressure to approach fights in if they don't get a lead through bot lane. I mean, Ornn's going to be losing side lane. Ahri can struggle versus the Tristana, as we said, although that's a bit more playable in side lanes where you can kind of use bush vision a bit more impactfully. But if the Caitlyn Lux starts getting blasted apart too, you really need Cube to dip off of a side wave, potentially losing turret place to then get an ult across mid lane.
And that's got sick and stuck around, stuck into the bush. They faked resetting here. He's going to into the backs. There's the barrier. Ooh, that's unfortunate for About.
I actually think About would have made it through there. Maybe not sure. Has to get out of the bullet time cone. You did just point out that he was stopping the recall. Well, that's the value for it. Now, there's all summoners down here.
That makes things a bit spicy. Maybe the ability to go on a Hound's Pursuit.
Sorry, all summoners up here is what I mean in terms of 1xN and missing, have everything defensive available.
They just saw the materia.
If you get a Lux Q, then it's a problem.
They had to call Monkey down to get the lane shut.
Well, in fairness, this is what you should do if you're in a bad wave state. Get your jungle to help fix it. It's better than you dying for a wave state Instead, they'll get the wave largely shoved in, although they could actually tank this and freeze it if they wanted to. That'd be nasty.
Cube's not actually having the most fun here. Those ghouls are causing some problems.
More than a few as well, actually. Cube, you know, eventually will become a full armor tank versus a mainly physical damage team. But, I mean, Yorick is still an anti-tank behemoth.
He's down 30 CS as well. Like, Sheer versus Cube. Cube has actually played 3 mean games. I think Sheer had a great late stage of that last one, but the laning phase, Cube has been more than the match of Sheer, actually, in a lot of ways. Going even with the Gnar, all of that stuff. But this is a matchup finally where it feels like it's not been so clean. Monkey does get the early dragon here, and that's kind of the price of all of that bot lane prio he put down. He's not going to have that W put down. You can't immune that with your Call of the Pack the moment that trigger happens.
That's all well and good, but is it Behemoth or Behemoth?
I've always said Behemoth.
I've always said Behemoth because in Robot Wars, there was a robot Behemoth.
That's a jump in. We're going to try and make this play happen. I don't know about that one, Croco, and this is getting a bit spicy. Reset from Karis, reset from Monkey as well, and it all goes real wrong. Man, W find themselves up 3-0. Last charm will be coming shortly. Needs to dodge well. Does land that. The light comes flying forward, and it is blinding. Bulldog falls well. What are we doing?
And now W have a Behemoth of a snowball rolling in their direction. Great play. Ahri is a champion which really needs to get that first play of the game as impactful as possible, as early as possible. Getting 1-0 and 3, getting 3 ultimate hunter stacks, and then also having the malignance in as well means that the ultimate cooldown is going to be so much lower now. Losing out on that play, Sam, that might send us to a game 5. That legitimately might send us to a game 5. Now Missing tries to get some damage onto Monkey, gets that W going forward, and they think, well, this W's down, surely we can make a big play here. Croco full sends it when his mid lane doesn't have prio. Doesn't realize that Urha is, I guess, as close there either. That's a big mistake by Croco. I can't believe he's just done that, Sam. And then when the bomb is on the Ahri, you're not realistically getting the kill there. Doesn't get the jump reset either because he doesn't get the full stacks on the bomb, nor does he get the kill. Great charm, just the one side of the minion, bit of a hitbox snipe there. Gets the kill on Tristana, and now Bulldog is 0-2 from the early game, and Karis is 900 gold up. We were saying this is a hard matchup. It can be. With this kind of snowball, though, you one-shot the Tristana back.
That's such a big full fumble. LNG, you didn't need to send onto Monkey like that. It costs you 3 lives. It gets the Ahri well ahead of curve. It gets Monkey to a point where he's now going to have the Voltaic Cycles, or that ability to pop pretty much anyone on the map. In fact, I think it is everyone on the map. No one is anywhere near tanky enough. That'll be a chunk onto 1xN. Into the ace in the hole, and yeah, even miles away, the damage is still good.
There you go, the artillery comes through that. Of course, Urha ended up assisting in the mid lane. It was a good roam from him. I actually think that Urha was a big part of that. Needed that extra damage to get that kill. The Lux needs good early value. Maybe Urha has just gotten that. On the whole, I think W have moved around the map better than LNG. I think that's been one of the big things of difference both between last split and this split between W and LNG. Been mainly about the mechanical outplay, the laning brawn from LNG to make a difference. The walk down towards bot lane, this is on vision. Monexen should be able to be, well, he doesn't have barrier.
Here comes the ult. They're going to try and blitz one up. 1xN to slash away. He dropped out the ult! Oh boy, it gets spicy. They still get the kill regardless. The damage is too good. Now Croco is likely dead on the 1v4. Buys a bit of time. The traps are everywhere. Loosened Singularity, Piltover Peacemaker. Triple kill for about.
Better map movements again for WE as LNG just send their jungler down to die with their bot lane. Croco, well, the entire team is just bleeding kills. Not a single kill to LNG. And reminder, folks, LNG win this game. They go to playoffs and they go to Group Ascend for the next split. This is a huge game for the organization. LNG, who were world participants in 23 and 24, is one of the best teams within China for much of their history here within the LPL. Have been put down in Group Perseverance and Group Nirvana for the better part of now 2 years. Last year was horrid for them. This year, if they just fail to make it over the cusp into Group Ascend, I'd imagine that's even more heartbreaking for them. Losing a game like this, where we thought actually draft looks okay, Bulldog's on comfort, bot lane's going well in terms of laning phase, things flipped on their head, that has got to shatter the soul.
Yeah, because they were so ahead in bot lane, they're now very much not. That is a triple kill to the Caitlyn's now 1,000 gold, having been 1,600 odd gold, well, 600 rather, gold down is a 1,600 gold swing. Q gets caught in the Dark Procession, can still look for the ult here, doesn't land it that easily onto Sheer, and actually Monkey does have to be a bit careful here.
Sheer kills here. Sheer will kill. You need to be very careful.
Hang on, needs to call the pack. Flash forward, flash away, knock into the wall. Sheer still gets the kill though onto Cube.
He did. He was channeling that auto attack. So basically, he channels the auto attack. It can't be cancelled by CC when it's wound up. So he does get the kill, but it ends up being a 1-for-1 as Monkey gets another kill. 3-0 on the Neferi, Sam. And we already said, Neferi jumping at 80 carries, very scary thing. And while the Misfortune has an okay matchup, I think you actually can face tank the bullet time and potentially kill now.
Yeah, and the problem is now that the Caitlyn Lux is back in the game, and they are now able to get this Misfortune under her own turret. Didn't get the Cull Cash in either. One CS couldn't stick around for it. Feels really frustrating. That actually probably means that this bot lane turret is going to fall, and WE, despite the early laning woes, now still get first turret on the Caitlyn.
They do 3 kills. Bunch of plates. We got 800 gold up. Diving onto Karis, has flash and ult.
Still gets caught up here. The charm interrupts the rocket jump. Flash forwards, gets knocked back, does have another ult to roll with, but slowed down. Sapling after. Can they get anything more? No, they can't.
Great escape.
Wait, flash. The damage to burn. It'll be still a 1-for-1.
It will be. Who gets the kill? Gonna give it up to the Lux. Why not? No Dark Seal stacks to take from Karis. Takes the flash from Croco. Actually not that happy with him using that flash there. I think he needs that for more important plays later. Bulldog will get himself a top turret. That is necessary. They needed that onto Tristana, who was bleeding out in this game. Double culls were cashed in from both AD carries of LNG. Bulldog gets that turret in top lane, which is a very important moment for them. But W, on the whole, still in a happier spot. They have 2 dragons. They have themselves a large lead in bot lane still with a Caitlyn that can roll around the map. You're not against a heavy tank team, so the Collector is a very valid first item. Collector into Infinity Edge is a nasty, nasty combo into a team which are mainly building Merc Treads. They're not building any armor here. About gets full value out of the Collector.
Looks like 1xN's going to do something similar here with the Collector second. It's always been a decent item on the Misfortune, because you put so many kind of ticks of damage out with your E and your R that you're one of the few who kind of like sometimes gets away with the Collector second. And with the exception of the Ornn, who is going to be very armor heavy, you do have a lot of people who are at risk of just having that Collector proc on you out of nowhere. I'm going to turn towards this Herald now, and LNG will be here. TP flying, Missing going to force Monkey to back away as the focus resolve friends.
Ornn is going into the hit. Does have flash. Here comes the ult.
Missing may well just die here. They get the knock up onto Sheer. Missing gets to cleanse himself with the Mikhails and back away.
Okay,
Monkey also drop real low.
Yeah, good damage on both sides. That's, of course, the big play around the Herald. Croco ends up walking away with that. I think they needed that. Again, they need something to stabilize the game. Karis is jumping forwards. Has quite low ultimate cooldown, as we've been saying. Does have a lot of ult hunter stacks. To one extent, cancels the ult early to make sure he's not caught by that CC.
And he does get to clear out the way, but it always feels a bit sad when you have to do that as a Misfortune. But you know what, your work is done in some ways. You survive 4 members being in mid lane. You get the Herald, no one dies. You get the TP off the Ornn. All right. Yeah. You've also got 3 grubs for a Yorick and a Herald.
Yep, you're very happy with that. Although, I mean, Cube, despite being down a lot of gold, does now have a Bramble Vest, and he does have the Sunfire, so he's pretty happy with that. See if he goes towards Tabby. Against double AD carries, kind of wants it, but then again, Merc Treads are some of the most important bits of anti-tenacity in the game. Anyway, dragging up in 3 minutes, so a little while until we get around to that confrontation. There is a Herald in inventory for LNG, as we highlighted before. They can use that to break open another bit of the map. If they can get a power play onto mid lane to break open that turret, that'll be big. Currently stands on mid lane. LNG have left it undefended. They're going bot side instead to look for a bigger push, potentially around this Yorick, who of course is getting to the point. 3 grubs is a huge split pushing threat.
So is Tristana, actually, to be fair. That's very nice to have those grubs and see why they prioritize that. Dragon's a couple minutes away, so you've got that opportunity. You still got the Herald, so at some point you can make a play for mid lane as well. There's no real way to stop the Herald charging.
Credit to LNG. That is a cross map. I mean, they haven't done that for a lot of the series. Is it the world's best one? No, but it is something. They lose mid lane turret LNG, but given what they've shown in terms of macro play this series, it's a little better than what they've been doing in the first couple of games, and that might be quite necessary for them to work their way back into this game, which again, it's got to be galling for them, because they did that work to get ahead. Now they've fallen back behind, a little bit more tense for them. It's such an important game for the organization.
Yeah, that's the one, 1xN. Back out with the pickaxe and the control ward. Happy enough with that one. Ooh, not quite seen it with the light binding. I appreciate it, Era.
Actually, loser of this series, folks. Going into Nirvana, both these teams have arenas. Both of them really want to have as many big ticket games as possible. It's huge for them financially as organizations. LNG spending basically 2 solid years away from the top has really hurt them. Now, I'm not certain LNG will do well in Group Ascent. I mean, it'll help them in terms of practice. I want to see them there, though, because I think there are players here who deserve that chance to show that they can lane with the best of them, give themselves better openings for better top teams. And, of course, we talked about 1xN a lot, and think across this series, he's had a lot of big plays for himself, despite that game 1 being less good for him. But of course, any of these players wants to put their names against the best in the league, and LNG are a team that wants to be up at the top of the LPL again. It's going to take a while to get that. It'll take a road to go. Of course, W on the other side got blasted in Ascend this split, but dropping down, that would be disaster.
We're going to come to in this second fight. 1xN's not going to have a second item. About is going to have completed boots and an infinity edge.
Huge spike, as we said, not really any armor on the side of LNG. Sapling starting to be put around, a little present there, as, yeah, the sapling's kind of put down as half vision right. Look at that vision line from mid lane to bot lane. Huge information warfare coming through from WE. I think that their jungle support has been much better than LNG's at putting down appropriate vision for these plays.
Well, it's in fact the crit cloak, and there's the collector just about good.
Okay, just about gets it. Needed that realistically.
Sold the refill.
Sold the refill pop. Think you need that for this fight. The collector is that cheap spike, but hey, might need it for this fight. If you can break the pressure on the other side, it's important. Now, the problem is, if you lose this fight, then you're a collector versus a full tank Ornn. That is horrid for you. Needs to get a big play. Now, Herald now put down as a counterweight in mid lane, help LNG get some priority for the oncoming dragon fight.
I'm not going to be used to that battle Herald, which I consider, but I think they are going to put the misfortune in there.
That's got to be a misclick.
Oh, it is.
That's a misclick. 1xN, that's a huge misclick, and that's cost them pressure in mid lane. My dude, you can't do that.
I don't quite know what the thought process was there, but that
I think it's a misclick. There isn't a thought process. It's a misclick. It loses them the Herald.
There's the rocket belt away from Karis, just about dodges some of that damage that was coming out. The charm does land onto Croco. Will not find the orbit deception after the Shirelio's value forward, but the dark procession invalidates Cube's angle.
Bad. Bulldog hopping over the wall to get back into formation, getting around the dragon now. Can LNG hold their nerve? WE have the advantage here, Sam.
Here comes the ult from Croco. The Ornn Horn gets summoned, gets to knock up the light afterwards. It's good, but they get the dragon, do LNG. 1xN gets a full channel on the ult largely, but here comes the Hound's pursuit. Bulldog dies mid-flight, and that means the resets come flying, and WE can just turn this into Baron in the blink of an eye.
Oh, so it's a double down from LNG, who really wanted that fight, and they get nothing out of it, Sam. They get nothing out of it. Well, they get the dragon, but they lose so many deaths. There's going to be the Baron afterwards. Losing the Baron is even worse for LNG. So now you're bought into a collector misfortune. You went for the early spike to try and win that fight. You lose, and now you're a collector versus the full-tank Ornn. Awful situation for LNG, who had this game, I thought, in a very good set of control circumstances. I think that bot lane was in a great spot. Sheer was scaling up well into Cube as well in the side lane. Everything's gone wrong for them though. WE much better in the fight. Going to get themselves the Baron, and that should really bring this to a very exciting Sam. First best of 5 of playoffs. First game 5.
That feels like it's the likely outcome here. Gold lead extends to 5,500 gold to WE. They don't get soul point. Have a look at this replay again, because it starts with what looks like a fairly decent turnaround here, but they just can't disengage.
No, they can't. It's a great opening salvo from the Ornn. And look, the Ornn has been dunked on in lane. It just doesn't matter. Instant kill onto the first target. The Yorick, who's actually a big amount of LNG's damage, goes down early. And then, of course, the Caitlyn ult, along with everything else, means it is a completely dead Tristana, who also can't disengage in time.
Yeah, they tried to Mikhail's the bleed, but still had enough damage following that still died regardless. And look, the Tristana's got the Flicker Blade second, gives her the reset angle, and that's all well and good, but it means she's a long way off Lord Doms.
Yes. When did Croco ult in that fight? He ulted in like the opening of the fight. Yeah. In the Dragon Pit, kind of going north, straight upwards. Now, Sheer does have 2 items. He has a Triforce Shojin. Maybe you can side lane with that. Problem is, now you're against an Ahri who can also very happily side lane with this amount of gold. I actually don't mind this game going for the Proto Belt, because you're kind of overloaded on damage. You'll be fine with an Ethereal. You are kind of just making sure that you get enough threat on target. Sometimes Proto Belting can be a nice way to close the angle onto these double AD carries.
Sarah on a flank angle looking for the light binding, lands it onto Missing, who cleanses themselves, needed to. About had the barrier there. I think he took a turret shot.
And you did. Nasty damage onto a bow. So that's one summoner down. Has the upgraded collector, by the way. I don't think it actually upgrades you. I might give you a bit of a counter.
She's going to get a decent push on that bot lane, but I don't think he'll be able to do much more than that. So.
No, because they had already taken that turret, so it's basically just getting the wave in order rather than getting any big chunk of gold. Rapid fire cannon now from about, and again, you're against a team which is not that tanky. Collector rapid fire cannon against a team with no tank is very nasty. It's less optimal damage, but the target access is really, really good from that fire cannon.
Yeah, I'm now looking at the sort of where the wards are, those control wards on either side of that mid lane, and no one's going to be able to clear those out right now. They try to get in here, but I think they might have to try and give up this dragon. Karras comes over the wall trying to jump onto someone, misses the charm. Missing like he still dies regardless though. And Sheer's not going to get run out. The Hound's Pursuit comes on down. The final spark is there, and Sheer... yeah, that one's not really survivable.
Great playmaking from Karras. He was one of the players that really set the snowball up for success, and he's continued that 5-1 and 8. Great play from Karras through on the Ahri. And look at LNG, they can't walk into the enemy jungle. This game is well too far and gone. The double reset combo of the Neferi Ahri working very well. The Dog and the Fox might be a movie, and I think in this case, W are seated for it.
Bulldog is about to get hit by the Call of the Forge God. Are we TPing on this? I don't think we are, but it's going to delay Bulldog getting back to the base, which is the problem, because it's now a 3v4.
Yeah, I remember it's also called The Fox and the Hound. And
Yeah.
there is actually a Disney movie for that. It's not just The Lady and the Tramp, it's The Fox and the Hound as well. Anyway, there you go. W, good combo for that.
And again, I know you called it the enemy jungle because it's strictly supposed to be LNG's jungle. It's not.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
I was going to say, I mean, Fox and the Hound, I would definitely watch that over at the, you know, I think the X and the Y movies, you know, I'm a big fan of them unless it's Mandalorian and Grogu. The problem is, if it was Mandalorian and the Grogu, it would work better. That's the formula. The problem is, it's the Mandalorian and Grogu.
I mean, I will say the audience response has been a lot better than the critical response. It's got 88%
Sam,
of the audience.
Star Wars audiences are perhaps not the most critically inclined.
True enough. But, you know, like, if what you're after is a fun family adventure with relatively low stakes, I don't think it's going to be that
If you just
offensive.
accept your Disney Star Wars slop, it's fine. You'll enjoy this. Wonderful. Look at the cute little green
I mean, at
thing.
first, I've not watched this, so I don't actually have a particularly informed
Sam,
opinion.
I've watched one clip of Jabba the Hutt with Jeremy Allen White's voice, and I'm like, oh, it's Rot to the Hutt. I'm like, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. It's just, sorry, just. Oh God!
Gonna
Anyway.
tell me I need to make a sandwich now. Oh, Bulldog needs to jump away.
Oh my God! That is a
shot.
That is a voltaic level 16 Neferi. Yeah, that one's nasty.
Bring my voice down a couple octaves there. That was a little horrifying, actually.
Yeah. Well, Bulldog's legendary Tristana has not delivered in this game, Sam.
I don't think a couple of his deaths aren't really his fault. That one is kind of like the game is. Oh, shit, he's gonna try to sneak this away. That's not a bad idea, you know.
Well, the game might end if he does that. Bullet time cancelled, jumping onto the Misfortune.
Flash away from one, can't flash away from everything else. Better time bought, but it will not be enough. Karras resets and Croco goes in. Sheer needs to come back. Will not be able to get here in time. He's going to try and leave the maiden to do the dragon. It's not going to happen. The game is ending as we speak. I know he's going to stick around. They're not still. Okay.
Guys,
You know what?
Sheer,
Are you sure?
You do need to have a Nexus to go home to. Now, the wave isn't there for now. I think W should know this at this point. W and Hips are going to go to...
Okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he has to teleport back in. He's going to teleport onto a Caitlyn trap.
Oh, no, he doesn't quite. He just about survives. In the dark, actually comes on down, dodges out the final spark. And you know what? He gets the dragon and gets out. So, yes, your base is in shambles, but you deny soul point.
You've damn near lost the game there. Dragon does
that
go
was already
down.
true.
True, but you're now 10k down. Your plumbing's got a couple of issues back home.
Thank you for the follow, Jet.
Jetpacker.
But I'm open for this one.
Reminds me of that comic, like, quite relevant to Sheer. It's like, but Sheer, you can't just jetpack away from your problems. But he could, because he had a jetpack. Come here and talk to me. No. Well, Sheer tried to sideline his way to victory at points, and he was getting, a decent matchup into the Ornn. Cube is still 1,000 gold behind. Just doesn't matter. It just does not matter. The Ornn has been far better in team fights, and I think what we've been seeing is, unless LNG have like really, really strong individuals, W are just winning out in the group top fights.
Also, I hate to say it, but like effectively, at the early prio was causing problems. Croco full set in a way that really threw this game away around that mid lane, and they just have to play again from there because again the early map leaves have been better.
Trap line. That actually might just be a dead Yorick Charm on target.
Ooh, just fast for seconds. Who will likely die? Monkey's killed off Bulldog on the other side. And Monkey might die here for it though. Just about gets the shield. Oh, the reset ult shield with a little bit of help from Era with the prismatic barrier, and they get a triple for one, a double for the other, and the game ends now.
It's a 3 and a 2, a full house of cards here for WE between mid jungle, who led this game to success. Bot lane struggled early. Monkey and Karras bail them out, and it will be going to Silver Scrapes in our first best of 5.
This gets spicy. We wondered whether this series might be the closest. It's looking like it.
Game 5. LNG did have themselves what we thought would be, you know, a decent start. We thought this could be the game which could get LNG into Group Ascent, especially with that early laning phase. The Caitlyn Lux not really doing what was advertised to do. If you're playing, you know, bringing themselves to an early lead, WE bring you back, though, to a decider.
Right, locking in. They caught in my eye there. Bulldog with the cool new Mecha Galio skin, which in fairness is bloody... Or Galio's actually at this point got some really, really good skins. Between Gatekeeper Galio, the new Mecha one, the chicken one. It's actually very entertaining as well. Yeah, you might just have been lucky, Luffy, is the honest answer. Luffy? Probably is Luffy, let's be real, if it's going to be the One Piece reference. And that can be fairly significant. Storm Raider Surge for the Galio is often regularly able to get a fair chunk of damage. He should be able to do that. Monkey's going to start with the level 1 Raptor invade. Jay starting on his own wolves defensively. Croco has been very reserved this series, with the one exception of the Flash that lost them game 4.
Okay, so LNG gonna have to answer this somehow. They spot Monkey doing this. Can Croco do much about it? Now, the Jace is not great in early jungle clear. So one of the biggest things he's been nerfed is that Q monster damage ratio is going to go away from the vision, potentially put down on that bush, and he's guessed correctly on that. Can go in for a smite steal.
Going to have to do that, though. We'll see how this works. Can go look to jump in. Does have the smite key. Yes! Now Monkey's in danger. There's a discrepancy. Doesn't have that steadfast presence. Can get run down here with the form change. This gets unfortunate for Monkey.
Galio? Where's Galio? Galio's not heading over. They're calling off the kill angle. They just wanted the buff. They got out with that. Heal blown in bot side. The E does land from Urha. I think on the whole, Urha, not a bad series from him besides that one the Nico game where things went really badly for them. The last game of the Lux, actually very good outside of that laning phase. Can he do enough on the Seraphine? Big win for Croco in the early jungle, though. We've said that this duo of junglers, very, very early jungle reliance. Looks like Croco's just gotten himself a little bit more to work with.
Waiting for more to go. They don't know he's there.
They don't know he's there, but he'll have to go quite around the corner quite quickly. Shock blast onto one. That'll be the end of it. Jace early gank pressure. Not the biggest, just there for the first strike value.
See what the Jace decides to do here. There's the taunt there with the Shield of Durand. Was once the idol of Durand. That has become a very different champion as dear old Galio.
Yeah, funnily enough, he actually saw some play just before he came back into the fore. Croco's actually waiting for a first strike gold again, I think, here, actually. It is the Deathfire touch onto Smolder, and that's going to be the flash for the taunt. Flashed away from. There was actually kill angle there. Flash for flash in mid.
And I'll say that Karis could definitely be at risk here because the Jace can just return, and Jace has got decent setup in a number of lanes here. Bot lane, the one that's a bit more minimal, but even a polymorph can make things a bit spicy.
Can. So Croco slowing down his clear because he's not gone for his topside camps, but he wants to just be on the map. He still has his Gromp and his blue buff up for his first clear. We'll get top scuttle quite easily at that case too. Monkey has been clearing through a little bit more through his jungle, so his camps are on cooldown. We'll have a bit more farm for now, but Jace in the early jungle could have gone a lot worse for him, Sam.
I do think that Jace may need to reset and go over to his Raptors, because I do think there's a real world where Monkey just says, screw it, I'm stealing Raptors again.
Okay, so shit, doing fine in this top side. Yeah, looks like they are pinging onto that. Now, the thing is, with Karis with no flash, he needs to be really careful roaming over to make a difference in these Raptor kind of plays. Like, see there, he has to freeze mid lane, and because of that, he doesn't want to push up and get towards that Raptor contest, which means that Poppy actually has to keep themselves back. They can't actually go for that. Mid lane ends up influencing the jungle pathing.
Yeah, so Jace has a very weird set of jungle camp timers, but that'll be fine. He'll get his wolves, get his blue reset, and actually be on a fairly decent amount of gold on this reset.
Bot lane pushing in well. Do have the CS advantage. Monkey is going behind mid lane now. Trying to play a bit of a vision play again. Did catch that Bulldog in that last game. One of the biggest plays in last game was Monkey. Getting that early gank onto mid lane. He was the hero of game 4 to bring us to this point. Monkey, you can't fault him for this series. He had a deathless game on that Jarvan loss earlier on in the series too.
He's been the better jungler.
Yeah, if WE are to lose this series, you still walk away, yes, it's saying exactly that. Monkey was the better jungler. It's not his fault. Even with Monkey subbing himself out halfway through the split, he is the team captain. And even then he said, look, I got to take a step back. I'm not feeling this right now. Came back, has been very, very creative. Not always leading to the greatest success. Not always, but still, the willing is there. And that lethal mindedness in the early game, which has become so key to Monkey's identity, did come back with it.
I think the one game where he's been decisively worse was that Lee Sin game, where the Lee Sin angles just weren't it. He never got a good kick. Never really found a great great angle, and actually the trundle was such a problem. It's been the case so far. Outside of that, about Nymaera, a decent job of actually getting a little bit of something here in this early stage of the game. 1xN dodges out on the beat drop that was doubled up, so could have been a bit scary. Crocco's here, though. Do we want to turn this into something?
Now, summoners are all here, so it's unlikely to be a kill. They might fish for just first strike value, plus... Yeah, they might just want to get a first strike proc. There you go. Not quite.
Missed it.
Missed it. He was looking for it. Realistically, not there for anything besides the rune. Remember when Talon Jungle would just jump out of Fog of War and do that back in like 21 Worlds?
Yeah.
Like, Ono was sat there like, yep, I'll just take like an extra 200 gold then.
Thank you very much. Ooh, I missed it again.
He's misjudging the max range of it very slightly. He's been slightly shy on both times of casting it. Doesn't have any look, he doesn't have any camps up. He genuinely doesn't have anything better to do. He could be on Grom, but he chooses not to be on the other side of the map.
The last time I remember seeing Crocco play Jace jungle was when it was blind pick game 5.
Oh, in Demacia Cup,
and we had the double Jace angle, and basically one was taking the shot blast and the other wasn't, and I think it was Croc who came out on top just about, but I couldn't tell you for sure.
That was a really fun split. You're right, that was a really fun split, and that was when we kind of held on to a lot of belief about LNG. As the year has gone on, LNG have shown their flaws around map play, around jungle volatility. It's working out slightly in their favor for now, although Monkey is at the level 6 by getting that Scuttle Crab and farming a little bit better. Crocker fishing for the first strike, farming less efficiently, looking for a bit more poke into lanes.
Yeah, he was waiting on some of his camp cooldowns anyway because they're on really weird timers. So he's going to get his red buff. Bulldog's going to get jumped on. Does not use his Justice Punch quite yet. He's getting knocked up though by the Keeper's Verdict. The Mom comes screaming across. There's a Justice Punch after the damage. Should just about be the flash goes wrong. Monkey, that's unfortunate.
Oh, just short, just short. No flash on Galio at that point. Crocco can now potentially look for some damage there, and Monkey realizes that there was a ward over the back of red buff, so they knew that Crocco was in the area. He's still going to fish for a shock blast. Wants to get that first strike value again. Can't blame him for trying, folks. Still stuck at level 5 though. Urha has roamed up. No real HP for the Poppy to look for a big play, although Poppy is actually roaming down. Crocco might have gone too far.
That means things get a bit spicy. The polymorph comes down, and actually as a result, a lot of summoners blown, and the ult also comes out for about going white.
Yeah, so about throws that ult out. Can't find his mark. Crocco will save his flash because of that. Even though Monkey was low, there was actually a kill angle there. That got quite scary. LNG getting away with one a little bit there, both in mid lane and in the bot river.
Yeah, and they're not able to clear out the vision as well. I think the other big part of why W being able to make much bigger moves in the early stage is just the vision control in the river. It's been so good across the series from them.
I think it definitely helps that they've had, you know, her on the roam a fair amount. Just hits that level 6 as we're talking about him. Again, I think that actually on the whole, he's been okay. The laning phase has been a bit awry, but then again, losing lane to 1xN and missing, I actually don't consider that much of a negative. I just think that 1xN and missing, very good in lane in the whole, especially in that isolated 2v2. Also, a little bit more help in that last game about Nerha. Got that dive, and then they started exploding through that lane. Now we get to see, you know, WE, they do have a very disruptive team. If you don't land the killer blow first, then Monkey gets the ultimate, maybe stops a dash with the W as well. The Ash Seraphine fire back, and then you get the Smolder Aatrox getting very good extended fight damage beyond that point. Not to the point where we're going to get extended of jump-ins just yet, but I do worry if WE do manage to get that disruption with the LNG, don't have enough kind of gas in the tank beyond that first blow.
Crocco did have a quick look at starting up some of those grubs. I think he got one and pulled off, but we kind of had our eyes turned over towards Bulldogs being run at, flash away from Monkey's heroic charge. The Encore comes on down, but the shielded round buys a bit of shielding there. The Mom, but Crocco's here as well, and they've lost a steadfast presence, make things a bit spicy. So it ends up being flash off of Bulldog, but they don't quite get anything else as Monkey also has already down his flash, right? Because he used that in that mid lane turret earlier. Not used there, I just saw the Hex Flash and cooldown.
For sure. Okay, so Bulldog down that flash. He's managed to stay even in CS with Karis, which is...
not again, not again. You did that push the other game on the Nico. That nearly cost you your life, actually, but Monkey swifted up down the river.
I don't think that was kill angle there at that point with the flash up from Urha. The first strike value pretty nice, but Urha...
I saw 1xN around the corner with the ult, and I got a bit nervous.
Yep, fair play. About... could have potentially thrown that ult back. Monkey kept flashing over the wall, all right. Fair play, making sure that Crocco didn't have that easy way into the river. Again, bot side vision control. That's what has been going into that bush for, trying to get that vision control. And you look at it, there are currently 7 wards, including, if you count the Scuttle Shrine vision, in the bot side river from WE. They really want full information in that bot side river to protect About's farming and allow Urha to roam a little bit more safely than face checking that bush.
How are we looking on stacks with carry? So about 79. That's not bad going, actually. So Smolder's going to hit critical mass at some point, and we have yet to really see people fully pull the trigger. I mean, there's been the mid lane moments. But otherwise, we're kind of waiting on first items and things for most players in this game. That's good damage. 1xN has got to cleanse, though, so we'll Captain Jack it well enough and back away. Damage back is pretty good.
Yeah, and he does have that ultimate, as you were noting. He might use that to stop a recall here, actually. Recall himself. Does he pull? Well, the thing is, if he pulls the ult, he will still be real setting on the same time. And it's just like, both of us are stopped now, pretty much. Okay, so very even game. People are farming up fine. Top lane is, within 10 CS, so is mid lane. Jungle, slight farm advantage to Monkey. It's not like Croco is that far behind, farming up completely okay himself. We're going to get ourselves into even 5v5s again.
Yeah.
Now, this is not going to be a game with like a 2,000 gold lead early, which has been the case for most of the series. Croco picks up that area that... Wait, hang on. That was the grubs, not the area. I was like, hang on.
That's all 3 grubs
now. All 3 grubs, which is very important for them. I am really quite worried that if LNG do not get the reset early on into the fight, I'm just not sure they have the staying power in the fight stem compared to WE.
Yeah, I think they can play from a fair ways, though, in a way, because with theoretically, with the Jace, with the Winds of War, with the Rockets, of course, you still into Ash Volley. Someone's not bad at that point either,
this is the thing, right? Because if Ash just throws the ult out or an Encore lands, then do you get to play at that range? You're going to get a Mikhail's in from missing, and that'll be important. But I think that WE are pretty happy just, throw some ults at you and say, you can't stand at range. Yeah, the Jace and the Jinx W, very good for that. But my problem is, I think that if LNG try and stand there, don't the ultimates from W fire right back?
I kind of agree. I will say the side lane threat gets a bit scary because you're the team with the global of the Galliot, which yes, the Ash Arrow is good. Hang on, flash, Encore flashed away from by Croco. So they kind of really get the Shock Blast after as well. Acceleration goes, buying some space to keep his verdict wound up, but the helicopter yet to leave the plat, and they'll make the Dragon form and get on out as Bulldog managed to pull away. Out comes Mom again. The Winds of War sheer at the backline. Public execution makes things real spicy. The flash from Q makes it a bit difficult with the hero's entrance. Gets them the kill, the taunt after. And the Aatrox ended. The world stays living.
Sheer full sends it. Teleports into the Dragon Pit and says, all right, I'm going to outplay the Poppy and look for the ultimate. Doesn't land the ult, but at least gets the flash out and does allow 1xN to get his first reset of the game, which is a real threatening moment for WE. Of course, no flash to respond in kind and escape. WE get the dragon, lose the kills, and it is quite worrying that Sheer got that access into the backline. No, very nearly gets the ult there onto Croco, which was the target he was angling for. Doesn't quite get that, uses that flash, and that's what really leads to this play going awry after. Dragon goes down, and I think WE just stick around a little bit too far. I think they could have backed off, but Sheer manages to flash the Poppy wall stun, still keep himself into position to allow the big ultimates to come through. Missing gets the wild growth. That's the CC chain, which leads to down.
Yeah, and again, you got flashes of both AD carries. Smolder and Ash had to flash, or they would have been the target hit by the Ambessa, and that would have been a problem, because one of the ways you deal with Smolder later is Ambessa. Ambessa still wins a 1v1 knife fight in melee range with you. You don't get a good option there, because it's actually very difficult to get Ambessa down to execute Threshold with all his shields.
Very true, very true. Although, well, I mean, if a W's on cooldown, or if she gets blasted by a Poppy W to stop that dash, could be a big problem for them. Okay, Croco at 1 and a bit items, 1 item in the components after it. Bulldog's got the empowered physical boots, which are really important in this game. W is a full physical team besides a little bit of damage coming out from the Seraphine. Yeah. Bulldog might actually go towards a full armor Galio and look for a bit more tankiness than this.
Riftmaker Zhonya's?
Yeah, Riftmaker Zhonya sounds pretty okay. Applies it to have a bit more, against staying power in the way that we're saying that LG kind of struggle with a little bit. 1xN feeling pretty happy himself though. Cheap first item, that Hex Optics, same as About, but you do have that Cull cashed in.
I will also say Hex Optics synergize with Jinx passive incredibly well.
Yeah.
You get the reset, and then you have Rockets and Excited, and your range is near global.
Now, I did just want to touch something as well. Jeff talking about this in the YouTube chat. Yes, Deathfire Touch is nerfed on this patch for Smolder, but Smolder is still adaptive damage, so you can still have physical damage which triggers Black Cleaver later, and Smolder's just very happy to just tag you with random bits of Q-burn or the W might hit. The Bulldog misses both skills there, and you'll notice that's that burn. It's nasty, that. Bulldog has a little bit of that physical resist, of course, from the physical boots, but still, Karis Swifties,
Monkey
Essence
spotted.
Reaver, pretty happy.
They know he's here. The control walls come down. Crocker's going to wait on this one. We'll see how this works. Karis is also around. This gets interesting. Shot Blast doesn't go to the skies yet. The rocket after. Monkey Flash. Polymorph not able to get the Blast Cone. And they get the kill. Arrow flies, but I think the damage is done. Nice read from LNG, who spot Monkey looking for vision alone.
Yeah, for once, LNG are better around the vision. That hasn't been the story of the series. WE have been the more articulate team. They've been the more considered team. Better vision control, better map plays. LNG get the macro, and they get themselves the vision, importantly here, in a better position for once, and WE lose their jungler. Monkey will... I mean, Monkey won't blow his flash because he didn't have a chance to use it, but LNG pretty happy to take that kill.
Also, 3 grubs deep here, and I think at this point, you're going to hit this point where I think the Ambessa looks at both of these opponents and goes, yeah, I don't think you want to side lane against me.
Definitely not looking easy for Q. I mean, Sheer, yep. Sheer is a huge amount of gold ahead, and the Aatrox is a very snowbally laner, especially when you're in the Bruiser variety as well. You want to take those extended fights, and Ambessa has been more than happy to dance around those sweet spots, and in this case, outvalue.
And look, we've got Storm Raiders Poppy, we've got Aatrox top, with just a Sundered Sky. Your front line from WE isn't great. And there is a real world where, like, sure, maybe you don't get the Ambessa ult onto the Smolder or the Ashe, but you do get it onto Poppy. You do get it onto Aatrox. And then suddenly, you have this issue where they die real fast, and then you get an excited Jinx who just runs at the AD carries and says, yeah, I bet.
That'll happen. Yep, Jinx scales weird, but against this kind of team, yeah, if Ashe Seraphine misuse their skills or Smolder misuses the W and stuff, if you don't have any slows to stop Jinx running at you, you die. You do just die, and there's, as we've been saying, it's not like a huge tank on the other side. I mean, Poppy will get tanky, Cube has Tabby, but it's not like they'll be able to shrug off Jinx just running at them.
And again, like, the Poppy, like, it's understandable, it's Storm Raiders, but again, this Poppy then is, like, the tankiness is very conditional. And we can see where the gold is. The Cult's been cashed in. The damage getting pretty phenomenal. Crocco's picked up the Serpent's Fang as well, which is very astute. We did say in the draft, my little smart moment saying, the jungle Jace just gets easier access to Serpent's Fang than solo lane Jace a lot of the time because you don't need the tier build.
And I think, look, across the series, we have to start talking how Monkey might get run out by Crocco here. Bit scary. Shock Blast is nasty there. The overall trend in this series, as we said, look, WE, well, we thought that, Cube was playing a bit better than Sheer, Monkey's been the better jungler than Crocco. I don't think that means that Crocco has had, I mean, the Maokai game was bad, but I do think the rest of these games, Crocco, especially on this Jace now, has been huge. The Shinzao in the game that they won somehow through that split fight play was really quite good from him. In terms of the mechanical play, besides the Maokai game, he has been very solid here too. It's been a great contest of junglers. Like how Crocco has just been sat around as that artillery bot, you can just do this as Jace. You don't have to be sat in your jungle all the time. Just look for poke. It can be very useful.
All right, Shears versus Karis. They know Monkey's there, so they know they got the free dragon. It would only be first dragon for LNG. Hell, it was only the second dragon in the game at 18 minutes. It would be a very late soul if we were to get there. I will note that that's probably going to favor the team with the Smolder inevitably.
Yeah, on the whole it will do, but LNG, we have to take that one off the board anyway. Of course, they have great ability to bring Galio to a play in side lanes. We haven't really seen that much split map and side laning be game determining. That's a very good blind shot blast, and it takes another quarter of the HP off of Monkey. And Crocco is now going to be getting significant value out of that first strike.
Yeah.
The thing about first strike is that it was nerfed a lot for early game, and then it was buffed a lot more, or rather, it's still much better in mid game. So once you get one item and 2 items, it starts giving you more value. It's not good at getting you to your first item anymore. It's much better at getting you to your second and your third, though. Landing a shot blast like that, basically getting yourself an extra million or two's worth of gold out of it.
I think this game you can justify something like the Cyrilda's third and be pretty happy about it, because then you're adding slows to everything else. Oh my god, Ura lost a third of his health bar.
And again, just making sure first strike is on cooldown, Sam. Just making sure that it's there. And that WE, when they're looking for that vision, are getting
an extra gold.
Exactly, it's basically getting an extra 2 or 3 minions every first strike. It's not bad, for sure. Once you get that procced a couple of times, then it starts to really cause issues. 1xN walking forwards and getting that first ult on target. It's gone for the Hurricane second, and that's quite scary. The AoE is pretty good, because I think W want a Death Bolt. They want a Death Bolt. They have an Ashe Seraphine, and they want to be gathered up in the Poppy W. If you stand together now, though, you're going to get splash damage from both rockets.
Yeah.
That is terrifying. I like that from 1xN.
And really, you only have limited amounts of... You can Lord Dom's third here, and I think you'd be all right as 1xN here. You can also justify an Infinity Edge and feel okay about that, too. We come over towards the Herald, and then once you break down this mid lane turret, I think suddenly the Ashe Seraphine have a lot less room to stay around. Top lane turret also very close to falling. A last ground pound should pick that one up. Colossal Smash, I believe, is the turn.
Yep, that's the one.
Actually, Wannington gets excited off the Herald, gets to come back mid lane, and there's the Hurricane value. Chugs up about, who does not enjoy that, has the barrier as the damage was threatened with the Super Mega Death Frag. Get Herald immediately dropped mid, shot about. Public execution has to be flashed.
Yeah, and that was the heal and barrier both used by WE, and they still can't defend their mid turret. The arrow's put back, and that's a really good Herald usage.
Sheer just about survived with the Repudiate, but the knockup, up comes the Jinx, but that's a little bit far. But the Wild Ghost, the shot blast, the AoE, the flash in from Bulldog, but Monkey buffers through. Cube at the backline threatens 1XM. A lot of mana. I think at this point Cube's can go, yeah, I think we're done here. Oh my god, he flashed for that.
Yeah, Monkey had to flash away. That's another shock blast. LNG just tear the heart out of W down the mid lane. This has exploded into a 5,000 gold lead out of nowhere. They've destroyed the mid lane turret. They used that Herald very well, as, you know, the bot lane of About Her thought they'd found the catch onto 1XN, and he gets into the Herald at the perfect timing. Unlike the last game, where he took the Herald in the worst spot, denied them the usage of it. This time it actually saved his life and leads to a snowball play as well, and a second charge onto the mid lane, this time onto the inner turret. WE, what a way to fall apart in this series. I thought that W should be taking this game 5. I thought they were better at the macro. I thought they were better at playing around objectives. Credit to LNG. This has not been a game where it's been mentally kind of just all come crashing down around them, as they get faced with another elimination game against WE like they did in Split 1 play-ins. They've done much better at this point. Perhaps it helps that it's online. Perhaps it helps that they get to settle down in a comfortable environment, be away from, you know, the cameras on them. Very, very important if they do make this game. As we say again, winner of this is in playoffs, and they're in Group Ascend next split. Loser is in Group Nirvana. You lose this and you go down to the bottom group, and for these teams with arenas, with massive investment into the LPL scene, that is very harsh for them.
Karis now goes to the Black Cleaver second for a bit more HP, which probably not unwise here. The problem is, of course, that he's actually struggled to get side lane farm because the grubs and the fact that the Galio's gotten to this point has made things really frustrating. Dragon's a minute away. Blue buff picked up, and the zap just wide. So is the shot blast this time around. Slight spectator bug there, that was accelerated.
It was. Croco building his way towards the Voltaic Cycler Sword. Again, not a 40k item. It's now the meta lethality item. Once he hits that, these squishies are going to melt. We do have the Black Cleaver coming in from Karis. I mean, the Deathfire Touch Black Cleaver interaction is very, very nasty. Also has 225 as well. Karis has been stacking fine. Problem is, he doesn't have something like a fire cannon to get that target access. They might go towards Bulldog. He has Seekers. He does have good physical damage. They're going to have to CC chain him here, Sam.
Yeah, I'll see what they can make it happen. They pull him out from under the turret, gets the Justice Punch. The arrow lands. They get a fair amount of damage down. Overcomes about. He's not going to get a chance to go golden and just gets annihilated.
There you go. Well, that's the problem about not going Merc Treads. No tenacity. You have a lot of ability to resist things. Do that while you're stunned. Goes down. Good kill. First one of the game for WE.
They do, however, lose their mid lane tier 2 as the prize. They had to send pretty much everyone not named Cube up there. They'd love to turn this into a turret in trade.
I'm not named Cube, am I up there?
No, yeah. But the Dragon's also down. So the question is, are we going to see Dragon for turret? And you're not there, that's fine. I was trying to keep things focused for a second or two.
Okay. Well, you know, just have to question very important things. Dragon likely going up to LNG, no contest at WE, even without the grubs, still trying to push in towards that top lane. Rocket. As you mentioned, the Rocket will wave clip, buying themselves a few more seconds, taking a few more seconds on tower away from WE.
Out comes Karis burning the ult, trying to clear out this wave real rapidly. And again, there is a world, though, where Karis, with that kill, can just late game smolder this. That is always going to be the win condition. 3,000 gold is good, but we do need to see LNG convert this into a proper Baron take, probably over the next 5 minutes, or you start to get a little bit more nervous again.
Okay, so WE really want that fire cannon on Karis. I mean, you have a late game Smolder. In Smolder, we trust. You have that flash, you have the Seraphine behind them, Poppy to do that as well. They're even giving Karis the extra gold. They know how important that fire cannon is. He's at the Zeal already, and the Pit and the Dagger as well. If they give him fire cannon, he will be able to fight. It is such an important item to get towards that Smolder because he needs the target access. He is outranged by that Jace and by the Jinx W as well. Speaking of that, Crocker just picks up his Cyclo Sword. It's a very important item for him where he gets even more burst. Karis is being hyper farmed here, and they know exactly how important that is.
Will be the plan to Off we go. Gonna donate that one, I suspect, over to Cat as well. It's hurting Monkey, is what it's doing, of course, who does get less and less gold as a result of this. But Croco at 3 items is going to be problematic, because if there's someone who can potentially take the Smolder's head off, Jace with 3 items is pretty scary. 1XL's just got Infinity Edge, but they're thinking about barreling and saying, come on, man, let's go.
Okay, all right,
Monkey's
here we
on the wrong
go.
side of the map.
Monkey is on the wrong side of the map. That is important. They'll blue trinket it now, but I think it's going to come down to a Smolder ult steal. I don't think they can get it any other way.
Fast. They're going to put down the trap. The TP's come flying. Out comes Mom, but it's not going to be there in time. Baron is what gets taken. The stun is good onto poor old Bulldog, who just gets CC'd. The taunt after will likely die. Goes golden for a second or two. They'll trade their jungler for the Baron. Not jungler.
Mid laner. So
Baron,
Bulldog goes down, and that will lead to W being able to push this mid lane. Now, can they actually get to the turret, though? I mean, the Smolder facing up against the team with all their ults down, I think they can actually siege this, even against the Baron. Wave goes down. Yeah, they'll be able to take this turret. Not bad from WE on the response.
Sheer does a lot of work. He's gone very deep here. The encore goes wide. That makes things tricky, but he gets executed. What are we doing?
That's too far, way too far. You don't have your ults. You can't stand there. Sheer, an unnecessary death. And LNG, this game was completely in their control. The gold lead, which peaked at around 5,000, half that now. And the Baron power play is looking a lot weaker.
That is not good news at all. Again, I know that you've got Baron and all the rest of it. Sheer just kind of goes by himself in and gives up a lot of gold that was just unnecessary. And that really is going to stymie the Baron take.
Yeah, it gives over a Baron buff. It gives over some gold. I mean, Karras has picked himself up another kill along the way too now. One for Monkey as well amongst that. I mean, Karras is going to be able to go back and get himself a fire cannon. And it feels like the Baron push is now going to be stunted from LNG. The gold lead is less than it was. Smolder has that 3rd item and is at a real point of power now. Karras can carry.
This is going to be a real problem, I think. Again, look, you did a really good job of getting into positions, but the gold lead has really shrunk. 1xN's now alone in mid lane. Dodges one, but needs to back away as Monkey's going to throw down a lot of damage. 1xN flash, the TP's coming on in. There's a wild growth behind, buys a bit of time. He's got out of the infernal chains and doesn't, and dies. He's dead in the mid lane. Bulldog's TP'd in to die.
Oh, WE might have done it, Sam. They might have done it. LNG had so much control over this game, but it's slipping away from them. They're panicking. It's the late game LNG panic again. This part of the game is where they've just not been good enough. And WE have they've just completely flipped their fortunes. They were so far behind in this game, and they might have gotten through to a point where now they can knock out LNG again.
They can certainly try. The Keeper's Verdict comes on down, and now that's basically Bulldog into Sheer, into 1xN, dying back to back to back, and I just don't understand how. I mean, WE's vision has helped, don't get me wrong, but still, that's so frustrating. They had the TP, they had the Lulu behind. Clearly, they thought they could play this and bait in a fight, and it just goes wrong.
That is heartbreak for LNG. Everything was set up for success, much like in the very early game of Game 4 as well. They won bot lane. They were doing well in that game. And then a couple of power plays go against them. A couple of big moments just go awry when they're just not in the right headspace. Sheer. Then, as you're saying, Bulldog and 1xN. Bulldog, of course, dying before that point, right? It just feels like LNG have lost their heads a little bit. They've lost their cool. I thought that the mental game was in their favor. They'd gotten ahead in this Game 5. Things were looking good. And then just something falls apart for them. That calm visage starts to crack a little bit.
Eyes on time as 30 seconds till Dragon be sold point. It's a near enough a negative 2.5 to 3,000 gold Baron power play. They've lost 3 of their 5,000 gold.
And as we were saying, WE's team fight is really nasty. We were saying this from draft, and then partway through the early game as well, saying that actually WE's team fight is very disruptive. If LNG don't land the knockout blow very early on, it's a very difficult game to play into. And Seraphine, Smolder W, the Poppy W and ult as well, it's very difficult. LNG, they now have to fight themselves back into the lead again.
Rocco gets Mikhail's out of the Ash ult. The Shapless comes on down into Monkey, who gets shielded by and immune some of that, but he's walked into the traps there. Got a little bit worried for a second, but the
Good
damage...
Smolder burn.
Yeah, the poke's not winning anymore, is it? Monkey's gone forwards there?
Bulldog, there's no flash on it.
Hang on, pumping executed. Gone onto Era. They've got a one. About to have a run. In comes the hero. That's about trying to flash away. Will not. Monkey gets Bulldog. What's happening at the rest of the fight? They've lost some damage, but Over comes missing. The polymorph. Monkey's left low. Smolder burn. Nearly there. Polymorph. Sheer with the healing. The repudiate. Monkey just about survives the 1xN. Not excited anymore. The zap just wide.
It's 2 for 2 somehow throughout that. About gets sniped by Sheer, who's trying to make up for his earlier missteps, but Karras is still alive. If Karras is alive, W can team fight. This game is going down to the wire. Elimination game from playoffs and from Group Ascend next split. There is a smite on both sides. 1xN is alive, Karras is alive. Cube has come back in.
Oh, hang on. He's flashing onto Karras and fails it. Oh, Croco.
Oh, Croco. He tries to look for the Shock Blast, the flash combo. Can't get it. The Poppy W is there. Sam, that might be the final nail in the coffin. Denying that dragon is not going to be the soul, but it feels like W are just into the game now. It's now basically on, Miracle and Besser ultimates. On to Karis. Karis has no flash now. Perhaps that'll be more possible in the future. We can see that 1xN, he's staying alive through the team fights, putting out decent damage, but he's not able to get past the Aatrox onto the Smolder. The disruption of WE is proving somehow just enough, even with Bulldog heavily out of position here. Great Ambassador ult. Leads into the full combo after the Galio ult, not able to be cancelled here. Allows him to go up for the extra amount of shielding. And get into position. Actually ends up getting him killed arguably there. That ultimate not getting cancelled. Cube, credit to him. Aatrox actually providing some good end fight, team fight damage here. 1xN can't get onto Karis though. That's the huge thing. Doesn't have the ability to walk up towards that Smolder. Smolder still having that flash at the very end there too. Was killer for them. 1xN needs to be able to kill that frontline, man.
Yeah, and again, look, the damage just isn't sticking in the way I thought it might after they got so far ahead, and Randuin's is in now, which is making these really tricky, because actually, we're a little ways off the mortal reminder. 1xN has been stymied at this gold for a little while. I don't think he's going to be miles and miles off. We've got 10 seconds till Baron, though, and it's not going to be up for that.
Okay, Croco. Go back, caught out. No, Mikhail's in range. Croco hugs the wall, not far enough away from the arrow. Goes down. Great vision play. WE have been calmer in the moment. They have been more effective in the moment. And Sam, they may be pushing LNG down to Nirvana in the moment.
We've got control boards everywhere right now for WE. You can see absolutely nothing. The vision control has just been better. And again, in 2 best of 5s that go the distance, once in winter, once in spring, LNG have a massive gold throw.
It's heartbreak, Sam. It is absolute heartbreak. Last time off in Split 1 playoffs, it was this matchup there. Again, it was a 4-game series that last time, which W puts out a little bit more confidently. LNG have grown since then, but not enough, it would seem, to put this one to bed. I think W have outscaled with Karis. I don't think they can reach the Smolder. They must kill him, but how do they reach him?
5,000 gold lead is going to haunt them. Croco 2 unacceptable deaths back to back. Get what you're trying to do, but you've got to be there. And the vision control's been put. They've interrupted the back. That's on Karis.
It's on Karis.
Taunt
for the taunt.
What execution?
There he goes.
Goes wide, but he's not hit Karis. Where's the rest of the team? Hero's entrance. They do jump onto Karis. The damage is decent. He's surviving. He's surviving. He's still alive.
Even with the miracle backstop onto Karis, they can't stop the Smolder, who kills Galio in turn. That is as good a chance as you're going to get, Sam, and they still can't capitalize. WE, and they stopped a little bit on the Baron push. You're not going to get 2 of those, Sam. I can't imagine
damage. She went off of Karis.
He had to hop away, I believe, from Monkey and maybe try and get some AoE healing. We'll have to watch that replay, I suppose. That is a critical error. LNG so nearly got their hands on Smolder. So nearly. Can't quite get it. Karis lives again. 5-0-3. The fact that the Smolder hasn't died is testament to how well W have protected him and how well he has also judged his own spacing to stay alive in these key moments.
Yeah, and I've got to call it out. Bulldog's Galio has not impressed me. It's just not really landed. That one there was the one almost good moment, but generally speaking, the Galio hasn't looked particularly threatening. Karis now is just monstrous.
Now there's a 4th item in from 1xN. He's 1,000 gold ahead of about. Can he do something? It's not bad damage onto Karis there again now. Karis no flash. Maybe there's an angle. 1xN can get some AoE wave play with the Hurricane. Maybe a reset fight will do it, but you must kill the Smolder early. The 2-2-5 stacks is just too threatening. There's a Serpent's Fang on him too, which will keep active through the Deathfire touch as well, keeping it active for longer. Good damage from Croco. He's been trying to put out the artillery, but as we've said, he's had a couple of bad deaths back-to-back. Jace is not good at face checking. We've seen the real proof of that in this game.
You can scout well enough with your Shock Blast, and that's all well and good, but that's a little different. And again, the vision control has been poor from LNG, and that's made things like the Shock Blast a lot harder to guarantee.
Yeah, LNG have to just wait out another wave of this. 15 seconds left. WE looking for bits of chip. Dragon in 30 seconds. Not soul for anyone. We could actually go very late game here and wait until the next Dragon and Baron spawn. Feels like it's going that way, doesn't it? WE, they have arrows to look for picks, but against the Mikhails, quite hard to really get yourself a game-ending play. LNG have enough wave clear.
They see nothing.
keep themselves alive in the game.
Hover there from the... Hoggle, rather, from the producers there just showed they could see nothing at all. They'll finally start walking in a little bit as a team. That changed all that much. Karis now level 18. That is a mighty, mighty small. If this is Infinity Edge on reset, I get nervous, Alex. I do. There's Dragon. I don't think LNG are going to properly contest. They'll throw out a Desperation Rocket and pray that will be enough.
Yeah, they don't well, they spot it going down. They can't do anything about it. Dragon goes down. No contest. LNG will wait again. Karis has a GA now, so you need to kill him twice. That's very, very bad news for LNG.
Baron, 2 minutes off. That will be our next port of call.
So what can LNG do, realistically? Because the problem is, and this is something which a lot of teams have found out worldwide over the last year or so, particularly when you see it in the West, actually, when they try and play very kind of split pick comps, eventually you get to a point in the game where you can't force a team to split, because they're just going to group up, push waves very quickly and group up again. In fact, we saw this in Lost Returns run in LEC and LEC Versus, where effectively they weren't great at moving around early game and they get picked up around the split map. But as soon as you get lots of wave clear, you push, you group up, and you can just stick together on the map, and then you can start making very different plays in 5v5. This seems to be the case here from LNG, what we would actually quite like to play around Ambassador Galio and the Jades. Haven't really been able to
do that for the last 10 minutes, really.
For a while now, and it means that Karis gets to sit in formation. When the smaller is in formation, I just don't think LNG have the ability to reach him consistently.
Bulldog's gone Shadow Flame third here, just have a bit more upfront burst, try and catch someone off guard. Theoretically, Karis, right? And that has to be the case. I think Crocker's landed some good poke on people like About, sure, but there has just been this running issue of bringing low Karis has just not happened.
Bulldog, Shadow Flame third after that Zhonya's. We did say, well, you know, going for something like that Zhonya is quite helpful in terms of the armor stacking. At this point in the game is kind of decorative though, isn't it? Against the armor shred from that Black Cleaver, from the, of course, the Molt Reminder from About as well. Very difficult for the Galio to stay alive, and Bulldog, as we said, hasn't really hit the mark, really, on this Galio. He was pretty effective at points earlier in the series, and then, of course, failed on the Tristana, which he's been famous for in the past. The Galio has not been it for him. And now Smolder has been taking over so much.
Storm, Deathfire Touch.
Oh, that's a fair point. Yeah, that's a nasty one. Arrows landed onto him. The Mikhail's uses CC'd.
Oh, that means the Lulu's definitely popping against Gee's Heroes entrance. They're coming on down, but Monkey's bought time. They lost Croco. They're losing Sheer, who's about to fall down. Surely he does. It's a triple to Karis. It might be more at this rate. You've got a Jason, a Jinx, and a Dream.
Sam, I don't think that's just going to be a triple to Karis. I think it will be the triple, third, and final win in this series for WE. LNG have lost too many people. They're bleeding out. Game 5, I think, is going to WE.
Croco tried to find the flank. I'm going to clear the wave, and actually does.
There's a couple of minions left alive. There's one left. Inhibitor available. 30 seconds death timers. Can they block the minion? They
he's shy on it.
They'll tank the turrets. WE will take the series.
They surely do. WE on the back of their mid laner. Much maligned in group percent. It doesn't matter. A silver scrape series that sends WE back to the top and playoffs.
WE will knock out LNG twice in a row. I can't believe the Durex logo flashes up that large on the Nexus.
Oh, lost soul. Oh, fun camera angle. Observers having some fun. Welcome to Summoner's Rift, the wildest ride in the wilderness. Please keep arms, legs, hands and feet inside the ride at all times. Gotta get wild out here. Early level 1 trading. Well, not exactly unexpected, is it? When you're trying to fight for your lane control as double range versus double range. Want a Megadeth song covered by Thresh? Symphony of Destruction incoming. Do you believe in TT's bot lane? I mean, Arn and Feather aren't bad. Arn, of course, very experienced AD carry. I think Feather is also, for a Nirvana support, actually pretty good here in 1xN last year. We're a fun duo. If there were places where I think you were going to find some potential success, Heru through against Nia might be the way to do it, and you have got Ryze Lee Sin. Heru gets the Rune Prison, sets up for Lee Sin to hit the Q. Your burst is very strong. And especially because, generally speaking, the Rise will put the damage down first. It means that Lee Sin's kind of scaling execute damage with the Q2 becomes more and more threatening. Quick sip of my drink. That's a fun banner. Just been a bit of early shove here from Arn and Feather. Not exactly unsurprising. I think early levels, the Ezreal's actually really obnoxious. And if you don't land a couple good Qs from the Nico, you kind of do just kind of lose out to the overall sustain and poke of the Ezreal Nami, which is a potent lane. Not as common as it once was, say, 5-6 years ago, but still very strong. Nice Aqua Prison. Jachi has, however, gone to Corgi, which is not the chicken Jackie, but it is a very cute skin, so I kind of forgive it. I forgive it. John Howe might have found a wraparound behind here, and this was always a problem. Flash for the Rune Prison. The Q lands. Nia does not have any way to escape. Flash out from John Howe. The BLG emote, because once he was on that team. Very nicely done. And we said that might be the combo, and Orianna does in fact die to the wraparound gank from Lee Sin. Like that was expected. It was. Well, he's gonna walk in as a hot dog, put down a ward. Might be able to jump behind the returning Rise here, actually, depending on how this plays. He's going to be a little bit too slow. Did have to burn Flash and Ghosted Heru, and doesn't have the teleport, so things might get a little bit tricky. Wait, steals away the Raptor Camp. That's the price of Lee Sin delaying his reset. And therefore, wait. We'll say Huzzah. And pick up a Raptor Camp. Takeshi's Castle going up against Breathe. This could be a really tough matchup for Keshi, because again, you are going into Breathe, one of the most veteran and successful players in the top lane of the LPL. I think he's had a bit of a weird split. There's been some quite poor games, but I think when he has been good, he's been genuinely excellent. And sometimes Breathe's scorelines come from the fact that the rest of the team is not doing particularly well, and he's trying to... he's not backing down, right? Which I think there's some truth to the fact that sometimes if you're a player who wants to make plays when have got other players that are struggling, say, Jachi's had a bad early laning phase or whatever, Nia is kind of bleeding out in the mid lane. You go for the aggressive moves and it goes wrong, and Nia's being attacked again. Lee Sin gets to turn mid. Wei is here and should body block any additional follow-up. Again, it will be the Orianna forced to reset once more. Control will burn to make that gank happen, I'll note. So 75 gold down, strictly. Just Lee Sin things. Actual all-out angle here, actually. Breathe hits the level 6 before Keshi and forces the flash. Mole flash forwards. Oh, gets the Pathmaker. The Q3, the foot workout. Breathe. Wrecks Keshi. The castle is sieged successfully. Heru and Junhao, though, turn up top. Footwork part 2 comes down. Breathe will have another Pathmaker available shortly. We'll need to try and find an angle. Footwork number 2 doesn't find enough, and eventually it turns into the 1-for-1. But it's an extended rundown. Run walk top successful, but at cost. Breathe nearly made it out, but couldn't quite get through the cooldowns. Heals had to be burned bot, and actually that's a fairly decent chunk onto Arn here. Actually, Jachi with that barrier makes this a bit spicy. Oh, that's a lovely Valkyrie. No opportunity for Arn to get out, who I believe ended up with more CC than expected, and the Foss Bomb trade is good. Keeps the flash and the barrier, but now Feather's going to die as well. You know what? I take it back. I think Arn did have room to flash. I should have done it earlier when it comes at cost. The Aqua Prison lands, but no one's taking turret aggro. So Nia gets a kill. Jachi doesn't get the assist at the other end of it. And that's a little better from Invictus Gaming. Nia also now has roamed to both side lanes. No, wait, no, that was Heru roaming top. For some reason I thought the Orianna roamed top. That's not true. Yeah, Q3 into Pathmaker. 2 autos, all out. Footwork. And then flash Q3. Beautiful with that Pathmaker. Or rather, flash Q, Pathmaker, Q3. The way that was. For whatever reason, I thought it was the Orianna, not the Rise. When I just talked about the Realm Warp, just... My head's not working, chat. It's not working. Is on okay? What the heck did I just see from him? Yeah, it wasn't great, is the honest answer. It was a nice Valkyrie angle from Jacci, but still not fantastic in terms of giving up those kills. And again, Jacci's now heading gold. He's down a little bit CS, so be it. The early priority from Arn has somewhat been undercut by virtue of Jacci and Mako just going brrrr, bringing them down. The Gatling gun.
I wasn't gone at all.
You went.
Okay, looks like we've had a bit of a bloody early game. 5 kills in 8 minutes.
So let me break it down for you.
Okay.
Basically, as expected, Rise set up for Nia to die very early on because Realm Warp into Lee Sin. Then there was a return play, and then things got a bit messy because Breathe found a really cool level 6 to level 5 solo kill under turret against the Rumble, under Rumble's turret. But it got turned around a little later on because Heru and Junhao Realm Warp top.
Gotcha.
The problem was then that Feather and Arn, who had a really good early lead and advantage, got 2v2 blasted. Jacci Valkyried over Ezreal, who held onto his summoners and died.
Okay.
And then Orianna went, well, I guess I'll skedaddle bot and get a kill.
Why not?
So you killed Feather as well.
So, ended up being an even game so far. Mid-jungle from TT. I mean, they want to be ahead with this Rise Lee Sin powerful duo. Potential of a flash Rune Prison here. They choose not to. Checking out the Raptor respawn. Is coming up. Wave's coming over.
Oh, we're fighting for this. Here we go. Well, that'll be a command attack and a potential shockwave available. Gets a bit spicy, this. Won't full send. Mako was around, but they don't feel the need to pull the trigger.
I think particularly right now, we're just a lost chapter behind it. The shockwave's not got a crazy amount of sting to it. IG, of course, will be using that later. It's a much more powerful.
Crazy. I know. I was crazy once.
Oh, I get it now. Right, okay.
They locked me in a caster booth.
Yeah, really. With a
caster booth with
Nymaera in it.
Yeah, cool. Exactly.
All right, so bot lane, Mako taking a decent amount of damage there. That's the tidal wave thrown out. He'll use to dodge.
Mako eats a bit of damage, but will survive. And Junhao is around. They might still look for the dive here. And as a result, they're going to reset just in case.
Yeah, the wave is going to take a while to come into house. It's not an immediate dive threat, but it's like got to reset early so you can get back in time to answer that if needed. Corki's going to stick around, pick it up at turret, so he's going to be okay on that front. Okay, Dragon's up in a minute. IG got the first one. I'd like to start stacking that. Of course they would, particularly when you've got Mountain and Dragon on the Rift. I'd like to get that for the Cassante above all people. Gives him extra damage and extra resist because he gets damage from resist.
What a silly combination that is.
Yeah, no, I know, right? Oh god, I was playing an arena game. I think I was on Dum's stream, and I was playing like a crazy tank with Sion. He just pressed W on me. I lost literally 60% of my health to true damage. So bloody hell, what do you mean? Because he had like full resist, and that just transferred into damage. And of course, when he's in all out and his W gets propped, there you go. He's actually not in the happiest spot.
Yeah, that was a blast code of all time. He gets away with it. Okay.
He's alright, he's alright. It's just the online play, you know, ping.
Ping diff.
Yeah, I'm lagging, guys. I'm lagging.
Yeah, like,
Oh, no. Oh, God. Right, Dragon up in 30 seconds now. Wei is going to jump over, spots Feather, bubble goes down.
Okay, gonna try and make that play happen. The call of the pack is summoned, and the hot dogs are there. Lots of glizzies to be found, but no one to eat them.
There was a good W to avoid the Lee Sin key, actually. That would have hit otherwise. Were you expecting a response to the glizzies comments?
No, I honestly, Alex, I was letting you speak, and then I honestly, that's my natural, my resting smirk face.
Right, wonderful. Okay. So I actually think with the damage onto Wei and onto Mako, TT should feel pretty emboldened to go towards Dragon here. Teleport coming in from near. Doesn't complete his first item. He stopped after his tier 1 boots Tier 2 boots first in those swiftness boots. So Wei's not going to contest. They're going to give up this Dragon IG. Already had the first one. There's no obligation to get in the second one. As we said, it would have been nice for them, but just avoid confrontation until they got a first item available. And I think this comp really is a one-item comp.
Correct, Ghost in chat. That is exactly what they become if they kill Wei. I won't say that until the time comes.
Wonderful. Right, Breathe goes for on top side. Keshi quite low here, actually. Now, Keshi has been one of our most exciting players to watch from Nirvana. I think he was clearly a step below Sheer, but he is someone that, for quite a new player in top lane, has been performing quite admirably. I've liked his Cassante. I've liked a number of his, I've liked a number of his tanks, bruises, and carries alike, actually. He's been quite the holistic player.
I like the number 12.
Why?
Wanted to say that.
That's wonderful, Sam.
I mean, I do have reasons, but it's just not now. It's not the time.
I mean,
Why would I talk about that on
what a
broadcast,
number.
Alex?
It's what a number of. Well, it's a number in general. It's just a number of numbers. Yeah, it's not a perfect number in that
sixes. It's 12 ones.
Yeah.
It's
Wow,
it's four
basic
threes.
arithmetic. Wow. Ooh, it's root 144.
That's actually good to know that one.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. It's not a highway, Alex. Come on, that's really stupid. Why would you say that?
Sam, we don't have highways here anyway. Do we really need to bother about that? Which actually has the Triforce. Complete that now. I think once IG get themselves to one item, they're pretty happy to fight. I just think that, particularly when you look at TT have a really nasty early game comp, and IG kind of want to get themselves into a point where the shockwave is much more of a factor. Anyone on the side of TT, if they get hit by that shockwave when it's at 2 items, is pretty much a goner. Can't really fight before 1 item against... I think the Ezreal is way better before 1 item. I think particularly the Rumble and the Rise of 1 item kind of nasty hit. Comes way with that.
There'll be a lot of damage coming on forwards. The Dark and Daggers are there. They go Valkyrieing in, and Heru does get to back away with Feather around. It's a decent tidal wave and flash away.
It is. The flash is blown though, so it's just a bit of summoner economy. Way happy to not force the issue any further. Gonna go back towards his bot camps. Has them coming up a cooldown. Right now, Grump spawning, they'll be blue, just play through his bot side and take that summoner on a pretty time-efficient gank. That's one of the things about the Ascend junglers compared to our Nirvana junglers, which I'm really interested to see, is how efficient the jungle pathing is. Because, there are some really, really good junglers in Group Ascend, and Wei is amongst them. Junhao, we like him. I think he was good on Ultra Prime. I think on TT he's been one of the best parts, if not the best part
once upon a time.
Was that on the full team roster or on the junior one?
He was on junior.
Yeah, on the junior roster. BLG Junior has had a ton of talent come through it.
Ow, good damage onto Jachi there. Actually, that's at about half HP. Another Essence Flux Slam. That makes things tricky with a flash forward with a Pot Blossom. John House here makes things spicy. They kill off Feather, which is ironic because he's a fish, but he's still down. Mako goes as well, though, because Arn got another W on target. And then the last auto brought low the opposite support.
1 for 1, both AD carries pick up the kill. So it's fairly even as far as things go, but the extra summoners blown of the flash onto Arn. Wait, that's important. I mean, the barrier is a lower cooldown on Jachi, but the flash being gone on Arn, that's something you can really abuse as Wei, especially with the shockwave combo potentially coming around. If we fight around Third Dragon or Herald, for instance, then the Neferi Orianna combo onto Flashless Ezreal, that is scary.
Very much so. I do miss actually seeing Orianna. Doesn't really get to play, sit and actually get through the pick and ban phase super often.
If we didn't have Fearless Draft, and we'd actually paid attention to, and then, the balance team were like, oh, we actually need to nerf this champion. Maybe we would see more of it, because it's nerfed into, regularity.
Okay, part of this as well is I don't think Orianna's had that much in the way of changes for a very long time. I think it's more telling on the fact that, bluntly, the answers into Orianna aren't things that people want to play and pray.
We've seen some people try it. It's just the problem is, I mean, we've seen stuff like the Akali, right? And we've seen occasional play of that, and that worked early on. And then the problem is just that Orianna just always has a way to impact the game in a heavy way. Pretty much always has a strong lane, pretty much always has a combo. And even if you count Orianna individually, you don't often counter Orianna and the combo at the same time.
Yeah, the combos are always very, very nasty. It is true. Shockwave is just a very valuable combination in general.
Yeah, she got one change earlier in the year where her Q cooldown got increased at early levels, and that's the only changes she's had since this year at least. Last year she actually had quite a few, but it's not really changed her function is the thing.
Yeah, and again, a lot of the things that do answer Orianna, I think Stana. things like that Lucian did. Like, you can do it with Yone a little later on as well.
But Lucian got nerfed out of mid lane.
Yeah.
So Lucian isn't... that's like a fake answer.
But I still think it
now.
works into Ori specifically.
I don't think it does in mid lane anymore. I think Lucian's been nerfed too heavy for solo lanes. I mean, his passive being put towards so much of his damage is on vigilance now. You need a teammate to activate that.
Jace isn't awful into her either.
Jace is okay because you outrange, although early lane's a bit rough.
But your ability to kind of command attack, to like jump on her, because when she's looking for a Q, you can just like to disguise her and she just doesn't win that trade. And phase rush is not, she can't run away from it.
True, yeah, phase rush being nerfed definitely hurts. Comet's been changed, of course, in this patch too, where it does more damage based on how far away you are from them, but the cooldown isn't reduced by successive skill hits now. Herald into the mid lane, trying to take some damage off this. Won't kill, but take a good chunk off of it.
Good chunk in as well. You get the damage, dragon's up as well. We can continue our discussion perhaps after the dragon. Once upon a time, people used to do things like Z into it.
Yeah, back in Season 4, fun time.
It's still a good answer, but it just doesn't feel like people don't want to play it, right?
And even then, your level 1 is not great against the Orianna. The first few levels of play, you can't interact with jungle matchup. It's really important for the meta right now. Dragon going down lower, TT are actually teleporting, and as is IG. Both TPs coming in.
Here we go. Look at Heru on a flank angle as well. John has been warded off. They see where the rise is coming from now. But Nia threatening. The equalizer is mediocre, but Jachi's tagged. They'll take the dragon. And now John has split off the pot blossom. There's nowhere to go. He can't ward off anywhere. As the blast cone was warded. Tries to Q away. Aren't killed Nia somewhere on the other side. That gets a bit messy. Way's now got to reset. Breathe is hopping on in. There's an eviscerate forward. Heru in danger. Trying to flash on it, but the Q3 pulls someone back. That means Arn goes down. Keshi flashes. It makes things a bit spicy. The Aqua Prison's there, but a footwork gives the shield. Breathe is a menace at this point. Trying to find a bit more damage. Another footwork, another Q. The stacking is good, but they just don't quite have the damage. And it's becoming a 3 for 2. And Way can try and heal up off the Raptors a little bit and use it to body block some of this. Keshi's got to be a bit careful of some of those daggers landing onto him. Jachi can't quite get the Foss Bomb auto trade that would have been the death of the Rumble.
He got the big one, though, and you think Foss Bomb auto, that probably kills that. IG go a little bit too deep chasing onto Junhao, and they lose their team fight shape. They don't manage to keep Breed in the front line with damaging members behind him, so they can kind of like back up that front line who stays alive for a long time. Initial pick onto Junhao is good. Junhao doesn't really get that much damage down. Takes like half HP off the Mako, but it's not that much big of a difference. Problem is, on the other side of it, Nia gets blasted. Nia doesn't even get to use Shockwave, Sam. So that's a big difference there too. And I think that IG, in the process of chasing for Junhao, Nia misses the memo, gets out of position, gets realm warped onto, and then suddenly actually you think, well, you know, Lee Sin's down, there's a good amount of early damage gone, but the Shockwave's gone too, and it ends up being much more of an even fight than I think IG were prepared for.
Yeah, and again, Breed nearly had a lot of damage to work with here, but Way doesn't land a couple Darkened Daggers, so Keshi stays alive. Breathe just runs out of cooldowns, which I know on Cassante is a shock, really. But there you go. It does occasionally happen, guys. Still, Way, 2 items. Cyclosaur, Black Cleaver done. Yep. Did you get the dragon? There are worse things.
I don't mind the Black Cleaver in this game because it gives you a decent amount of extra HP to work with. Also stacks off of your Q very, very well. Top lane turret, the first of the game for TT, not the first of the game overall, though. IG did end up taking bot lane turret just before this. We'll be there in the top lane. Nia will spot out Keshi. Nia's got to do better than that last fight, though. That's just something which we've repeated a fair amount over Ascend. Nia came in for Renard, who actually won Demacia Cup with IG at the start of the year, their first silverware since 2019. I know, it's crazy. They hadn't won a tournament since LPL Spring 2019. Even though IG are a world-famous team, who are very well respected, haven't really managed to get first in that many tournaments. They had Worlds, they were Worlds 2018, Spring 2019. That was it. Yeah. That was it.
Yeah, they nearly won Summer 2018 and didn't.
Very close in Spring as well, and then the Shy ended up breaking his hand with thing. Hang on, Arm's getting jumped onto. Does have flash.
Might need it. Does have to burn back to get away. Tidal Wave also burn. True Shot Barrage doesn't tag Way.
It's good cooldown economy again from Way, just forcing flashes out of people where you can. Feathers down. On now down as well. IG would like to return to that once they have the Neferi ult once again. I think Way's had a very successful game on this pick. Again, it was picked over stuff like the Jarvan. Turret going down in mid lane though. TT getting a good push on that.
TT are actually not in a bad spot this game, you know.
Take him. Okay, very close.
Not in a bad spot this game, you know. I'm looking at this. I'm seeing 2 items on Ezreal. The Heru's nearly got himself towards that rower fully stacked. That's kind of where I was going with that one. I kind of said the Heru when I meant the rower and Heru. We've kind of got another Shy XP, but there we go. Really likely be either a Rift Maker or a Bloodletters for the Rumble as well. Still, a minute and a half or so until Dragon, and that probably will be our major break point.
Funny enough, into Cassandra, you have a choice on the second item, don't you, really? Because grand majority of games is Blood Ladders, but occasionally you'll see the Rift make it into tank matchups. With the, in fact, it builds on exactly the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Well. So, okay, yeah, it does actually both build out of that. I think in this game, I think you still go Blood Letters. I think it's just nice to get that extra magic shred for even stuff like the Nami's E and stuff, quite big. Ezreal's a lot of magic damage, and of course you got the double AP solos. I think it probably is the Blood Letters. You're not really side laning this game, are you?
We should have been... This is a bit of a tangent. Yeah. But it's basically because Riftmaker was in my head, and I was thinking of ways to do puns off Rift.
Yeah.
To Tokyo Rift. And I was like, why have we been saying Tokyo Summoners, you know, like why are we saying Need for Speed's, you know, Summoner's Drift? And I think I suppose then it still works out, doesn't it? We don't need to say something like Tokyo Rift. Summoner's Drift is still the better option. So, you know, I take it back. My point is rescinded.
And it's a Blood Letters anyway, so there you go.
So it's all entirely irrelevant, is the answer.
Jack Show on the way from Breathe. Kanak into Jack Show is a really nice build from him, so he gets himself up to that 2 items. Dragon in 30 seconds. IG got the last one. TT had a bit of gold. 2 items for Ezreal. Really nice. But then again, Jackie's matching that on the Muramana there. That is a very early Baron start. Can they legit do this?
Black Cleaver?
I didn't. Well, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, you gotta use your W well as the Lee Sin, but I didn't know you could do that. I don't think IG have any idea. They think it's about Dragon. TT are rushing Baron. I've not seen this. The 2-man's there. They're aware of it now. They're aware of it now. It's too late. Baron's gonna go down. They notice it too slow. A wonderful sneak off a vision of Baron from Thunder Talk.
That is really, really well done. That is exceptional.
That's incredible.
That is exceptional work.
I didn't realize you could 2-man that as a Rise and a Lee Sin, but I guess with 2 items completed from both of them, you can. IG will have to stand up against now a very early Baron. They do have themselves Soul Point, which is no bad thing for them, but giving up an early Baron, that is a loss.
Okay, that changes things again, doesn't it? There's a shockwave. It's only on Takeshi. Does nothing. Flash away from Nia. And now this mid lane tower will likely fall. And Breed has been split up from the team as a result. He's gone very low. It's the fire Junhao with an exceptional bit of Summoners drifting. Now they're getting the roll. We're going for a ride, folks. Welcome to the roller coaster. Hands, arms, and legs torn off as it goes crashing over the peak. And IG might just lose here.
Not only can Thunder talk the talk, they can Thunder walk the walk, and apparently throw a flash in there too. Junhao gets a crucial kick, and IG might just lose the game here. A wonderful Baron sneak, a wonderful play in mid lane. TT are heavy underdogs here. IG, yes, they have their flaws, but TT are a Nirvana team. Surely they're not a threat. Sam, they're in like firm control of this game now. What a wonderful play from the Lee Sin. So initially, Shockwave comes through, as he said, not great. Nia didn't have a great dragon fight. Ends up getting, you know, pushed out of the play here to Breathe is very much isolated. This is one of the reasons why Nami is so good into front-to-back teams. She separates away tanks so well. And not only that, it's the kick with the CC after as well, just for the added sting. See, that is a magnificent Dragon's Rage.
And they land the Aqua Prism to Jachi under the tier 2 anyway. Oh, that's horrendous. And Jachi can't even bring down Feather with him. That is pretty rough to see. Junhao. You know what? That's a Lee Sin pass right there. That is exceptional. Exceptional management. Actually got the flash out of Jachi because he thought he was being jumped on. And Junhao just fakes him out. Fakes him out.
There you go. All right. So that will be very, very much a kick in the rear end for IG. You know, they have 2 items on Nia now with a double burn. But I feel like IG's time has elapsed somewhat. They wanted to find some front-to-back team fights with Breathe on Cassandra, and I don't think Breathe individually has been doing wrong. I think that Nia, though, being out of position, misusing that ultimate, really hurting IG. And no, I thought that Nia wouldn't be a loss condition against Nirvana teams. Sam, he might actually be now, though. Quite worried here for Invictus Gaming going, you know, what? I mean, if they lose this series, they're down in Nirvana. They're down in Nirvana if that ends up happening. And all of these players like Mako, Wei, Breathe would be in second string. Of course, this is one game in a best of 5, but the fact that it can happen in a single game should be so worrying for them. TT, a team from Nirvana who, you know, they're fun, entertaining, but I wouldn't have said a threat before this. If they can actually punch up and make a huge dent here, that actually changes the fabric of LPL. IG would not be expecting to lose here against TT, who are, as we said, huge underdogs. Good Ezreal ult, puts Jachi down to a 3rd HP. He's not happy with that. Baron buff is, of course, one off at this point, but the Grubs are there for the entirety of the game. TT have 3 of them. It's going to be a push for a top lane outer turret for Nia. A grouped up push in bot lane from TT will take the bot lane inner turret. 3 items for Harry, who has the Protobelt Rise, so he can get in range for the Rune Prisons more often. I think that's quite savvy in this game, trying to close distance against the Orianna and the Corki, potentially Rocket Belt out of the Shockwave too.
Especially because your CC is quite limited, so any way to make Junhao's life easier feels really good. We have unfortunately got to a point for IG where the Shockwave's not that threatening. The Orianna's a ways behind, and any damage is becoming dangerous because you've gone Shojin for the Ezreal for just more HP, but also I think bluntly it's more damage than the Eternal Hunger, right? Yes, or the Endless Hunger. Yes, that gives you more sustain, but the Shojin, if you get that stacked, it just means average Qs are genuinely dangerous.
Also means that in terms of the overall burst, combi got more upfront at HP. The big thing. Because you used to go Death Stance to reduce your or increase your time to kill. But of course it got nerfed so heavily on range characters, became too much of an issue. Now Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds. IG could get Soul on this, but they're 6k down. Weighs a pretty good hand at smiting. He ends up getting that. Perhaps IG can use the combat stats from a Soul to make up the difference in that huge Baron play beforehand. Junhao sends a Q into the dogs. 20 seconds now until Dragon spawns. Good vision control from IG. They're going to have... Oh, their room... Oh, no. They're getting on to makeup potentially here. Way going down to assist because that Realm Warp was coming through.
TP in from Breed, who's going to be potentially a little split off, but it's still going to be 5 seconds till Dragon, and IG have had to put themselves kind of out of shape here a little bit.
Yeah, they had to because Breed had to teleport in to save Mako. It was a decent Realm Warp. TT don't follow through on the play once the teleport comes through. Breed going forward for the Flash W.
Nice turnaround from Feather, but the Pop Blossom gets across. The Tidal Wave disrupts the equalizer. The back puts way very low. The Shockwave doesn't work because there's a flash away. Arns murdered the dog, put in the kennel. 6 as Way now ends up murdering Breed after with the rest of the team. They finally get something, but it's just all gone.
TT can just walk mid. They can walk mid or bot lane, do whatever the hell they want. There's a wave at the mid lane inhib already, and IG, as huge overdogs, are losing the first game. That horrible play in mid lane, which led to, of course, everything else which kind of falling apart around them, has meant TT could snowball into an unexpected Game 1 victory.
That will be a Game 1 win that was decisively done through mid-jungle, snowballing it out from their Invictus Gaming. Suddenly, feeling a little nervous about this whole series.
Okay, so TT take themselves Game 1. That is a hell of an entrance into the series. TT, I mean, Junhao, gotta praise him. Okay, let's get into game. There we go. I thought I'd remove that. God damn it. Cool. What am I doing here? There we go. Cool. Alrighty, let's get ourselves into it. Second game, TT took a pretty surprising Game 1 versus IG. They had a Baron sneak. They had an incredible insec in the mid lane. This is all solo lane. Someone has to at least babysit the Jace Akali. Yeah, I think Junhao should probably play towards top side. You're hoping that bot side is not very interactive, really, if you're in TT's hands, because you just want the center to sit and scale. Arn wants to just, you know, get as many double taps as you can. Feather started with the W for the extra shielding and the extra ability to kind of shrug off the poke at level 1. Mako just walks up and lands a Q and some autos. Now, did TT give up that there's a ward in that brush? I think they might know, actually. Yeah, they've put it out, probably from the way that they're positioning all the minion aggro. Shouldn't Braum be free stacking for the center? Ish. Yes, the center's good at free stacking on the Braum, but the Nautilus can't lane into Braum very well. So you're playing with a support counter matchup. So while you might think, oh, I can stack on the Braum, well, if your Nautilus is dying, then you don't get to stack on anyone because you have to play back at a 1v2. So you just have to play further back in general. Saying that, you know, On's got 5 stacks already. Actually, not too bad on that. On the whole, Senna versus melee supports and with melee supports tends to work a little better. The Jachi and Mako get free push in here. I like how Jachi actually left the Braum passive up a little bit there. Oh, hook onto him. Senna passive warp activate there. Aftershock blown. Not bad trade back, actually. That's alright. Mana getting a little bit low for Arn, though. Bit of a problem for him. Finally, a Braum appearance. Yeah, I think that if you blind pick a Nautilus, you should expect to get Braumed, really. Nautilus is really good into a lot of enchanters, because if he hooks them, they die. Braum, if you hook into him, you get passived and, well, he returns the favor, really. Ooh, nice turret shot there. Actually, he's going for the flash for a bit more damage. Gets that W Soul Furnace on him. Junhao's on top side. Now, Breed's in a bit of a pickle now because Wei's on bot side, and he probably knows that Junhao's on top side, so we can't really capitalize on that chunk. Potential jump in towards bot lane. All summon is available from both bot lanes. Junhao could come top lane here. Reminder, that's a problem. But he's going to land the W might kill. So close, so close. Dive on the bot side to return to that. He's taking aggro. That is some weird old aggro juggling. Mako ends up taking the last turret shot. Jachi goes low, and it's going to be a 2. Make that a 3. Almost 3 for 1. Minions doing the hard work. One last auto might do it. A flag drag away. 2 for 1. As Feather gets both kills in bot lane. Jachi picks up the kill onto Arn, but Feather is pretty happy. He gets the hook onto the wall, and he might actually be able to chase Wei a little further out. With the next flag and drag, he'll call off the chase. That is a... well, we didn't get to see the start of that dive, did we? But the CC was obviously not easy in coming. Did they wait until the Braum passive before they used the flag drag? Not sure, actually. All summoners blown by Arn and Feather. Mako realized he was... not on the happiest of spots there. So this is the EW which happened here. Did we miss something up here? Breathe walked up. Junhao went on to him. Does he actually get the kill here? Oh, that's really close. They do get the kill. So we miss it on the other side. So Breathe actually died as well. So, God, what has happened to IG? IG lose a kill in the top lane, lose 2 in bot side. The kill goes to Keshi as well. So he's really happy with that. IG, God, if this team drops another game to CT, sound the alarm, folks. Sound the alarm. IG just built... Guys, IG just built their new arena. Like, to play in Shanghai. Now, they've not had the easiest time here in Group Ascend either, but if TT spoil the party of IG, if we have, like, LNG or W, we're going to be down there anyway. But if IG have to play in Nirvana next split, just after completing their arena, that's financially got to be just horror for them. I don't even know. I can't even comprehend what that would mean for IG. Now, the rumor was that the IG base would become the neutral venue in general for the LPL in Shanghai. But gosh, that would be horrific. And the Sam TT at 3-1 in the early game. 3-1 in the early game. Yeah, it's, a bot lane dive went 2 for 1 in favor of TT, even though they were the ones getting dove. Breathe now getting bullied out heavily by Keshi. You know, we did say Keshi is excited as quite a lot in Group Nirvana. Sion used in top side there. Don't think it lands that much damage. Junhao's now coming in bot lane. And he doesn't have a flash. The hook lands. That's got to be 2 dead people. Braum. Downs the passive onto the Nautilus. Won't matter though. Harry's down as well. Mako tries to flash. Will buy a little bit of time, but not nearly enough. Harry gets the kill. It's 5-1 in the early game. TT are demolishing IG early on. What am I witnessing? Jachi and Mako. 1 and 4 between them. Breathe pulled that ult on top side. Gosh, you gotta feel for IG. If you sat there on the organization standpoint at that point, you are not happy. You are not happy at all. Mako trying to get some vision down, but they've given themselves a tough ass now, folks. Being down, you know, before 10 minutes, almost 2k down. Bot lane matchup, which is meant to be winning for you. Not nearly as easily said as done that. If you're IG, what do you do now? Well, Nia is 20 CS up over Harry Zakali, and the Cassiopeia is a strong pick. The composition isn't bad. It's good at the front to back. You gotta worry for IG now. Good double taps there from Arn. Gets it onto both enemy champions, actually. Book missing that. Would have been a good chance for a trade. Another soul. 26 for Arn. Reminder, at 20 minutes, you're expecting something like 50 to 60. Is IG the worst team in the LPL, right? No. OMG, who have already been relegated, are the worst team in the LPL. And they won't be playing in Split 3.
Right, so I finish up my lunch.
Yeah.
Back. And TT, you've got more kills to get?
Yeah, TT, run bot lane, Jachi and Make it over push. Things have really not been easy for them in the early game, Sam. Not at all.
Okay, well, Grubs are about to spawn. I'm seeing IG coming across. Waze here with red buff and level 6. So that's potentially dangerous.
Yeah, IG have really misjudged the early game. They went to dive bot while they kind of messed up the dive. They just didn't have enough damage, I don't think. Breathe. Died in a 1v2 topside after very nearly killing Keshi twice, actually. Grub's now starting, but IG, the long and short of it is, they've given themselves a hard job to come back from early.
Yeah, and Heru is behind a bit of gold here to this Cassiopeia, who is doing well, and Nia on the Cassiopeia could be dangerous this game, but aren't stacking well. It's Senna. We know that potentially hit that angle late game. Here comes the arrow. Makes things a bit interesting. Where is Jachi's arrow landing? It's onto the Akali, into the Cyanoid. Heru was a dead man. The Dawning Shadow comes on through to little avail. John has to flash out of the Cataclysm, and Invictus Gaming find a fairly easy but significant pick onto Junhao. They can turn back towards those Grubs with their work largely done. Great arrow accuracy from Jachi.
Now, the person who's ahead from IG is Nia, who has that one kill, has himself that 30 CS lead now. Now, the loss condition from IG has so often been this mid lane deficit growing out of control, but now they're the ones with the lead there. It's not going to be all the Grubs to IG. I think Wei will be forced after this last one. Can't stick around to smite it, so it'll be 2-1 on the Grubs in favor of IG.
The gold lead's not that significant for TT, it must be noted, partly basically because Nia is doing quite well, it must be said. And again, Senna tends to drop CS in general because she often drops CS in order to pick up souls, which can be quite valuable. Is building towards the static shiv, which is a great item for her. It tends to be static shiv Black Cleaver these days, because Senna obviously stacks Black Cleaver very freely that way. And it could be quite a good way of picking up lots of souls if you sort of auto-queue things with static shiv. You get multiple soul procs, which is pretty good as far as Senna is concerned. You're about 30 at this point, which is not that exciting, but still, we'll keep our eyes on it. It does tend to speed up the moment you get static shiv, and hasn't been threatened that much. Again, the early assists do help with getting involved in combat, allows you to stack up that well. The W is down from the end, the backstep on the Petrifying Gaze, but too much damage really for Heru to look for a kill.
I actually think the Senna stacks are pretty good. Reminder, at 20 minutes, you won about double this, and you speed up as the game goes on. So even if you just did it at the same rate he's at, he's basically going to be on par with the Senna. So he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, again, the market is... The best we've seen this split has been Leave with 90 at 20.
Yeah, but Leave Setter is Leave Setter, you know?
Pretty ridiculous. Otherwise, about 70 at 20 is really good going. Yeah. And again, we're still trying to figure out exactly where Senna's going to land with things like the static shiv change and stuff. So, any new item on Senna generally means you have to do a little bit of recalibration in terms of your average soul count. Pick that up. Don't leave that soul. Shoot the soul. Shoot the soul. There you go. Thank you. Work here is done. That's fine. Turns towards Dragon afterwards, and again, if you do have that ability to get towards early Dragons, a couple extra souls feel really good. Arn throws out the W, the last embrace will slow Jachi down. Does have the arrow, that lands onto Arn, who then immediately cleanses it, but a little bit awkward, it must be said. The Glacial Fisher comes on down, the flank dragon, taken by the Shinzai regardless. Junhao will knock Mako to a difficult spot. Heru in a flank angle, another Dawning Shadow flies across 3. That's going to be a nasty, perfect execution angle. Wei needs to flag and drag away, and TT murder the team fight.
The early game has now gone from bad to worse. Dragon to the side of TT was a good smite coming out from Junhao. Kills have gone to the Akali, which means that Nia shut down. Heru a little bit more in the game as well. Sam, this is disaster for IG.
And again, I'm looking at a game where you're the team with Senna, with Akali, who just take a little bit of time to come online. And we come to this fight, the arrow lands onto Arn, who then immediately cleanses it, says, fine, we're going to be just okay here. Still got that Curse of Black Mist on, so actually auto-attacking the Senna's really hard work. Back to life, though. Keshi's going to get annihilated. Oh yeah, a new word for people dying really aggressively. But either way, the annihilation will continue until my vocabulary improves. Breathe gets that kill with the assistance of Wei. Other way around, actually. Wei gets that kill with the assistance of Breathe, but still, Keshi is dead. Gold lead, still about 1,700 gold to Thunder Talk. IG do get another kill on the board, at least something, but again, it's not the Dragon, it's not the stacking, and I hate to say it, but the Jace is kind of here in part because it was there as an easy answer. The Scion will outvalue. But the game is about the Senna. It's going to be about the Akali getting into the game as well.
The thing is, initially, when we looked at this draft, I thought it was the other way around. It's like, well, bot lane is just, they don't want to interact with bot lane. Senna just wants to sit and scale. It's going to be top lane that has to make the plays. The Scion Braum should be so hard to get through. But because this early game has been so poor from IG and so well countered by TT, that conversation changes, which is the nature of League of Legends. If something goes very well or very poorly in certain roles or across the map, things can change. Here comes the arrow, getting pretty on target.
No way! That's 3 in a row on 3 different targets. Nia's going to get the petrifying gaze down, but Keshi does get that backstep just about in time. But Jachi, you know what? It's not been an easy game in terms of managing to find lots of kills, but that's a lot of good arrows.
I thought that Nia should be able to get that kill. Didn't get the ult on the correct angle there. Maybe greeded a little bit onto that. Keshi doesn't have any tenacity and runes, not within boots anyway. Surprised he got away with that one alive. Good cross map arrow, very nearly leads to death in the side lane.
Doesn't quite happen again. Jachi at 1 and 3. Feels like a little unfair considering how good some of those arrows have been. The problem is then that armed with these early kill involvements, got quite an early static shiv. So stacking up these souls pretty well. I think he might be on track for a lead number here if we're not careful.
Hey, we'll have to track that, right? John How lands that double into Mako. You can't really jump into a Braum, not with ults available as well.
More about whether Arn landed that W and make it a bit more spicy. A reminder, Nia is down his ult, and that gives Hero a bit of freedom to go looking with a perfect execution. Lands another Q, there comes the Dawning Shadow, gives the shield to Heru, has still got wait, actually no, he's used his RT
People are roaming up the river.
Yeah, Mako's here as well, you're right alongside Wei. Heru, be very careful walking in here, lands it onto Mako, so we'll know that's maybe not the target you want to reflip into.
Now that is 2 ultimates thrown at Nia, who can teleport back to this side lane as well if needed. That's Dawning Shadow from the center is a big cooldown, and that's not going to be available for TT now. That's a sigh of relief there for IG, buying some cooldowns for quite cheap.
Yeah, but it does mean that those cooldowns will likely be back by the Dragon, so while you're looking for those plays, now is the time to do it. About 1 minute and 40, 2 minutes the time that the ults were thrown. So realistically, they'll be up in time for the Dragon fight, which is probably where we're next going to see the clash of our enemy teams, or next most likely. Eyes on whether Arn gets him to reset off. There's that Kindle Gem in inventory. That does likely suggest that Black Cleave, a little bit extra HP here. Probably not a bad shout from Senna, who's getting enough stats from her stacks anyway, not to have to worry too much about things like pickaxes straight in.
Means they're probably going to be double stacking Black Cleave with the Shinzao, but
so be it.
It is what it is, I suppose. First target's going to get hyper stacked on, I suppose, with that. Heru, quite happy with his Dark Steel stacks. Nia upgraded Merc Shreds will definitely help him with some of the CC flying his way, and of course the heavy trading versus Heru.
And to be fair, sometimes you end up in positions where you can't hit the same target as the Shinzao because, Shinzao's diving into the Akali, Senna has to deal with, say, Braum or whatever, or the Scion's running forward, so you might always be able to get Black Cleaver on correct target, which is one of them, so, it's not like there isn't any value there, even if sometimes the efficiency...
And Nia jumps on top side, hit the W, arrows coming through.
That's a good arrow, that's 4 in a row now. Petrifying Gaze follows, that will likely be the death of John Howell. Wait, gets away! Wonderful locket from Feather, keeps him up and running, but it likely means that the Nautilus dies for the price of his CC check.
Jachi's really trying. He hits some great arrows here, which have actually been game-changing so far. It's cut the wind out of TT's sails, really. And they can't really pull forwards in this early game. I mean, this early game was disaster for IG, as we were saying, but as the game goes on, stuff like the Ash Arrow, the double tank frontline is going to be really hard for TT to deal with. Arn's stacking all right at this point. He's going to end up again on par of about 60 to 70-ish souls. It really depends on the lane match, but if against a melee support, I suppose you up them by about 10, I think, from that early game. We've seen losing lane centers have like 50 at 20. Yeah. That's the low roll. But he's going to have well above that here. But TT, they can't rest on their laurels. They had a very good early game, but throwing these kind of plays into IG's pockets as they die to them is going to start culling their momentum, which I don't think they can afford to do. I think they're a very squishy team. I think there are ways to engage onto them with the Scion and that Ash, and that's going to be a big problem later on.
Yeah. So Michael's asking whether Heru could have killed 4 there. My honest answer is no, because he didn't have ultimate, and there was things like the miasma down, there was glacial fissure that was kind of a threat at the time. It was unlikely to be helpful on that front. Herald does get stunned. That was the price rather of that last play. In the picture you can see Heru likely going to get that first turret there for Thunderbolt regardless, which I think they'll be happy enough with. Does have the teleport, so he can theoretically join in for this dragon.
And he has his ultimate now.
Oh, hang on. Jackie
Dragon.
eats a massive chunk there.
Yeah, it's not going to stop the dragon going down. Can't get in position to deal with that in time, so they'll just take the chunk and leave. IG will have to recall the San to defend that top lane.
Should be able to shove this wave out. Gets a nice Q onto Jachi. Into the W, actually, to get another Soul Dawning. Shadow Body blocked by Mako. Required to put that door up.
Yep, the ultimate can be blocked by the ultimate. Won't be blocked any other way. The shiv stops the back. That's annoying as hell. But yeah, the ultimate can be blocked by the Braum. That one actually ends up saving a good deal of heartbreak there for Jachi. I don't think it would have killed, but the recall stop it's powerful enough. There's going to be some value taken away from that Ashe.
Arn has always been one of our legacy Senna players. Used to play a lot on Invictus Gaming back when he's on that team. Of course, now playing against his former organization. Going to be a little bit frustrated for them. Say, I remember this champion.
Yeah. I remember Arn more fondly for his Kai'Sa. That's the big one. But Arn's been around the block now. He's been, he was an EDG player for a while. He was an IG player for a while. Now he's on TT in this year. No, last year when he was on EDG, we thought really that team should do more than it ended up doing. Sadly for them, they kind of bombed out every available opportunity. They'll be playing tomorrow, by the way, EDG. So catch their games here, wherever you're watching. Same time as the games today. 2 best-of-5s there. They've got LGD as well, so I think it's EDG versus NIP, then I believe it's Weibo LGD.
3 souls about available. Yeah, going to stick for those. Really wants to try and double tap them. Yeah, you can see he's flicking between the fight and everything else. Arns now have to cut him over with the Q coming on through the piercing darkness. In we go with John now. Oh, that's lovely from Heru. Return to sender. The Shuriken flip gets him out.
Oh, that is nasty from Heru. They got a bit put down in the laning phase when I think maximum 30 CS down, but he's managed to work his way back into these plays magnificently well. Still is actually about 20 CS down. Doesn't matter though, he's getting the executions off more than fair enough. 5 Dark Steel stacks now, and IG are really getting roasted by this Akali when she actually gets access to that backline.
And again, another set of souls for Arn, who hit a lot of people, now has Black Cleaver. 80 stacks at 19, ain't bad going. I don't think he'll quite hit the 90 stacks that we saw from Leaf, but that is still a very hefty soul count, partly because they've just been involved in pretty much every kill that's been involved with.
Walked around to those Raptors to help out as well, as we noted. Flash away from the Nautilus Hook. Does end up tagging it onto Mako. The CC chase is nasty. Now, typically, you'd expect that Braum to be a great counter to the Nautilus, and it is within an individual laning phase, but that dive gave the stability to TT. The E was already used to create that return point. Heru flipped back out.
I actually think Arn got his 80th soul to get the ranging to get that piercing darkness over the wall there. Junhao does die as we come back to life, and the arrow lands on the Arn, who immediately has to cleanse the Stim Brace, roots up too, but not really threatening breathe as yet. Senna never been the best tank killer until very, very late.
Not really sure how Junhao ended up there. Mid lane turret's gonna fall from that, so despite TT, they're getting the flashy plays.
Yeah.
IG are actually still within touching distance. It's about on the edge of it. 2K is already pretty high.
Can we Baron?
You have a Cassiopeia. They're going to blue trinket. You got a silence. Oh, wow. Junhao's dead. They're going to try Sam. There's no smite, and they have a Cassiopeia to burn it down.
And they've got frontline as well. Mako's going to body block and try and hit Feather. Here comes the TP. Chase to get that tier 2. They're trying to run onto Arn. That's a decent dredge line away. The damage back onto Feather's high, but Jachi's been left incredibly low. Oh my days, for the skies we go. Keshi brings the hammer down. Judgment death sentence. The Cassiopeia is boots. Haru managed the perfect execution out. Arn still high HP. Junhouse respawn and kills off 2. And Invictus Gaming roll the dice, spin the wheel, and it comes up death.
TT, take a Baron start from IG and just run them through. It was an awesome Senna W that stopped the follow. Breathe will die eventually. It's not going to be the Baron for TT. I think the death timers are a little too low now, but they will take the mid lane out of turret. IG will give up another $2,000. Oh, but they're just staying within touching distance. This has now ripped it out of their grasp. That Senna W onto 3 because, well, they walk into each other, ends up stopping the engage being a big one. And the ult across them from Arn, activating the passive, I believe, onto another, well, all 3 of them, ends up doing the extra damage with it too. The AoE from the To the Skies then kills off Jachi at the end of it. And, you know, Arn does his job. Arn carries this fight. The W into R does so much damage and delays the engage so much. It allows Junhao to come back in and clean up.
I genuinely think Arn picked up 20 souls from that fight. He's at over 100 souls now.
Oh, God. Yeah, in the last minute, he's picked up like 100. Yeah, like
he's on
20.
101.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we came with the end of that replay. Well, just before we entered that replay was at 101. Hasn't picked up any new ones, but still, that is another range increase. The crit's beginning to stack. Once you overcap on crit, it turns to AD. At this point, you are looking at Infinity Edge, and people are going to melt.
Yeah, so when a champion dies, you get one. All 5 died, and then, of course, when you double hit, you get that. The ult does land onto Keshi, but I don't think they can follow.
Good ball, people. Another last embrace. Look at the backline. Here comes Heru. In comes the Shuriken flip. The Dawning Shadow comes across as well. We won't need to perfectly execute anyone but the Scion and Breathe. Ain't doing that anymore.
I can't believe IG are looking this toothless, Sam. I can't believe that IG are looking this flat. They're looking panicked. I think the early game went awry. I don't think they knew what to do afterwards. Way on the job, and has not been able to lead the charge in the way that he's done within Group Ascend. Look, IG, they weren't particularly successful within Group Ascend, but they will still there, and they took some games off of some decent teams. There's going to be a Baron start again. IG can take their Dragon, but if a Baron goes down, TT might just pull the map apart.
Hilariously, you have to wonder what happens with LNG faced against IG if it's this again.
Jump forwards onto Keshi. There goes away. Heru on the flank. Doesn't have the ult, but might not need it.
It may not. Keshi gets a decent Thundering Blow back. May need to find it to the skies. Gets onto Mako, and the damage is still ridiculous. He does eventually fall, but Wei will likely also find himself cracked in half. Junhao and Arm gets the Baron. They 3v5 at Dragon, while they 2v none the Baron.
I can't... Words fail me. IG just lost that Dragon fight, despite the fact that 2 were on Baron. Junhao might even just kill him. The ultimate. Jachi pulls out the ultimate, but I wonder whether Junhao can kill him anyway. Yes, he can. Jachi goes down. IG falling apart at the seam.
Still want to kill Junhao. He's got too much healing, and behind him is a Senna. The angle's too bad.
There's no Bramble Vest to deny that healing. What a wonderful series of games from TT. You know, for IG, we've talked about this being like calamity for them. They just built a new arena. They've been struggling to hold on to Ascend. You know, Rookie taking a step back. The change from the super team last year. Financially, if they were to invest into an arena and then go down to Nirvana and not play the Ascend teams,
horrifying.
I don't know what the future would hold for them at that point. That would just be disaster. Whereas Thunder Talk, a team which we thought, well, they were on verge of elimination. They were literally a single game away at points in this split from elimination. If Ultra Prime had not lost their own series versus LNG with that Nocturne dive into the fountain, perhaps we'd be living in a very different world. TT have bounced back from that. We see precious few games of these Nirvana teams, only 5 series here across this split, and TT, I didn't think they'd shown me enough during those 5 series to make me confident in them. I thought they were huge underdogs. They are blasting IG. This is not close.
Keep an eye on Arn's count of souls. He's going to get over 120 courtesy of that Dragon going on down. That is about as long range as you could ever ask for. Arn is fully online. That rail gun, near enough global. I'm not even talking about the ult at this point. Baron's still on for another minute. It's not the most potent Baron power play of all time, but it is a statement of intent, isn't it? Heru's gone Leandries, by the by, after the Hex, the Gunblade.
Yeah, I guess he wanted the extended fight against the triple melees and the double tanks in that front line. It does make some sense. You know, Akali has been a slow burn champion in the past. Remember the Chemtech Akali? God, that was the thing. Chemtank, rather.
Yeah.
Honest.
Top lane Akali with that arrow. Another one lands, and again, Jachi's accuracy is not the issue here. The problem is, how do they kill people? Because the turnaround is brutal. Arn does get Petrifying Gaze, but he's got to cleanse, and so the stone swiftly turns back to flesh. The Curtain Guard comes on down. Mako falls a triple kill to Junhao, who will have a GA and will lose it briefly, but Breathe, unfortunately, also falls a full ace just for Feather.
I don't think IG have the stats. They just don't have it. TT have themselves 137 stacks on Senna at this point in the game. Ridiculous. Heru and Junhao have gone in time after time, and they've won the knife fight. Sam, TT are going to go 2-0 up.
And now Invictus Gaming are looking down the barrel of an ignominious, unceremonious 0-3, despite the new arena, despite everything, and Thunder Talk crack their neck and grin. I remember winter last year, Alex, when they took down BLG. This team constantly surprises.
Still just the 0-2 for now, though. There'll be another Nexus.
Token. Play with someone there to keep you safe, because you're not. You're there by yourself, and that means that someone jumps you, you have to try and survive this. Someone cursed IG by saying they wouldn't lose the game, and then Birds in my brain says, yeah, that one might have been me, my bad. Which impressive curse, that.
Oops. Gosh. Well, into the game we go. Let me change the volumes over as well. I think I'm just about eyeball it's the right ones for this kind of series. Now, level 1 invade looks like it's coming through. The Varus is going to join in too. We saw all of this from Annual's Legend and JDG. Invading with your top laner makes a difference. Going to double ward in this top side. Red buff start from Junhao. Now, Trundle's not the best at killing Raptors because you don't have an AoE skill at the level 1. That's why I used to go Tiamat so much. So Junhao will get himself red buff. He's not going to be interrupted on that. Good first double Q from Feather of the lane as well. Way's going to walk over. He can actually smite this, but here there's Junhao spots it there. Way will know that it's gone. Junhao might walk into vision here now.
He is going to. He's got red buff. He's just S-keying to kind of mess with the Trundle. So has some idea. We'll go, okay, down a camp, so be it. It's not the end of the world as yet. The key thing is leaving it at just the one camp if you can help it.
Mako Lulu in this bot lane. One of his legendary champions as well. Yes, he's played a lot of the Alistar and the Braum, but Mako Lulu is perhaps the best LPL Lulu that we've ever seen. Feels like you said that about a lot of Mako's champions, though. He's done a lot of that over time. One of the greatest supports to ever do it. On a team which is, of course, struggling. I don't think Mako's been the problem, though. Very rarely do we talk about Mako in the negative for IG as a team. Junhao now walking in towards Renard. He will be spotted going over here, so Renard should have full information. Indeed, he will. Junhao's just going to hop to these minions here, make sure he's got a quicker passage across mid lane. I think I should just denied Harry cannon there by the clone auto. Hitting it. Going towards his bot camp. He will still be down a camp because, of course, he couldn't get himself those Raptors. They were stolen away by Wei. So Wei will be one camp up in the early game. Not really enough, though, I don't think.
Yeah, and Junhao will have his smite up again. There's a very real world of what happens here, because that slightly awkward early pathing, is that Junhao can potentially look to go for double scuttle. Depends on whether he wants to leave his blue buff up or not. He's going to go Wolves, Gromp, and then think about the blue buff. Scuttle Crab spawns pretty shy. It's about 250 these days. It's not on the hour, so to speak, anymore.
ET really do want to make sure that they get out of this early game. The problem with this kind of draft for TT against this is that there's just a lot of good matchups, right? You know, the Varus is pretty scary. The mid lane, Talia slightly outranges the Annie, so Talia's pretty okay on that front.
Little note, by the way, just saw Wei resetting, has left his Krugs, and has basically pinged Raptors. He said, I'm going back to enemy Raptors. He's gone with Longsword and Ruby Crystal, spiraling over. And in fact, you can see that Heru's gone to ward it out now. So that's some pings that have come on down from both Wei and now from Heru. So they got some idea of what the planning was.
Wei going on to the Raptors respawn. Wukong really wants to make it up there, but it would just be a straight 2v2 from mid jungle. And I think IG win that.
They've got the reset on Wei. Junhao doesn't. That makes this really dicey. There's the frozen domain. Junhao goes in. Well, Warrior Trickster out. That makes things a bit interesting. They've got the shove from the Talia. There should be another steal. Where's the smite?
Yeah, there is a smite from Junhao. He doesn't have the W up. Renard could walk over and threaten the pull, which is why he's not going to go
he's going to keep going
into it. So yeah, Wei's going to stick on top. So, well, why wouldn't he? You know, no one else is roaming up. It's still just the 1v1. Junhao's W should still be on cooldown, in fact.
Junhao does have smites. That should make things a bit tricky. Keshi got left real low, and that makes things really tricky. Could actually look to fight Keshi here, which makes this very dicey. Junhao doesn't get it down anywhere near low enough, and this could just be 2 people dead.
I think this probably is. Here comes the Talia. The arrow flashed away from as the bottle comes up. Here comes Talia. This is going to be a 3v3. Annie teleporting. Here
Hang on, Breeze in danger. The Repudiate shield is good, but they can't quite make it happen. Flashes were required from everybody, but they do get 1 kill.
They get 1, but it's not onto Junhao, who can return to the Krugs. Heru can now clean up this wave at top lane. Junhao at least gets his Krugs. He's down another camp. Much better early game. You can see what the Trundle does to allow Wei an actual chance to fight early game.
Renard had to burn his flash. That's every summoner but Smite down now in that top side for Invictus Gaming, but they do get a kill from it. So there's something to be said, and in fairness, Breathe now very, very fed. Feather on. Now just trying to keep this shove going, and that's kind of been very nice. Jachi and Mako, again, just not having a lot of fun in this laning phase. Jachi's laning phase has been very hit and miss of late.
It's been better than it was, and I think in the last game it wasn't necessarily on, I mean, it wasn't on them, it was on the failed dive, right? I actually think that inconsistency in the laning phase, I think that's largely been dealt with by Jachi. I don't think it's actually been, because you compare it to the first half of the split, yeah, it was pretty bad, and especially first split when he was playing on Top Esports with Fungiway. That was pretty bad. I actually think their laning phase, particularly in the second half of regular season, was a lot better. Now, I get there's a sliding scale. Jackie still has some of those inconsistencies, but I don't think you can... I think he's improved on it a lot still. And it's still something we're tracking, right? To see if he falls back into bad habits. Of course, you look in this series, the first 2 games, I don't think it's really on Jacky's individual play that is going to be going wrong. Flickback doesn't hit them. Of course, Renard, okay in laning phase so far. Need to see his first ult of the game. The first ults of the game go well, because of course we do think that the 4-range comp into the Jhin Seraphine can be a problem.
Interesting, they've got an idea. Going to jump forward with the Nimbus Strike. There's the crushing blow after, before Wei can get something like a chomp down, so the attack speed reduction never comes on through. Junhao just says, yeah, not going to happen this time. Scott smite up. I don't think we're going to see the contest. The only thing I'll note is that Wei does have his smite upgrade. Junhao doesn't. From the level 6 makes things real scary. Harry's going to be very careful. Doesn't get by the seismic shove. Wise enough to hold the line there.
Yeah, bad flick back from Renard. Keep wrong way there as well. I mean, Renard, of course, being subbed in dire circumstances. Nia has not been holding the line in the way that IG wanted him to, but then again, he came in because Renard was struggling too, so neither of these mid laners is in a particularly fun spot. Ult does land even with the nerfs to the cast time. Keshi will end up getting that CC on to breathe. He doesn't have summon as Junhao has himself a Cyclone. This is very likely a dead Varus.
Ooh, that interrupts it and ruins things. There's no flash on Junhao. Needs to put the Cyclone down at some point. Smite comes on down. There's a knockup. I don't think he quite gets an extra Q. Valiant effort there in the long run. And actually now Wei comes up and makes things really annoying. Keshi can maybe look to do some damage back on the Wei, but Junhao now dies because Breathe bought enough time.
Yeah, he did. Breathe. Well played to allow Wei that kill back. It is a slight gold lead to IG in the early game, and a lot of that gold is on Wei. That's the important thing. Junhao gets the kill on that top side. I actually think that's more important than going to Keshi here, because Wukong needs to get to one item, needs to get to a point of power earlier rather than later. Yes, it's important for Keshi as well in the 1v1, but Junhao needs to find a way to stop getting bullied out by Wei as soon as possible for TT. IG, at least Wei has managed to get himself into the early game properly this time.
Again, of course, with the Varus running the exhaust and not the teleport openers, the way with the AD carries top, they want those additional combat summoners, and the fact that they can generally have a bit more wave control than a lot of their melee brethren allows them to avoid picking up the teleport early on. We'll have it later on, of course, once the top lane role quest completes. Be a hot minute before that comes on through. Ice bot lane, on is up a fair amount of CS, but I'll note Cull's in inventory from Jack. She just said, look, we're losing this laning phase, so be it. I'll take the Cull and we'll try and scale.
One of the good things about Yunara is that you can just use the... I mean, the Cull is also just not bad for Yunara anyway, because it gives you so much on-hit value because you're just auto-attacking all the time. The heal on hit is actually pretty nice for you on the whole. So, yeah. Cull for Yunara, kind of uniquely okay in terms of laning phase too. Not everyone gets to get value out of that. Weirdly, I think Azir is one of the champions, which works quite well with it, because you apply the on-hit on your soldier autos, which we quite well. But yeah, I mean, Jachi went to scale up. I am really afraid for IG when Arn's Jhin gets into the picture, though, because no one is really tanky enough to shrug off Jhin bursts and Jhin W's if it hits onto the right target. I think that TT, I mean, if Jhin W hits, then pretty much the Ambassador is free after that.
Change of corruption land onto Keshi. There's the exhaust, has to flash because that would have been a kill otherwise.
Pretty much. Flash away for the exhaust. Keshi trying to survive as best he can, but he is down 30 CS now. Breathe. I need to be careful of that ultimate from Keshi still being off cooldown and Junhao being on the top side of the map. IG doing okay to play through lane from there.
Gonna get chunked out a little there, but can't quite find what they're looking for as Jachi's cultivation of spirit runs out. Captive audience prop brief. Too much more there. We all chill in Twitch chat. Looks like there's a bit of a debate about best AD carries going on. Be civil about it, folks, please. Mako might pretty interrupt here with the glitter lance. Won't actually. Mako might be under a touch of threat here. They'll just take the plate. Be happy enough with that.
Yeah, good to see you, by the way. And I appreciate you watching the podcast, by the way. Like, we'll just chill and shop in Twitch chat. I think that probably... Look, there are some 2022 Worlds games I do need to watch back. That's actually completely fine. But yeah, let's just be chill about it. It's all good.
Yeah, debate is not a problem. And you, by all means, have hot takes. Especially if you can come with some receipts. That's absolutely fine.
Alright, Keshi, no flash on top side, just about dashes over the wall. Flickback does land, and that's going to land the CC. Keshi with no flash, has to ult, doesn't manage to keep it on the turret. 1v3, can't outplay the dive. Good kill from IG.
Now gets to go look at bot lane, but the damage is kind of being done top. We wonder whether it might be about a breathe game, and that's looking pretty good. Keshi has been a great player in a lot of ways for Thunder Talk. But this ain't it so far. Deadly Flourish goes wide. Potential interrupt on the reset here. The beat drop lands. Barrier from Arn to ensure he does get his reset off, and that does allow him to back. What does that buy him? The Rectrix, not actually the Ghost Blade, which I think he was hoping for.
Yeah, the Rectrix, of course, part of that Ghost Blade combination. Feather getting gunned down here. Actually getting a good amount of autos on target. Flickback not landing here, where he has the pillar, which actually puts him into the failed there. But Feather dies in bot lane. So
wow.
IG, I mean, look, I was saying that IG got outdrafted and that TT could really start railing through them later into the game, especially with the Jhin W. But maybe the early game pressure is all IG needed. Maybe they just need to pick for lane a lot more. Fine.
I'm going to try and steal away some Raptors here.
And they do. And look, Wave's been way more into this game. IG have an early game for once. The first few games of this series, they just were not present in the early game, and TT were just destroying them across the first plays of the game. Perhaps IG can just just get themselves into a position where they can just keep walking forwards and keep getting these huge early game individual plays. Takes the cleanse away from them, which actually will have to flash away, but he does get that kill.
It is nicely done. Back into the jungle. As it stands, 1,200 odd gold lead to Invictus Gaming, and that will be probably all he wrote for now. Dragon's a couple minutes off. We'll note that TT did get the first dragon. Breathe is a problem, shall we say, at this point. The steel caps also means he's going to be quite hard to bring down. Exhaust, Hexblade, Chains of Corruption. Look, they brought John Howe up here, but I am struggling to see how this turns into this.
Okay, so IG have the early game advantage. The later this game goes, the more value I put on TT's comp. I think that if you get an Ambassador ult on target, I think if you get Annie ult on target, I think if you get Arn W on target as well, things go very well for them. I think we see the play coming, whereas the Wukong does have that Cyclone. Keshi's hit by the Wukong ultimate teleport coming through. Here comes John.
Now comes the Cyclone. The damage is good, but the exhaust is now problematic. Does get the double knock, but hang on. The public execution flash away. Keshi gets Breathe. Heru's now here. The health bar's just aren't good enough, and Junhao can stick around. It's gone horribly for Invictus Gaming.
As they don't track Junhao. Junhao gets into the right place, and not even the exhaust can save them. It's two flashes from Wei and Renard. IG, as we were saying, realistically, as the game goes on, TT's composition gets better. IG need the early game focus. And now that's starting to fall away from them. That's starting to become a huge issue. Look, Keshi is down a lot of gold. That is definitely something they need to be aware of. Hang on, that's good CC onto him. He doesn't have the cleanse of the flash.
Ball comes down. Jachi gets wild growth. Does need to back away with the Kanmei step, and an untouchable out if he's dead anyway. As the bullets keep bouncing, the curtains get called. And Mako, you've got to put, but you're getting put in a hole. They're going to find this last shot. Track.
Oh, it's the roots. Fourth shot from Arn lands. They 2v2 double kill them. IG, what a disaster. Not just in this game, in the series. They need to reverse sweep them. They pick an early game composition, dominant, ranged lanes, to try and get onto the map early, to get way into the game on the Trundle. Good jungle matchup. Junhao gets the vision bait. Breathe has himself lethal tempo stacks. He has an exhaust. It's not a bad attempt. But the knock up into the Ambassador ult basically ends this play where it starts. Yes, the Talia Minefield's not bad. Has to flash forward for that kill. Takes a tower shot, though, as you were saying in the play. The HP bars weren't good enough to see out the play.
That does get Junhao back into the game somewhat. It puts Breathe into a more tricky position. Breathe misses his Chains of Corruption. Doesn't have an ability to run away very far as yet. The beat drop still just about gets us but not anymore. Over the wall we go. Breathe does fall. We'll trade, though.
Wei will get that kill on the other side. Junhao really starting to flex the muscles a bit now. TT have the gold lead. Junhao almost even in gold with Wei, and he's almost even in XP as well. And now the Wukong is just bluntly Sam a more useful champion. The Wukong, if he gets a Cyclone on target, is the game winner. We saw that in the top lane. As soon as that Wukong gets on target, I don't know what IG do. They just need the first bit of CC to land, and I think IG's composition is so fragile, it melts.
I've got to call it out as well. Heru's up 1,500 gold.
1,500 gold. Yeah. I mean, he's been and that now means he's a one-shot threat.
Yeah, and we legitimately is.
Because we were saying that one of the issues with the Trundle is that you can actually die to the Wukong, to the Annie within the duration of the CC, so your ultimate doesn't go off.
Herald's going to get dropped mid. We've got Dragon up as well, so this potentially is a big play from Invictus Gaming, but it needs to work out, or I think things are about to get very dicey. That'll help even the gold up somewhat. We'll go to backup from there.
Yeah, I mean, oh gosh, IG. I mean, they get some plates on mid lane, but IG may well be going down to Nirvana Stem. I did not expect that. I thought if there was going to be a play-ins matchup which would flip the way of Nirvana, it would be LNG of W, and that got close. It was 5 games. 3-0? Did not expect that in the slightest.
Ridiculous. And again, WE we saw was on an upward trajectory. IG, unfortunately, been on the downward one way. Has no way to go. The encore across both. Mako's now in danger. He's trying to run at the curtains, get called again. The Lulu's going to preemptively wild growth, but that means there's no way to save Yunara.
Fourth shot goes wide, but it's still going to be a kill onto Jachi. Mako lives, but at what cost? Sam, I don't like the way that IG are moving across the map. They're not tracking jungle well enough. And it just so happened that the jungle they're not tracking is the player of the series by a country mile. Junho has been ridiculous for TT. If you didn't see his games last year on Ultra Prime, I really invite you to go back and watch some of them. He has been a wondrous player to watch, even on middling teams here in the LPL. Teams where teammates have not quite found their form. He has been the one holding the line. And you watch moments, you know, like the top lane play or starting the fight off here. It's just so clear that Junho is leading the charge for this team, as he has done the whole series. Feather great ult over the wall. Wonderful pickoff.
And then, of course, Jachi and Mako try to split the uprights, but unfortunately, Mako runs away, and there's nowhere for this poor Yunara to run. Gets absolutely blasted by the Annie Wukong combo that was so popular a year or two ago.
And it came up in 2023. Never really left since. Kind of been just around the place. Mid lane turret will go down. IG will get Dragon as well. It's not like this game is bereft of things to take on the map. My issue is that they need this gold lead to be flipped. This is not a team composition which survives being behind. They get ahead and they stay ahead. You have the Trundle to beat the Wukong. You have lanes which, in the case of the Talia, can push in the Annie, then roam to your side lanes. You have the Varus, which is meant to be stunking on the Ambassador. I just don't think it's enough now at this point.
And to be fair, the Varus did their job. They were 1,100 gold up, but the rest of the map has capitulated.
But this is the problem. The second phase of the problem is that you can start well. You have to keep going well as the game goes on. You make a misstep and the game falls apart. And re-earning those gold leads back in, well, at this point, with the 15 to 20 minute mark, if you've fallen behind, that's hard. I know the Breathe is still ahead of Keshi, but what happens now that the Wukong's into the game? Because it's not just the Ambassador you need to keep out of the game, it's the Annie and it's the Wukong. Yeah. Well, the 2-gate lead on the Annie, there's a Wukong who is ahead of the Trundle, which is already disaster. The Trundle must be ahead of matchups like this. Well, that's why you pick the damn champion. IG, I don't know how it's fallen apart for them strategically. This has just looked so lifeless from them.
Well, you could see the fault lights forming across the split. Rookie leaves on very public personal reasons that meant that he wasn't there. Renard steps in, starts okay, and then can't win a game for 3 weeks. They switch him out for Nia. Nia goes 0 down, 2 down. They bring Renard back in. It doesn't look any better at all. And now Breathe gets ganked, gets jumped on, and this Varus is no longer able to stand and deliver.
Out of breath, out of breathe.
Wait.
Hang on. Is behind on.
This is a possibility.
He's got flash.
And barrier. He's going to try and flash into the Baron pit. There he failed. The flash into his own pillar.
Boy, he fails to flash over the wall. I mean, you can't blame this series on him in totality, but it's not like it's been a shining star set of games from him either. Bad flash. Try to kill the AD carry. Just keep your flash at that point. Oh, wait. No, this guy was going toe-to-toe with Owner on T1 in World's Play-ins last year, and I actually thought he did a pretty okay job of that. IG had a super team, you know, not even 6 months ago. Oh, how quickly things change. IG, a series to forget, a split to forget, and I don't know what they do if they end up in Nirvana Sam. I genuinely don't. What happens to this roster? What happens to, like, Breathe, Wayne, Maker, these legendary players?
Yeah.
Nirvana is not befitting of players of that kind of pedigree.
You would think, although today, you take those nameplates off, would they look like they deserved it?
Well, Sam, that is the point, isn't it? No, they don't. Well, there have been some decent individual moments. I think that Breathe on the side wasn't necessarily his fault. I think that way, as I've said. Individually, it's hard to point the figures. I had a mid lane, which again, even game 2 there from Nia wasn't the worst thing ever. IG strategically have just not come together on the same page, which I just wouldn't have expected for an Ascend team versus a Nirvana one.
Tough to see, but again, if there was a team where the fault lines were showing, It was Invictus Gaming where, for, WE, for all they were 0-16 not so long ago, you take the kind of last 2 weeks and their game score looked a lot more reasonable, doesn't it? Especially considering who they were taking games against. They took games off people like JDG, folks. That is not something you do lightly when you are bottom on top team, bluntly. Makes things pretty challenging. Of course, game 2 was a different matter. JDG then had Tabe bring the belt out, and the rest of the series wasn't so pretty, but
Ah, Jesus, yeah. I mean, you go back into the split, and IG took a game off of BLG, right?
When was that, week 3?
It was a while ago. They really started to fall off beyond that point, though. IG, yeah, they took that one game off of JDG, and then things went south very quickly. Of course, IG have always been the JDG bogey team. Sam, they might not be able to play them next split, is the thing. If they go down into this game, which they should be expected to now. This is a team comp which is outscaled and is behind. That is such a horrific situation to be in. Dragon spawning in a minute. Next time a piece of CC lands, I just don't know if the tankiness is there from IG. I'm going to say, I don't... The tankiness is not there. I know it's not there at this point. IG will need to find a way to slap back before that CC lands, and the game is determined by an Annie or a Jhin stun.
Observer's just toggling the vision there, so shows that Way was resetting. Mako's face check to level 15 and better. Public execution's just wide, and that makes things a bit spicier. Keshi now in a 1v2 that maybe he doesn't win. Overcomes the Jhin, though. There'll be a deadly flourish over the wall, and that can make things a bit dicier. Keshi gets to back away.
Okay, so that is actually an ult for nothing. Credit to Mako, who holds his nerve, doesn't flash or ult, and there's still 20 seconds for Dragon. Keshi has to recall, can teleport back in, but he won't have the public execution, which is big. Means you can't just combo off of a Jhin W or the Annie now to make sure that ult lands. IG, perhaps an opening for them. If they can get this Dragon, maybe they can revisit what happens in the mid game after.
You have got a Hex Gate, so reset timers are a little bit different to what they are on other maps, and I still think teams haven't quite got that right in terms of what you do in terms of timings for picks and vision.
IG trying to hold the river control here. Bit of a speed up. Here comes the curtain call.
Breathe. Dodges a fair number. The fourth shot won't be that frightening, but Breathe gets jumped by Heru. Keshi's coming. Can jump onto that one. They've managed to kill the Dragon. Have IG, but they've lost their top lane. The fight gets a bit weird as Junhao needs to back away from the bot wall that gets popped up. They're going to go over the wall as Heru can look for another big old stun. Gets a decent chunk. The high note lands onto Renard. Flash from Keshi. They've killed off the Annie. It's a fairly decent chunk. And Jachi is free firing, but not for long, as the prayer beads are scattered across the floor. Junhao gets the Nimbus strike forwards. They bring down the Talia. Little bit messy, but Heru will trade their life to ensure the rest of the team starts falling.
It's a 3-for-1. I don't think there's going to be any more follow-up kills. IG do get the Dragon, but at what cost, Sam? They can't afford the gold, which is leaking out of their pockets and into the coffers of TT. The gold is taken a little bit off of Heru, right? 'Cause he ends up dying there, and the kill goes over to Jachi. Again, Jachi is trying to do what he can with the gold. Not that there's really much he can do here as a squishy Nymaera against such a bursty team with that amount of CC. Remember, guys, this is a fight without Keshi's ultimate. He has it now because it's come off of cooldown. Breathe ends up getting split away from the rest of the team because of the curtain call. Heru, it's a great pick from him. Proto belts into the flash forward. The exhaust comes out after the burst already down, and Breathe is dead. Breathe played the laning phase fine out in the Barris, but he clearly has not found himself in the best positions outside of that. Heru then... he gets up close and personal is what he does. Does get him killed. Very nearly kills Renard himself on the way back. Ends up dying for it. Heru now in the bush, and that is a dead Trundle.
That likely is. Wade gets a subjugate and a frozen domain and does get a speed up with the Whimsy, so he'll be able to escape.
You know what? I not quite tracked that the Encore was down, but with him burst out and losing that ultimate, Baron is still going to go down in the favor of TT. This is clean, effective League of Legends. They're going to teleport in with the Varus. The Trundle has to get out on the map early. It is a Hextech map. He'll get there quicker, but he's not going to be there in time for the smite. IG will lose a Baron in what could be a death game for them in Game 3.
They're on the precipice. They might just have been shoved over it. Curtains get called, and that could be an appropriate moment to call that out. Jachi uses the ult to sidestep on top of the public execution. Wade still gets to the backline with Junhao jumping for some damage onto the Trundle. Breathe just about survives for a second or two longer, but the arrows and the bullets keep firing. Weave gets wild growth. Jachi does get something back, but the problem is Junhao jumps onto Wade. The warrior trickster denies the chomp, and now Renard, the seismic shove is just not enough to kill off Feather, even with the threaded volleys firing. Arn's got a fourth shot and is threatening some more. Heru fell at least to Jachi, but that's it.
Ranard hit 2 flicks onto Feather and can't kill him. And yeah, Heru dies. Jachi gets the one-on-one. Mano a mano does take down the Fed mid laner on the other team. Jachi, in the last couple of fights, has started to come online a little bit as the Nymaera. I think it's too late though, Sam. IG have fallen way too far behind. There are still 4 Baron buffs on the side of TT, and I just don't think IG can hold them at bay now. I think that they're too squishy, they're too fragile. It all stems from that play top lane where John House slipped out of vision and managed to break the back of the gold lead that IG had built. That was the play where everything went away. It's the problem with playing these like quadruple ranged compositions, because typically ranged champions are quite squishy, which means that if you fall behind against a team with CC, you don't have the damage to just one-shot them before they engage onto you anymore. And I think that IG made that one mistake, let John Howe get out of vision, game fell apart with it. 6k up now at TT before Barons even started to get rolling.
Bot lane tier 2, under siege. Thundertalk, walk at it.
Pushing in. Okay, so TT, they want to land the killer blown out. Need to be careful going under turret. It's not the same as fighting an open field. IG do have themselves, you know, they got themselves a Varusol to work with. Arms open over the curtain call, trying to force them off the tower. Is at full HP, these targets, though, so it's not to do the most damage. Does enough to break them off the tower, though.
Slow's just got scary enough. I think if people slowed down in front of some of that damage, could have been very scary, because again, the bullets were only doing that limited damage because no one else was pumping damage in.
Yeah, and I think for Arn as well, 404, great Jin for him. Only needs to die 4 times, not the perfect Jin scoreline, really. But you go back 2 years ago, or rather, sorry, this time last year, and it was Arn that was losing to WE, and it was his fault that EDG did not make it into Ascend, and WE made it over them. It would have been in, you know, between Split 1 and Split 2 last year.
Promotion series,
Arn has been a fantastic hit. Wall comes in, but there's the encore.
Okay, well, that's going to be cleansed away from Jachi. Flash was burned by Feather, didn't want to stick around any longer. Probably wise.
Yeah. You know, John Howe's my player of the series, but I think for Arn, like, spiritually, symbolically,
really important.
It's really important. This guy was probably the reason that EDG had been locked in Nirvana for the last year and a half as well. He may be the reason why TT, out of nowhere, can knock IG out of it, his whole team, but also get some redemption for his own past failures.
Trying to break the space open, but with the Baron down at this point, don't really have quite enough wave throw against double AD carry, plus a Talia, and even a Lulu, bluntly, is kind of a bit too much. Dragon is up, though. They'll look to pick up the second Dragon and deny Soul Point. Trundle's just not there being, yeah, no, this isn't going to happen.
Yeah, they've just been kind of hunkering down in their base. Can't really approach the map now. Too much vision, too much worry of. An Annie, an Ambassador coming around the corner and just killing you flat out. Jin is going to back after this and get an Infinity Edge. That is terrifying for IG. Not like TT aren't terrifying in other roles as well, but I think Arn in particular on that Jin. At that point, he hits like a single W, as we've been saying. The game probably ends, and actually, the split ends for IG. After game 1, I thought, well, IG will wake up now. After game 2, I'm like, this is actually a problem. And then they sub in Renard and, you know, a different draft, and I thought, well, maybe we can try it out early, but I'm worried about how this game goes late. I'm still struggling to wrap my head around the fact that we're likely seeing IG drop down from Ascendant to Nirvana. I thought that they just about earned their place, just about kept themselves above a Nirvana, especially against a team like TT, who, they were a fun team, but they were like a game off of relegation, Sam. This was not a team that was meant to contest with them. We thought, like, well, LNG, our first place Nirvana team, they do that instead. Clearly not. Clearly not. I think IG, their flaws have been well examined here from TT. They've hit them hard in the early game. They've hit them hard in the jungle role. But yes, I have a lot of respect for Wei, but he can't play the same gameplay he did last year because he's got a rotating cast of mid laners who have not really held the line the way that Rookie, of course, always did for IG. No objectives up for a minute or two. Doesn't mean we won't see a fight, but we can calm down for a little bit and perhaps view the oncoming Nexus destruction. And I just have that overwhelming feeling it's IG, so.
Yeah, so do I. Heru will his way down this top side. Throw down a Ghost Blade. All the while, Breathe is trying to get at least a turret somewhere else. Pick up a bit of gold where you can. Again, if you're just going to be dropping gold, you may as well get some back somewhere. Why are you bothering? Keshi on the flank angle will be spotted out by that one of the Phaelites, but now, oh, comes the curtain call again. Just being used to zone IG off towers.
Jin W being, you know, Mikhail's blown for that. The cooldown discrepancy is just so huge. I mean, The Mikhails has to be there. It has to be. It can sometimes save a Trundle because you can actually subjugate at that point. But turret does get down without the Baron buff. I think Arn's been doing a great job of just zoning people off with his extended range. There's no Jace in this game. The Varus doesn't match a Jhin W or ult range either, actually. He does more damage with his arrow than a Jhin W, but Jhin with that amount of gold and those items, as we've said, pain in the butt for IG. TT. I mean, I'm not prepared to see this team in Splitter. I've got to revise my expectations. I mean, Keshi, a player that we've been really excited for, but we thought, well, you know, he's got a little while to go. Now he's going to have to go up against the best top laners in the league, and he will deserve it, Sam. I'm looking forward to Keshi's castle. I want to see it. Versus Bin. I want to see it. It's going to be wonderful. I want to see if Junhao can keep pulling this off versus players like Tarzan, like Jet, well, like all of the other players that we've mentioned, right, across Group Ascend.
Look, I'm just saying, since we're talking about BLG, this would be throwable by then. And it's not done yet. They've got to finish the game. The base still isn't quite broken.
Job's not done.
It'd still go wrong. Arn speeding his way forwards there with the passive plus the fourth shot available would be the death of a squishy member, likely in more than one way.
I actually think it's a bonus to TT that there's no soul on the map. Because if soul had been taken, then Elder's there. Then you just have to lose an Elder flip and the game's ending. Now, Baron is around. I think if IG look for the engage, they're still on the bottom, like on the back foot, though. Terra's looking for a flank.
Yunara just picked up Lord Dom, so she's 4 items, and that's a big spike. If Jachi gets a good fight, in fairness, he's gone from 0 and 3 to 3 and 3. He's done a pretty good job of finding those. But his toes on the flank, Renard could just end up face checking. That's an important warn.
It is. He doesn't get one shot now. Harry will call off the flank. Junhao's going low, but has the Warrior Trickster.
Does get subjugated. Keshi on the flank angle. The curtains get called. Not the best, actually. The encore, though, does bring the poor old Trundle back over. Breathe flashes. Chains of corruption. Seismic shove. Bit of a cleanse. Breathe doesn't get what he's looking for. Keshi on the flank. Can't get to Jachi with a public execution. Brings him down. Jachi gets over the wall with the flash and stays alive for now. But Keshi still threading the needle and throwing some more of those blades forward. Flash over. Jachi falls. He just doesn't have enough mobility to run. Breathe it with the deadly flourish. A captive audience after. You'll be forced to take a bow by Thunder Talk Gaming.
That'll do it. TT will crack the base, and so ends the tale of Invictus Gaming. Thunder Talk comes out like a bolt of lightning and will 3-0 the legendary team.
The heavens rumble. LPL looks on in bemused horror. One of the greats of the region is crashing down into the 9th circle. They're in Nirvana. Thunder Talk scream loud. To ascend, to playoffs they go.
Invictus Gaming will have to find themselves another cycle of Samsara and hopefully find themselves Nirvana. They won't be able to find it here today. It has been a belabored split from them. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone else, I am as astounded as